Okay, we are live streaming. I do want everyone to respond immediately as to the quality of our sound. Let's have our man Aristides talk and see if our online broadcasting software registers his presence.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Good morning, wherever you are. And I hope you can hear me, and I hope you're doing well.
Okay, great. So it's registering you. And so here we are. We're going to do a refresh on these other pages of ours. What the fuck happened here? Okay, so we're going to... go back to live. Then I'll check the live stream studio and see if we're connecting at all. And looks like we have an excellent connection. So everybody out there, hit the upvotes for reasons I will articulate again soon enough as our regular preamble. And you might hear my voice echoing. Okay, we got one upvote already, and I just added the second.
Yeah, I just checked the sound, and it's good. It's good.
Okay, good, excellent. And so with that, unhappy to be back. Rather be of course, where I was rather than here. That goes without saying. We have what are supposed to be 5 concurrent viewers right now. That builds up fairly quickly. So all of you begin to respond. Let's have you tell us about the sound of both my voice and Aristides. So how about it on your side? Does my voice sound like completely normal, acceptable to you?
To me, so you sound pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, so that means the mic is probably close enough, and I can push it a little closer, but I guess that's it.
Yeah, it's a lot better these days. I guess before, a couple mics ago, it was just it was very variable. You know what I mean?
Awful, just awful.
Yeah,
it's
it would be you'd be so low, and I'd turn up the volume so I could hear you, and then Brooke would start screaming, and then all the glasses would shatter in my kitchen. It's a lot better.
That's so funny. That's cute. At any rate, so both of us are. Oh, T Tankberry says loud and clear. Both are clear. God bless you, T Tankberry. Hugs. And so we'll start with the daily admonition, or the episodic admonition, the admonition I give each episode. By the way, T-Tankberry says, good evening from Redwood City. Good evening, sir. You're the man. Hugs. And all right, to everyone listening, here's the situation. As always, I articulate for new listeners, and we do get them. In fact, we get them pretty much every episode. Whether they hang around or not depends. But anyhow, David Reed says, the real David Reed hears you loud and clear. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Which means that the individual the other day who said ego was not the real David Reed. Okay, now I want everyone to know I just got home. I'm just beginning to look at messages, both on my cell phone and on Messenger and Facebook, and it seems like a lot went down while I was gone. There's no need for me to articulate exactly what happened, because there's privacy issues that I will respect, at least until we have said involved individuals call in, perhaps at their will or whim or caprice, however it may be. But I will try and speak to them privately at some point soon. I did get a delivery of a electric blanket that was, God only knows how long, was sitting on my steps, to the point where I've never seen a delivery like this, and maybe just the suspicious nature of the delivery is why it wasn't stolen. There was no box. It's just the blanket in a plastic zip bag that somebody had obviously unzipped to feel the fabric, and I guess they didn't like the feel of it and left it. Might have been several people who did that. Either way, I've got it, and it is okay. David Fitzsimon says, good evening, Triple D. Good evening, sir, from Atlantic City. These are great men that were with us, so just that happened. Other stuff that happened was a lot more serious. But serious enough with this electric blanket issues. I'm not going to mention who sent me a heated handkerchief, and there was just no. I mean, why? It's just why. And with her, I gave her the sheets. By that I mean like little fucking cardboard sheets that had all the data on it for what to order, and people keep still ordering me fulls and twins. Okay, I mean fulls and twins, and I need queen. I mean, think drag, right? Think fucking drag queen, right? It's not that difficult. I don't know what they use. You know, twins and fulls, this is what you get in prison, okay? That's a prison cot, where you're on a prison cot, and what they're trying to discourage is people sleeping in the same cot together. Because if two guys were to sleep under that same blanket, you know, the bully would take that blanket, and the smaller guy would freeze to death. I mean, it's that simple. So they're trying to discourage people from cuddling up next to each other, because you'd wind up freezing to death anyway. So you just, in prison, you get something like that. That's all that's good for. That's not meant for human habitation. So twins, I mean, fuck, queens. I mean, the bed sizes are all fucked up, I know. It's hard for me to remember. But at any rate, so this is a queen. I'm using it now. It does retain a fold. It's still 100% polyester. Its controls are still shit. And the only good thing I can say about it is it'll probably last longer. We are now at... I can't even see the temperature because they're telling me there's an accident on my local freeway, tragically. So whatever the temperature is, I don't fucking know. But every time I check it, it's always record low or near record low. It's always the same shit, so I don't know why I bother. Either way, I'm warm enough at the moment where I'm just sitting on top of the blanket. Later on, I'll have to maneuver my ass to turn the, you know, because it's the same Brooke Gibson type controls. I have to, like, search for them under my bed to turn them on, which fucking sucks. So, you know, life's a bitch. All right, so such being said, we are going to remind you all that as soon as we start transmission, the first thing that happens is we get hit by downvotes. Many downvotes that come from Autobots. These are automated bots that are dispatched by Stephen Outram. And by the way, he has some assets that are definitely ensconced within Facebook. So I was basically blocked from Facebook for 24 hours, so I couldn't even publish my promotional banner when I came home. So it could be that some people are unaware that I am on, and that, you know, whatever.
I'm working on it now.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. So our man is going to, you know, I would send him a photograph from where I was, you know, where I was. And after all, you could see I was with a very pleasant escort that my son employed. I would gladly send him a photograph that would fit into the format of Facebook, but I can't send that when they have me blocked. So what they allow me to do during times like this is this weird, like, it's not a permaban. It's this weird, like, 24-hour thing they do where I can I cannot enter comments, but I can, like, heart things. I can heart things, and I can, like, you know, do upvotes and shit. But it's pretty much nothing else. I can send messages, but I can't send images. Just stupid shit. So it's like, so that's where we're at. And but Stephen Outram worked in the information technology industry, and he is a multimillionaire. So, and he's stupid and crazy stupid. So he spends money on trying to suppress Douglas Dietrich, which is the sole purpose in his wretched, miserable life, because I wouldn't have sex with him. Not even for $1 million. Anyhow, T-Tankberry says, support these transmissions. It's your war and you have to fight it. God bless Douglas Dwayne Dietrich. Thank you, T-Tankberry. Always supportive. So again, with that in mind, he is fortunately quite cheap, and so he sends cheap Autobots, and within an hour or two, YouTube filters them out. But by that time, we're left out of searches because YouTube operates on a popularity aggregate, and therefore, the more popular you are, the more dissemination you get, which is completely stupid and illogical. Which means that famous people get more famous, and well, the rest of us are left in the dust, and that's how they keep class. This is almost Marxian. It's almost Marxist in terms of its class warfare, hierarchical. It's like a caste system out of India. But of course, it's probably a bunch of fucking Asian Indians who set up the system because they no longer hire Chinese. So this is why we're totally fucked. At any rate. So the only way that we get back on searches is you. This is guerrilla war, and it's your war, and you have to fight it. So, for the sake of your children's children, get up there and slap in an upvote in every IP address you've got. PC, laptop, tablet, cell phone. It's whatever you've got that's got a different IP address. You hit us with an upvote. We have to fight dirty because it's a dirty war. And the enemy fights dirty, as dirty as you can. It's in fact far dirtier than you could ever imagine. So just, if you don't fight as dirty as they do, you're going to lose because nice guys finish last. All right, so there you go. Hit those upvotes. And in the interim, we are going to, try our man Aaron Tice again. And then if he fails to show up, we'll try for some other people. But in the meantime, we've got Aristides. And Aristides is...
Hello.
As everyone knows, he's the engineer. He's got the incredible name that is his real name. That's not an avatar. He didn't try to model himself after some ancient Greek philosopher, though there's probably some ancient Greek philosopher with that name. Probably the philosopher of dour cynicism or something.
Yeah. There was a guy. I looked it up before.
Oh, you did? What? Who? What was he?
With that name, ancient Greece. Yeah, let me see. Some kind of statesman or something. I will look it up.
Yeah, cool. All right. That's the good news is that we know Aristides is not on an ego trip because he didn't even bother to remember the details of who this individual was, but he knows the guy existed, and that's important. So, Is that who inspired your parents? Do you think?
No, it was a name that's been in the family. Well, I don't know where originally. It's just been in the family. So it's like how you name your child after, some people themselves or their father or another family member. So it's been bouncing about the family for as long as I know.
So has your family maintained cultural connections with Greece?
Yes. I mean, I'm only half. So my mom's not Greek. So a little bit of a hybrid.
Yeah. Okay. No. No, that's fine. I mean, like Hellas, of course, is what the Greeks call their own country, and it's a far more poetic and euphonic name as far as I'm concerned. I mean, Greece, of course, you think of the fucking film, and you imagine, John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John dancing.
The film or the stuff that's left in the pan after you cook.
That's right.
It's wonderful. Aristides, ancient Athenian statesman, 530 to 468 BC, nicknamed the Just. That's the meaning of the name.
Yeah.
Cool. So I feel justified. Let's see. Early quarter of Athens' classical period, remembered for his generalship in the Persian War. So,
all right.
There you go.
So I hope our man Aaron doesn't mind. I'm going to call him a third time while I'm calling everyone else. Just that way, whoever gets on the call, he'll be able to jump on whenever he does show up, if ever he does show up tonight. And so we're going to call the usual suspects, except for three people that I will just judge on a moment by moment basis. And aside from that, I may have to type in maybe a few others who don't normally show up on my list for whatever reason. I'll try Brendan Zogit just out of respect for him. I'm hoping the Real Tech Geeks psychological or psychic predictivity, his prowess in prognostication holds true, and that our man Brendan Zogit shows up again sometime in September. But I'm not, I've learned a long time ago, no expectations. It's disturbing, of course, as it was meant to be, to think they might actually have killed him. First off, he's a young guy. He wasn't in poor health. He was traveling in a foreign nation, and he's in a very vulnerable state. He's a big boy, and I'm not his keeper. So it's like I wouldn't. I'm just not. How would I say it? Going to. We didn't set up anything in particular for a follow-up. I do want people to know that there were concerns for our man Peter Moon in Romania, and because of that, you might notice Peter Moon did something he never did before. If anyone remembers Peter Moon's trips to Romania in the past, we would get one call, and that would be it. He'd be like one call during the time he was in Romania. But this time, he made certain to call as often as he could. He tried to call as often as he could. and that just it stopped. It like how would I say it? It may have stopped something from happening. May have preempted something from happening. But when our man, Brendan, wanted to be truly independent. And so when he went where he did, there was no call-ins, no method set up for keeping an eye on him. So whatever happened, and hopefully he survived it, and may return to us in September, like Real Tech Geek foresees. But if not, then because of his youth and because of his health being good, I'd say that somebody goes off like that, off the radar. You usually assume somebody took him out. So, poor guy.
No. Let's not assume the worst.
Well, actually, you always have to assume the worst, prepare for the worst, and then hope for the best. And then,
hope for the, right.
Yeah. Then
yeah. What makes you think he'll be back in September?
It's not me. That's not me. That's Real Tech has this kind of psychic.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the Real Tech prediction.
Yeah, that's the Real Tech.
I'm still trying to track down that one part. Didn't he like? It's like these are going to be the lottery numbers in 2025. Like, I'm gonna write that shit. Write that down, man. I'm gonna play that. Don't worry. I'll remember where I heard it. Don't worry.
Yeah. Oh God, that's funny. Yeah. I'll try and find that. Yeah. It's so Michelle has joined us. So Michelle, how are we tonight? If you want to get off mute, that's your prerogative. If you don't, that's okay too. There we are, honey.
Sorry, I didn't know I was on mute. Thank you for saying something.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Okay, there we are. So appreciate that, darling, and glad to have you with us. I think I tried Mark H among so many others, but let me try him one more time. That way he can jump on the call whenever he wishes. But aside from all of that, darling, so what's now in the past? Wednesdays were golden hours, so this is similar, right? You've got a good Wednesday where you've got time with us or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Or it depends on what the topic is, but a little bit of time.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I mean, we shouldn't need.
I went.
Yeah.
Amy contacted me. She was like, I'm impressed. I'm listening to the show, and you're going like we're 6 hours into the show, and you're still going. I was like, yeah. I like, well, I had something that I was impassioned about that fueled me on.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean that was great, and we were glad to have you. Tonight, hopefully, we'll have our man George Knight, and I think that he's hopefully that'll work out. I'm just kind of distracted at the moment, trying to look up some other people and see if any of them respond. But I guess, yeah.
If you follow the thread from the last time show, there's I'm not going to get into it publicly. I just rather keep it in house with our Skype forum, and just so you know.
Okay.
Follow that, because there's a person that I just had to draw boundaries and cement with.
Okay.
So,
great. I mean, I'm glad that you do that. I mean, it's good that you draw your boundaries. We need to draw our boundaries. Yeah.
Well, and they're in cement. This person has not understood that. So, just want to make it clear, because it really. You remember when I was defending you to those people that were harassing you?
Yeah.
And I was defending you, but it was so sensitive a situation that you had to just cut out from contact with me for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It came to that almost on Saturday. If you had not contacted me on Sunday and we had that show,
Yeah.
I would have had to bow out for a while.
Wow. Holy shit. That's I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah.
Just for the record,
Uh-huh.
Douglas and I he will always be my brother, and I think he thinks of me the same. But there's times where people push our buttons, and you know, we respect each other. We're grown folks, so we can't ever and won't ever say who to associate with. I mean, I know Chong is a sensitive matter for Douglas, but he doesn't tell me don't associate with Chong, you know, and I don't bring up Chong to Douglas except at this point because it's a matter of example. But I don't ever, you know, so just to say that I would have bowed out for a while, but it wouldn't cut me completely off from Douglas. But I would have had to, for my sake of my sanity and just love for myself, I would have had to bow out for a while.
Wow. Yeah. That's yeah. Well, I'm glad that you didn't, and I'm glad that you were able to instead draw your line with this individual and come back to join us. So
let's leave it at that.
Yeah.
But if the person does come on air, and it seems like I got cut off, I didn't. I hung up.
Got it. Yes, so that'll be understood, and accepted graciously. And I'll just obviously just so people know, there are some people come online and then others hang up because these other people come online, and that's a few people provoke that response in a few other people. So I would say that there's two others I can think of, two other pairs of people that respond where one person causes that response in another, and so this will be the third example of that, and we'll just roll with it. Yeah, just yeah. And as it is, of course, I'm just glad that you're here now. I do want to remind everyone that one of the things that I'm going to go into overdrive later as time goes on tonight. And our dear Michelle Carmela Saldana, of course, has taken charge of her situation. I'm so glad she did. I was very proud of the way that she did that when somebody offered a quote-unquote fundraiser page, but she wanted control over her own situation. I was very proud of her for taking that control.
You know what?
Yeah.
I thought that was the case,
Yeah.
and then later, like 2 o'clock in the morning, later, or I don't, like hours later, could have been even after the show. I don't remember, but it was a long later that I looked. It didn't link to anything from chats.
Yeah.
But when I put it into the Google search and my big search, hashtag I stand with Michelle, it led to the same TikTok page.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I don't have TikTok.
Yeah.
And I didn't really understand what the person was saying because I don't know if it was Spanish, Italian, or Portuguese, but I kept hearing the word ayuda, which in Spanish is help, and I think in Portuguese is help. So, and what I gathered from the little bit that I listened to, because I do understand some Portuguese, the little bit that I listened to was that the person's husband or somebody was in a situation. So But this Michelle Soldado was talking to another man, and they were recording it. It was like the man was audible, but the visual was on her, and it was just the fact that I got angry, because it was like, I need funds, I need help, I am in a very tight, dire situation, and I could continue to get medical treatment, but I can't afford it because I can't afford the hospital stay, and I can't afford the transportation costs. And the people that are helping me are going through tight financial situations. So it affects me hard. Irreverence and everything else, I can handle, but to the most part. But right now, with all, up to that point, with what was going on with the hearing and everything, it was not helping. Even if it was not meant ill will, which I don't think it was, it just was not helping. It was not appropriate. It was not at good timing. Even comedically, it was not good timing. It just was not appropriate. I'm trying to get this through, but even at the base level, which the last message I sent, in our group, at the base level, if somebody says, please don't talk to me, don't talk about me, don't contact me, leave me alone, stay out of my way, it's just good manners to do that.
Yeah, definitely. And
that's all I'm asking, is use your manners. Use your manners.
Thank you. Yeah.
Until I can reenact the sense of humor that I actually have, and can laugh about this situation maybe in another year or two. Do not poke me to when I say I'm about to have a right proper nervous breakdown. Please understand that I'm about to have a right proper nervous breakdown. Just leave me alone.
Yeah.
Let me push through what I need to push through.
Yeah.
And let that be that. And that's all I'm going to say about it.
Cool.
And if the other person says anything, I'm going to take that as harassment.
Thank you. Yeah, and well, you should. It's definitely, I think, you've made your point, and they'd best understand it. And I'm...
and I use
yeah.
name,
I'm sorry, say that again?
But I said I'm not using the person's name. So it's not like I'm actually pinpointing the person. Although listeners could probably figure it out. But not
actually, only people who have been listening for a long time and are truly dedicated to the drama of the individuals involved would be able to figure it out. I'll tell you that.
This is my attempt to put all the drama at rest. This is also my attempt to tell the person anything beyond this is harassment.
Okay.
So just please be a friend and let me have the last word on this. And you do the actions as every other gentleman on this panel does. Just leaves me alone, pretty much.
Yeah.
So there's that, Douglas. But I do have some good news about my case.
Great.
That I would like to share. So,
by the way, speak a little louder. Speak a little louder. Just, put some...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you have a soft voice naturally, and so, and which is probably for the best because, what you were speaking of, other people would probably be driven to shout. And I do want to mention a parallel case here that just had to be done before you tell us the good news about your case, was that Brooke Gibson was entirely justified when she came on at one point, and both Sammy Romero and myself had discussed with her about an individual that had been on this show for a number of times, and she was someone I had always been nice to, but she was just very dysfunctional, and this poor dear was someone who wanted to take advantage of Brooke's good nature, and Brooke is someone who is too kind for her own good. I know that's very hard to believe. I know that it's but
Brooke might speak harshly, a lot of the time, but a lot of it is also comedic. But she does have she does have a good nature.
Yeah, she has a good nature. Obviously, she takes care of animals and does feel very bad about leaving people in the lurch. And what happened was this individual was trying to basically move into her home. And this is not even the latest stalker that she's got that she spoke of the last time that she was on with us. But when it came to this other individual, Brooke had to basically tell her on transmission, so she would get the message. No, you're not coming to my home. You're not gonna. The way the person kept saying it was, "Oh, just stay a little while." Okay, but we know that wasn't what this person had in mind. This person was intending to move in, like, oh, stay a little while and I can take care of the animals, and you can, be free to go out of the house. And it was just awful. It was just awful but Brooke was she did let people understand her vulnerability. She was seriously considering, at least rendezvousing with this person at a certain halfway point, just doing something for her. And and Sammy and I had to tell her, no, you can't do that. You give an inch, and somebody like that will take a mile, because this is what they do. And this was someone with a prison history. Not that is a judgment in the, how would I say this? You've got to judge each case individually, but it's just this person was not very socialized. They were it's just that this was not going to turn out well in any way, shape, or form had Brooke even gone halfway or part way towards trying to accommodate this person in any way, shape, or form, because this person was so needy, pathologically needy. So I'm presuming that you're dealing with a kind of similar level of neediness with this situation, and that's it's rather how would I say it? It's a surprise to me, and it isn't. It's both a surprise and it isn't. I think I know who you're speaking of. I think, but
do you remember?
Yeah.
Well, if you read the thread, you'll know very clearly because the person responds back.
Okay.
But do you?
And by that you mean the thread in our Skype text or in the chat room?
Yeah, Skype text from within our.
Okay, our latest episode. The Skype text from our latest episode.
Yeah, not this one, but the previous. Okay. But do you remember years ago when I was traveling, and that crazy lady in Florida, and then you were like,
It's funny you say that, because that's where this other person lived who was trying to move in with Brooke, was in Florida. Let's go.
Wow. So
something in the water, yeah. But go.
Okay, so then you remember that I ended up in a town I'm not going to say because it'll be too pinpointy, and I don't want to hurt the person that lives there, because I forgave them a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But they did really embarrass themselves royally. It made me so angry that I ended up chasing them out of their own house for 2 weeks. And then the day I was to leave, I mean, they even spent part of the time at a friend's house, and then they spent part of the time in the car at the beach, and then they spent part of the time in the car in their garage, and didn't come into their house without my permission. And it wasn't that I took that kind of thing, like, you're not going to be in your house, and I took over their house like that. like a situation like Brooke, it was that they didn't respect my personal boundaries. And I was like, I'm here on vacation and I have no other place to go to. You live here. And I am, for the time that I'm here, and I don't have a lot of money, and I'm not going to have money to leave for another 2 weeks. So, you know people. I don't. How are we going to work this out? Because what you are suggesting and everything else is not going to happen. And so that's when they went to a friend's house, and then they went to their car on the beach, and then they lived in their car in the garage for a while.
Jesus.
The day I left the house spick and span, except I washed the sheets, washed the bed covers, everything. I think I don't remember if I had time to make the bed or whatever, but I think I at least left blankets folded, and then some money for something. And by that time, the taxi came, and then I went to a coffee shop to wait for the bus to take me back to El Monte and finish my traveling for 2017. And while I was at the coffee shop, did I not chew you out royal? Did I not call you and chew you out royally?
Me?
Yeah, do you remember that? I chewed you out. You were laughing, and I didn't care. I didn't care who heard me. I didn't care.
I vaguely remember that. I remember you were calling me from a coffee shop. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I don't remember the exact specifics.
I'll just say it was like Central California, or it was a part of California I hadn't been yet.
Yeah.
And the person's still a listener.
Okay.
But anyway, it was just, the person was lonely.
Right.
It was, I think that's all it was. But they were inappropriate still.
Right.
And I'm like, I fight for your rights. I fight for your rights in the large and in individual. So the least you could do is respect my boundaries.
Yeah.
Here, right here and now. And don't think that I'm such a weak person that even if I'm vulnerable, don't think that my vulnerability leaves me weak all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It might leave me in a bad situation, but if I can't get out of it right away, I'll find a way. And I said, this is supposed to be me having a vacation. And then you let me know that I even did a spiritual cleansing for their house, and they still wanted to be inappropriate with me.
Okay.
And I was like,
well,
I said, yeah, which I also pointed out to them. But yeah, in the coffee shop, very conversational in the coffee shop. It was crowded. People were listening, and I thought people were going to get up and move. I didn't care.
Okay, that's why I found it so funny. Okay, now I remember.
It was funny.
Yeah,
it was kind of funny because, and then I'm explaining to you, like the when I was done, there was this couple that they came over and they sat with me, and they were like, "I'm so sorry, dear, that you went through that and had that experience. But you know what? We're singers. Would you like to come to our show?"
Yeah.
It turned out that they were Gaelic. They sang Gaelic and Celtic folk songs. And I had a good visit with them. And then people within the LGBT community were like, we're not all like that, right? And I'm like, I do know that. That's why I fight for your rights. And they're like, no. So, I mean, I was like, there's no reason for this person to be alone. There was like, everybody there was very personable with me, and just like come. I mean, people were giving me their addresses to come back to visit. Next time I'm in the area, go back to visit. All kinds of stuff, and I was like, but yeah, it was. I mean, I was laughing too that people's reaction. Like there was a couple people that I remember there was one fireman that came up towards me, and he was like, "Oh, okay, you're busy." I was like, and then later I went outside to stand in the sun for a while because I had a long layover before the bus came, and he goes, "So I see you angry." He goes, "What are you like when you're not angry?" He goes, "It's very interesting because your voice is soft and sultry, but your words are very harsh and very like scary." He goes, "It's a very intriguing." I said, "Are you hitting on me?" And he goes, "I think I am." He goes, I said, "So you're into crazy?" And he goes, "Oh, Lord, I think I am." I said, "Yeah, you might want to think that because normally I'm not like this. It's just that I'm very upset right now. And I had to tell my brother off about something." And he goes, "Oh, yeah, I don't do family squabbles." And he laughed.
That is funny. That's adorable.
That was. And it was like, I love this town. They're very interesting, but I was telling Douglas off, but we were still laughing while I was telling him off. I mean, that's how Douglas and I get along. So there's not going to be anything at all. Even if Douglas murdered somebody, I'd be like, what did that stupid idiot do?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes, indeed. Well, that's why I adore you, honey. So darling, definitely so glad to have you with us, and with Aristides here and whatnot. Normally, had it been a day when I was basically I was lucky enough to get everything done just before, pretty much everything before show started. So we're pretty much here for the long haul at this point. If George Knight comes on like he said he would, then theoretically he's going to be here for about 8 hours, like he said. Theoretically, like I said, because last time he wasn't able to pull that off when he had every intention of doing so. So hopefully he's able to do that this time, but until he shows up, what I have to decide is whether or not I'll go into a monologue at a certain point. Right now, I think I can hold off for a little bit on that. You definitely want people to understand that things worked out very well with Michelle Carmela Saldana being on our latest episode before tonight's. We were very lucky that she was available. I'm so glad that I brought you on, and that we basically were able to showcase your situation, present it to the public. And I do want people to know I'm going to go into overdrive myself for fundraising, just to make certain that I have money to, in particular, buy water. Now, it may turn out that I'll just have to have enough money to basically pay cab fare, or get some kind of how would I say it, ability to turn in some forms to one other program that I'm trying to work with, and then see if I can. It's basically an ongoing process. One of the few benefits that I know is available that haven't really pursued, and it would be for paratransit or taxi vouchers. That which these days is kind of like a debit card affair, and then you use that to get into cabs. It would help me immensely, of course, if I could access that. Turning in another part of the forms for that, I'd have to do it before the 22nd, and then was going to plan on going for a water run that day. My gang brother Beaver won't be able to help me do that on the 18th, which I had intended to take care of a lot of this stuff on. That's probably for the best. At least that then I can spend that time trying to take care of some other things. But definitely, as I said to everyone, one of the things that Brandon Young brought to our attention is that the Gerald Steiner, maybe they've raised the price on it, is about $50 for a case of 15 water bottles. And I prefer to get glass only in bottles when I can help it. Now, if worse comes to worse, when I have to get it in plastic and I have to get straight water, that's still fairly good quality water. And I think that when I first brought up smart water with Brendan Zogit, who's kind of an expert on all things health, when I brought up the smart water with him, which is owned by the Coca-Cola company, he was laughing it off. But apparently, it's fairly. When I told him what it had in it, he felt that it was acceptable, and it's in usually pretty thick plastic. When you're getting anything in plastic, you want to make certain that it's thick plastic. The thicker, the better. It's like picking fruit or something. It's the opposite of picking fruit. You want something as hard as possible, because if it's really soft, then half the plastic's already melted into the water. You can bet on it. And some of these bottles are made that way. They're made to be really soft and squishy. Okay, you never want to be drinking that water. I mean, that's just liquid plastic. So I try to avoid the plastic, period. But if I'm stuck doing that for a few weeks until a water run can be made for bottled water, then that's what I'll have to do. In the interim, raising money towards that, and
Hello?
and oh yeah, we hear you. Everything okay, honey?
Well, you went quiet for a second.
Okay. So Aristides, did I go quiet on your end for a second?
I don't think so. I don't think there was any dropout.
Oh, okay. Okay, might have been on your side, Michelle.
Yeah.
At any rate, I'm sure people get tired of hearing me talk about bottled water, but like I said, it was bemusing, somewhat amusing, but more bemusing that we had some idiot who was in the chat the other day who was just a troll claiming they were from Taiwan and saying, "Oh yeah, I'm from Taiwan. I haven't heard anything relevant yet." You know, at which time I was beginning to articulate the fact that I live off bottled water because I don't have potable water in my home. And you know, just to imagine somebody tuning in, obviously they know all about me because they make a point of being from Taiwan, which means they're probably not from Taiwan. They're certainly just a troll. But you know, it's if they make a point of that, there's no other reason to make a point of that other than they know I'm from Taiwan. But when they come on and say I haven't heard anything relevant yet, and you know, when they've already heard me talking about I've got no potable water, I'm trying to raise money to buy bottled water, they should realize, along with Toto, that they're not in Kansas anymore. This is not a normal program where somebody is being paid and is in a studio and has a staff and is throwing out a presentation based on a schedule. This is basically an individual who needs this transmission to basically subsist. It's just to subsist. I need this
And
transmission.
water is fundamental to life. Our bodies are 75% water.
Yes.
We need water.
Yes. So, yes, and yes, even fucking vampires need water. You could do your research on vampire bats, and yeah, they fucking drink water as well as blood, okay? So, yeah, they need, yeah, it's just universal.
I keep forgetting to give you this link.
Yeah.
There's a show called Diary of a CEO, and it's a very relaxing podcast. He's very, very relaxing. So, anyway, the last interview that I listened to, this guy is into longevity and all that, but he uses his son's blood and plasma to help keep him young.
That's right. I know of that guy. I forget his name, but I know of that guy. Yeah, and so how did you find out about him?
Because I listened to this young man's podcast.
Okay.
And so he was saying how his dad was older, and he gave his blood to his dad, and then his son was there.
Yeah.
And his son was like, "Well, let me try this." So, you know, according to him, he's like, so he's somewhere around my age in his 50s, or, you know, give or take. And according, or no, no, I think he's younger than
Was
that.
that the one where it was like 2 generations? It was like the middle-aged guy was giving his blood to the
Yes.
grandpa, and
Yeah.
then the son was
That
giving it to
marriage,
him.
but-
Just pass it on. It's like pay it forward, or something.
Yeah. How did you learn of this, Aristides?
I think I saw a little bit. Like something, I don't know, just a little post somebody made at random.
Uh-huh. Wow.
Yeah, but I belong to Aubrey Gray is somebody I came across back in 2008 when I had that near-death experience where I woke up when I had been dead for a lot of hours, and I was an organ donor, and I walked a lot. I couldn't donate organs because they were damaged from the mastocytosis and from all the Tylenol and other medicines that I had taken for my allergies. But I walked so much that my tendons and my muscles were good. So they were I didn't know that there was such thing as harvesting tendons and muscles and skin, which they were planning to do. And when they took a circular saw to my foot, I woke up. I thought I was doing all this. It wasn't until, and there was a lot more that happened to that in that several days, but they induced an intubation on me then. It changed. It changed from death to now, and keeping me on coma situation until they could harvest everything to now. You know, reviving me. All kinds of weird happened. I've talked about it before on the show, or some of it. But when I was discharged, they gave me this big long file of things to look up, because they said you're going to need therapy, or at least you're going to have to do your own research to process this, because it's a lot for us. It's going to be a lot for you. Just here are the terms to look up. Come back, talk to us anytime you want to. This is fascinating. I'm like, so I did. And I came across Aubrey Gray and the Life Force Project and life extensions to live longer, the movement that death is a disease, and all that stuff. So then I joined them on Facebook all these different groups, because I was like, well, this is fascinating. And then but at the same time, it was like, they're scary people. Or they're very, very, they were, and then they would ask me, the one leader of the one group, he was like, so, because they would have like forum chats at that time. So, what did you do to overcome death? Like, I don't fucking hell no. I just know I went through nightmares, and then I find out it wasn't the first time I had these nightmares that I thought I was having were actually medical situations that I did not understand or know.
So just so people know who this individual is, that was brought up by both Aristides and Michelle Carmela Saldana. I noticed both of them don't retain the individual's name. His name is rather bland, but because, of course, of my affiliation with Silicon Valley, I actually know this person. So the person that they're talking about is Brian Johnson. So Brian Johnson basically sold what was called a payment processor to eBay. He sold it for 800 million United States dollars back in 2013. Then after that, he spent most of his time and fortune optimizing his health. So he spent, I mean, the guy had 800 million United States dollars. So obviously, it's a lot. And he spent a couple $1,000,000 to make his 45-year-old self function like a man less than half his age. So I do know that when Bloomberg Businessweek was writing about him in January of this year, they were saying that he has the heart of a 37-year-old, the skin of a 28-year-old, and the lung capacity and fitness of an 18-year-old. Now, of course, when you're wealthy, you can do this. You can just spend all day exercising and just measuring your calories. Of course, a lot of other things. Basically, it involves such measures as eating, in his case, exactly 2,250 calories a day. And of course, he ingests dozens of supplements, which is another thing I raise money for, is my supplements, simply because I'm malnourished otherwise, because I don't get access to blood every day. And as well, he tracks nighttime erections, which, just so people understand, as men get older and they stop having basically morning wood or waking up with an erection, is when they begin to experience less and less sexual capacity, all the rest of that. And this is important for men to maintain if they want to maintain a sense of performance. But he has been, at least until recently, swapping plasma with his 17-year-old son. The New York Post wrote an article on this, and basically the way they phrased it was, tech tycoon who spends $2 million per year to retain youth uses teen son as, quote-unquote, blood boy. So understand that he's one of the few people who's really been open and out about this. But he can't be, let's just put it this way, you can't overuse one source. So his 17-year-old son has got to be one among many, or several, let's put it that way, several others that are under the age of 18. That's something that I will not go into simply because of the privacy issue involved here. But I've told everyone before about the Silicon Valley elite and how they operate. So basically, Johnson is simply the most recent poster child for what the rest of the world would view as pursuit of youth at all costs. And of course, he's not the only one. You got any of these moneyed bros, the Silicon Valley CEOs, even average Joes out there that are trying to slow the aging process. They've got longevity clinics now that charge patients $100,000 a year, and they give them cocktails of drugs that can de-age people, or they've got these custom backyard cold plunges that people are building. And there's this non-denominational church that worships the notion of perpetual life. Maybe those are some of the people that Carmi's been encountering online.
I came across that
Yeah.
when I was doing the research that the doctors had told me to do.
Yeah.
And then I came across their website.
Mhm.
And I even contacted them. I was like, this is one of the weird, I mean, because it looks so peaceful.
Mhm.
But I looked at I told my friends, I said, look at this website. And you could take a virtual trip or a virtual tour of their facility and properties. And I said, does this not look like a cemetery, like a high end cemetery on another planet, like it's kind of UFO type of, I'm like, it's too serene. It's too serene. I would not want to go there because I would like, where's the crematory? The crematory. Where are you funneling me into? And one of my friends, she looked at the website. She just went so. She goes, you know what this reminds me of? I said, and we said it at the same time. Solid green. It was like, food is us, food is us. I was like, because it was like, it was just so pristine that it was like, okay, I've been to heaven and I never saw any shadows. Never, so I was like, okay, well, this is heaven. This is meant to be like that. But this place was like that. And this place was on earth. So it was like, no, that's not proper. That's not appropriate for here. where and that just could be just how the website was and how they, the way they filmed at the time of day, but the aesthetic was just too alarming for me.
I like it. No, I get it. I totally get it. So it's kind of like I think you've said it all. By the way, yeah.
Oh, remember that? What was it? Heaven's Gate.
Yeah.
It's like that kind of feeling where everybody was wearing these kind of uniforms.
Oh, there were pictures. There were actually pictures of the people who were participating then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to remember. So remember that. What is that? There was a movie. I think it's called The Keeper or The Giver or something like that. But it's one of the dystopian movies. But anyway, everybody's dressed in these uniforms that are all the same.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's classic dystopian motif.
Yeah. Very relaxing type of uniform, but
okay.
But it was all like monochrome gray and cream color.
Okay, she dropped off there for a second. You there, honey? Okay, Aristides, we hear you, right?
I'm here.
Okay,
yeah.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, got too peaceful for her.
gosh.
Oh, she's back. Yeah. So honey, you dropped off there for a second. You were talking about the monochrome gray and cream tone.
And even the setting of the movie where the movie was set made me think that they were filming at that location.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So.
No, that's yeah. Aristides, you were going to say something.
No, not particularly.
Okay.
No. Although I was going to bring up before we get too far. Last time, as far as Michelle Hermel's PayPal, we were looking for in case anyone wanted to donate, and she was looking for the link, and I think it came out near the end of the program, but I don't know if we wanted to repeat that for anyone who wanted to donate.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's are you okay with that? We say it's
yeah.
No, it's M Saldana 798, right? Correct.
Yes, I believe so.
On PayPal. So I could put something in the chat here for that.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Great.
Yeah.
I appreciate that greatly.
Great. Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Aristides. And as well, both Michelle and I are trying to support each other in that sense. We're kind of like a needy couple of siblings or something. And in that case, of course, just everyone remember my PayPal is on the screen. It's on the image that you see in thumbnail of live stream. And do understand that I work for my escorts. I tutor the blood boys at the estate. I do provide a security advisement. I do a number of other things to earn my benefits. I am not paid in money. So the money I have to raise on my own, and I was lucky enough to exchange to establish a barter system, exchanging my skills and talents, my knowledge of history. I'm a history tutor for the Blood Boys. They have other separate tutors for math, science, and the other subjects, which I don't bother with. But I am the history tutor, and I take my job seriously. So when it comes to the history, they're getting a better course in history than anyone on earth. I would dare say. Yes. Now that's ego, but it also happens to be true. And
Yeah, I was,
thank you.
it's factual also.
Yeah, thank you, honey. And aside from all of that, then I come home to this, and believe me, it's a downer like you wouldn't believe. So I do need to raise money just for drinking water. I do need to, and that's the primary thing that's going to kill me this week is the drinking water. This month, I mean. And then,
Yeah, 'cause you can't live without water.
what's that, honey?
You can live without food for a short time, but
Yeah.
you can't live without water.
That's true. That's true. It's quite true. Or rather, you can live without water for a much shorter period of time than you can without food. Maybe about a day or two. People could go 3-4 days.
Even
Yeah.
even that though,
Yeah.
you're suffering. Your
Yeah.
body's suffering.
Oh, your body begins to degenerate very quickly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So-
yeah. And
Can I share my good news? Can I share my good news?
Sure. Just so people know, however, I have been dehydrated in the past, and yeah, it is no fun. You don't want to be there. Again, because of my vampiroid background, I was admitted to Letterman Army Medical Center at one point when I was young, before the age of 18. Before legal age, and I was dehydrated enough where they assumed myself to be alcoholic, which at that point in my life I had never touched alcohol. So it can get pretty bad with someone like myself, and it's in some ways the vampirism makes me much less vulnerable than a human being. The nanoplasma as well. In other ways, I'm just as vulnerable, if not more so, in some ways. So with that, we'll go to the good news of Michelle Carmela Saldana, and then we can get back to some physiological lessons on vampirism, maybe, and then segue into maybe a monologue until, our man George Knight shows up. I'll probably still wait about half an hour to an hour on the monologue, just because I might take a short break and leave Aristides and Michelle to talk while I just rearrange some things around the Hoarder's Crypt one last time so that everything doesn't collapse on me in the dark. I swear to God, everything, the entropy, the spirit of entropy around this house is it's just phenomenal. The little light bulb went out in my icebox, and that's just you have no idea what it's like rooting around in the dark. At any rate, have to get a replacement for that too, while I'm out shopping around for other things. And with that, we go to Michelle Carmela Saldana's good news. Okay.
But the little things mean a lot.
Yeah.
Flashlights, batteries, you need those too.
Yeah. Nothing like using your
So-
cell phone flashlight to locate items in your icebox. Yeah, it's fucking sucks. So go on, darling.
So my good news
Yeah.
is, as of yesterday, I found out yesterday that my trial has been postponed.
Wonderful.
Yes. So this gives me at least 75 more days to prepare and have some breathing room where I can set up my businesses, try to be more self-sufficient and not need Social Security. But what I need, maybe not the income part of Social Security, but I still need the insurance. When I was consulting with, when I was an advisor and a consultant for the production companies, I would get paid anywhere from, depending on how much research or consulting or advising I did, I would get paid between $45,000 a movie to $150,000 a movie. But the money didn't go to me. The money went to the orphanages around the world and the other, and shaman and other NGOs, organizations, and individuals that were associates or affiliates of Once Upon a Eden. It did not go to me because I wanted to keep my insurance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I explained to the production companies and directors and all that one hospital stay or just a few hours in the ER was $45,000 or $54,000. So sometimes at that time, sometimes I was going to the ER 2 or 3 times a day or several times a week. Or if there was a long hospital stay, maybe a week or 2 weeks, that's the $155,000 gone right there. And so to bring the point home to the one person I was talking to, director/producer, I read to him all my medical bills from just that week, from my stays, of just the week in and out of the hospital, just that week. And he goes, "My God, that's my mortgage." And he was like, I hate to tell you this, but my mortgage is like $450 a month. And I said, $450? What? He goes, "Yeah, $450,000. You just, that's like, I said, "Well, I have like close to 380 right here." He goes, "Wow." I said, "Yes, I could own a mansion." He goes, I said, I could own a mansion with my hospital bills per month. And so I need my insurance. Well, now I definitely need the insurance because plus doing fundraising so I could go back and forth to UC Irving. Because now we're at the stage. Last year, I could handle it because it was all it was all blood work and screening and just talking with the doctor to see if they were going to even have me as a patient and truly take on my case. Now it's to do the testing. Every time they do the test, I have to stay. It requires me to stay in Anaheim/Irving, anywhere from 2 to 3 days. So that's a hotel stay. So the hotel, the food, the transportation, that's almost $1,000, give or take. And that's what I need every time. I actually, between January and now, I was supposed to be in Irving twice already since January's appointment, but I have yet to go because I've yet to be able to raise the money to go. I mean, one generous listener, like I said, gave me $25, but I've yet to be able to raise the money to go, and then at least try either the money to go or and I want to do the production multimedia company. And I can't even raise the funds for that. I'm like, oh Lord, I can't even raise funds for a photocopier, but yet I want to have a multimedia company. I can't even raise money for my medical expenses, but yet I want to produce horror movies with from survivors' point of view.
Yeah. No, I mean, no. What's interesting is I do want people to understand a little bit of a phenomenon here. Everybody might be aware. I mean, if they're regular listeners or familiar with my history, I've spoken often enough in the past about the fact that I was illustrating pornography before I was of legal age to purchase it. And I've also mentioned in the past, I actually, under a pseudonym, of course, actually wrote pornography that I shared some with Brendan Zogit in the past. He's never really shared it with anyone else to my knowledge, which is fine by me, but I wouldn't care if he did. It's one of these things that most people would find it unreadable or untenable, and probably wouldn't get the moral point of my pornography, but it was written from the perspective of the victim. It was very different from Michael Aquino's pornography, which I actually brought onto the program, so to speak. I put a text from a specific chapter in which Michael Aquino had entered himself into the novel. And he was writing under a pseudonym, of course. He wrote, for people who don't know, gay, what would be called gay sado porn. Which is sadistic pornography, usually portraying the victimization, the human trafficking of young boys. And he actually inserted himself without naming himself. The character that is himself is never named, but basically as a trafficker. He entered himself into one of these stories that just gave a preeminent example because he is forcing the person selling him the child to sign a contract. And so I actually entered this into the text box the other day when both Nemo Albano and Brooke Gibson were here, the latest episode in which she appeared. And she, of course, didn't want to horrify the public by reading it aloud, but she was quite funny about alluding to it, adding myself into one of the characters, not as the Aquino character, but as one of the victimized boys complaining about the blanket not being warm enough. That was funny. Okay, that actually was quite funny. But then after that, dropped out of comedy and became acerbic again. But such being said, she is welcome, of course, to call. If she does call, and so long as I'm here, I'll bring her on. But it's one of these things where I'm always kind of leery of just reaching out. And I do hope everything is as well as possible with her.
Who was that?
Brooke Gibson.
Okay, I thought you said it was Brooke. Wait a minute, Brooke was leery about reading something?
Yeah, I know. She's been, when she first came on in the old days, if we can call it the old days, it's been less than a year. When she started coming on in September of yesteryear, she was just, some would say, just intolerably blatant and very open and upfront about using language alluding to sexual activity that was just there were no boundaries. It was hard even for me to take, but we've seemed to have gotten past that stage.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was, yeah. I wouldn't say hard for me to take in the sense that I was morally or revolted. It was just like, there's just certain things you're just not used to hearing people say in a certain format, and public venue is one of those. Yeah.
I'm so glad that I'm sitting down or laying down for this, because you got embarrassed, Sean. Yeah, I do know that there are, but yeah, everybody does. Only to say that some of your stuff is like very wild, very hedonistic and very wildly. But yeah, I do know that you do have, because of our private conversations in the past, I do know that you have this there are some things that you are just like what's interesting was so I had written pornography for
please hold that thought. Hold that thought. I want you to go there. Of course I want you to go there, but just so people understand the point I was trying to make. The point that I was trying to make was, no worries, honey, no worries. I want, it's always good to have these other thoughts brought up. I mean, it's one of the reasons I introduced the topic in the first place. I do want people to understand the point I was making with pornography. It was usually heterosexual pornography, sadistic pornography, in the sense that it conveyed bondage, trafficking, enslavement, etc. But what I was trying to do was portray the experience of the victim, and definitely I did my best to get that across. And if people find that somehow not served by the point, there's no other way to actually get the experience of the victim across except to be as blatant as possible, as basically blatant with the experience as possible, graphic as my illustrations were. That being said, that was the point to what I was doing. Whereas Michael Aquino was writing with this almost self-gratifying smugness that he was able to brag about what he was doing, but in a format and through a conveyance that would never incriminate himself. There's a difference between a world of difference between what he had wrote and what I had wrote. Though in the end, I'm certain for many people, probably would be very hard for them to ascertain any difference, simply because they haven't experienced what Michelle, Carmela, Saldana, or myself have. So, but that being said, turn it back to Michelle. So, yes, by all means, tell us about this pornography you wrote. Yes.
And so there was a writer in Ireland that so anyway, he wrote for this publication, and then we ended up through a mutual contact meeting, and we ended up collaborating together on stories.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "These stories are too embarrassing." I said, "Why?" I said, but the thing, what made it embarrassing for him
Mm-hmm.
was that I was writing about, I was writing from a point of view of somebody. I was writing my point of view was somebody who had been horrendously tortured through the avenues of sexual, this, that, and the other, but now had always been able to find ways to stay empowered. And then when I did my own study, when I teach the Bible, I teach quite a bit about self-identity and identity and relationship within oneself and with God, and that includes sexuality. So then, because out of that comes all your other relationships, and relationship resources come through relationships, and all of that requires good life decisions, or bad life decisions, which determine your life story and your destiny. But all of that requires having a good relationship. So I would go, like within yourself and with God. So I would write you go into fine detail about all this. And he's like, "You can't talk about that. You can't talk about that." I'm like, "Well, why can't I? God invented existing, breathing, eating, sleeping, and the most fun of it all, sex." I said, and one of the things that I had said was, through the act of sex, especially with your life partner or your spouse, you experience what God experienced at the time of creation. And it's probably the closest that you could get next to being childlike. It's you're united within yourself, mind, body, and soul, and another person like never, ever in any other situation other than maybe artwork or.
Okay, then she glitched out. So, at any rate, she should be back on in a matter of moments if it follows pattern. Aristides what was that?
An orgasm.
Oh, yes,
It's
yes. You
sex.
glitched out there for a few moments. So get back to where you were on that. Oh.
Uh, when I would write from the point of view that an orgasm is as close as you can get to the experience God and what it's like to be God in fullness, it would freak him out. It would freak all kinds of people out. I remember the first time my mom ever heard me speak from the pulpit or ever teach the Bible was when I was talking about sex from the pulpit. And I was mortified because I had already been talking for like decades, but this was going to be her first sermon that she ever heard of me, heard me say. But it's the one that I always close with when I'm talking about child abuse or trafficking or family situation and whatever, because one of the key points is it's important to know yourself and have a good relationship with yourself, with God, and the spouse you pick is everything. It helps determine your life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You got to be happy too. You know, it's the adage, happy wife is happy life. Well, yeah, there's a lot to that, but you also have to be happy too. You know, or happy husband, you know, for the woman. You both have to be. You both have to be. But according to you have to know yourself too for that. And there's a lot of that in the Bible. I mean, the Bible is like, there's parts of the Bible that men cannot read until they're a certain age. There's parts of the Bible in some cultures, and there's parts of the Bible that you're not supposed to. In some cultures, some won't let you read until you get married.
Mm-hmm. Or that's go on.
And it's been like there's some cultures, and I'm not just talking about now. I'm talking about like long time past, even, or you had to prove yourself as a woman and as a man worthy to read those scriptures before the community or your spiritual leader allowed you, because the potency, you know, this is where we started getting into the left-hand path and the abuse of it, because those who abuse other people, they understand the power. That's why they say, you know, that type of abuse is all about power, because it is. Well, okay, if it's all about power, take it over to the other side. We're gonna and use it for actually how God intended it. You know, instead of using it for destruction, now use it for the life force that it was originally created to be, and have fun, have loads and loads of fun.
Yeah, good attitude, of course.
You know, and it freaked him out. He was like, how could, like, please. But what was really interesting was the letters that the publication would get were that men didn't want to watch the movies or read the articles or publications because they actually wanted to go and live life. So that's the other point of view that I have, is that, there's people who get exploited. I help them out of the exploitation. On the other hand, there are people who do choose this way of life, and they choose it because they're like, okay, well, I do it anyway, might as well get paid. Then there's other people who see it. There's other people who actually see it as a service to humanity.
Yeah.
And there's science behind this that men go into depression and men get violent if certain situations are not met. So
Yes. Yeah. And I
uh,
mean, so such being said, I'd like Aristides to participate. Certainly, Aristides, you can tell us about the pornography you published as well.
No, I haven't published it yet, but when you were talking about what you put in the text box was that a couple times ago.
Yeah.
That night was that the what Aquino had written or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one about the young
Yeah, yeah.
boys, then the guy comes to purchase
No,
from
I
the
just want
father.
to tell you, yeah, I had because at a certain point in the night, I kind of expire and I just drift off, and that was literally like the first thing when I picked up the phone and I woke up, my brain barely working, and I started scrolling through that. That was the first thing I saw. Luckily, I still kind of understood the context of what was going on. Yeah. And luckily, I've heard you, talk about this before, so I wasn't too shocked. But
That's
for my own, still working on it.
yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's
But
yeah.
no, I think though there is a good point to what she was just saying a little bit ago, and I guess what was it like?
well,
It's
then,
sex with a partner, and like ideally, your husband, your wife, happy wife, happy life, and like I think people discount. No, but I think people discount. It's too easy to discount all that until it's too late, and then you look back and you're like, what? Oh God, what was I doing? And I think we often wish we had invested ourselves differently, but
and frankly, there's just so many people that all the taboos and everything, but there's people when they get abused, and this very fundamental aspect of being is used as a weapon,
yeah,
where their
absolutely.
own self is weaponized against themselves. It's important, that's who. Look, everything I do is for that group. Is for that child who's going to rise up and be me, and for my peers who are currently me. I write for them. There was a woman years ago. So years ago, this woman, she messaged me and she goes, "There's this man that keeps following me around the grocery store every time I'm in this grocery store, and he just smiles at me." And I said, "Well, is he a customer or what is he?" She goes, "He works there." I said, "You smile back." And she's like, "I can't possibly." I said, "Why not? Does he say anything to you? Does he, well, he came over the other day. I couldn't reach something, so he reached it, and for me, I got this weird feeling, and I just had to run away." And I said, "Okay, was it a scared alarm feeling, or, when you're not, you at least don't have anybody to let you, there's so many people out there that don't know how to analyze their basic feelings, or like I said, they've been weaponized against themselves. And then all of humanity also has been weaponized against them. So this is very fundamental. To make the long story short, they got married a year later because he was trying to get to know her. She just didn't know or understand. She didn't know. Everybody else in this forum was like, "Oh my God, he needs to back off, and and I'm like, let's analyze this. Let's take it one step at a time, one moment at a time. And then, it was like, I think he does. I think I like him. And how she knew was he had a day off. She showed up. where was he? You know, and
At
it
the
was,
store? Does that make him a
yeah,
stalker?
where, and she was realizing he wasn't, you know, he wasn't stalking. He was actually being helpful because she was short. He was tall. She was trying to reach stuff on up her shelves, and he'd go around and help her. He was helping her shop, but she took it as
But if he shows up on a day off, that's taking the effort a little far, isn't it?
No, he wasn't there.
Oh.
She showed up on a day off.
Oh, okay.
On his day off, and he wasn't there. And then she was like, well,
Oh.
where is he?
Oh, I
miss
got
him.
it. Oh, I got
I
it.
miss him. And then, you know, anyway, they ended up getting married a year later, and
Okay.
they invited
So
me
you
to
were
the
kind of
wedding.
like the Cupid here. Yes. Oh my God,
Yeah.
how adorable.
She had no idea. Well, thank you for that. And then, on the other hand, there was a guy in South Africa that I ended up chewing out his dad because his dad was so hard on him for being a gentleman or any kind of sensitivity that, like, any respect that he paid to a woman, the dad or anybody, you know, even a waiter or somebody at a restaurant, his dad took it as a sign of weakness. And how I met this young man was through my work with one of the anti-poaching groups. So I was educating this group about organized crime and exploitation and stuff. And so he private messaged me and said, I frequent these ladies, and so I'm contributing to this. And I said, well, okay, let's explore this. And he was afraid. His dad had him terrified of women. His dad had him terrified that he couldn't, that he was maybe so less of a man that he couldn't even say hello to a woman. So he knew it was a lot easier if he paid somebody than to say hello. And men take a great risk. I mean, men and women take a great risk to get to know each other. So, you know, I got it. So he's the other side of that same coin, you know. But I said, okay, practice going on a picnic. You know, I said, use these young ladies to practice talking to girls. So after a year and a half, well, he ended up dating. And his dad contacted me, during one of our counseling sessions. His dad broke in there, and he said, "You're the one who's making my son soft."
Oh yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, I chewed that
Yeah, he found out who was soft, all right. Yeah.
I said, oh, you want to tell? I said, you're so good at beating up fisticuffs with your son and tongue lashing. Okay, I'll give you a tongue lashing. I said, and if you were here, I would stuff your tongue so far out your ass, you would have tail, you devil. I said, you're scaring your son and isolating him from relationships and being human. I said, he's a good man. I said, you're scared of yourself. You're scared of the goodness that's in your son, that goodness that's yourself. You're scared of his strength. I said, okay, well, deal with me here. His dad was like, I said, okay, go back to
I
business.
bet. With the image of his own tongue hanging out of his asshole, yeah, I'm sure that, yeah.
But when I do my spiritual warfare and I pray, that's usually a term that I say only for the devil. But when there's assholes like that in the world that I end up meeting, I'll tell them to their face that very thing. and they take it like, So I didn't take it, but I need it. I need it, and I can't throw a karate kick like I used to, but there was a time where I could, and there was many broken noses with a punch or a kick, and I never felt bad about it. Never felt bad about it. I mean, if you want to act like the devil, well, I'll help you look like the devil that you are. What was it, like several months ago? Somebody was acting so stupid, and I said,
Yo, which one? I mean, there's so many.
I said, I'll cha-cha, I'll rumba cha-cha, and belly dance your ass out of this house if you don't behave. He looked at me and went, what? I said, those are the dances I do in my prayer time when nobody is around. And he goes, I said, look, you're supposed to be gay transsexual. You're not even supposed to try, because he was trying to imagine, me, where that even fit in, or me doing. And he's like, what? I mean, it was along the same lines of me telling somebody in the name of Jesus, shut the fuck up. So, but in the Old Testament, it shows that sex was part of the reason why God didn't want people prostitutes in these different gods' temples, was because he invented it, and it was sacred for we human beings. And it wasn't supposed to be a weapon or exploitation. It was supposed to be a celebration of life and a way to understand him and to be as close to him as possible, to experience him and what it was like about him. And it actually, intercourse and communion come from the same root word. Did you know that? And so does conversation. Did you know that?
Well, I mean, it stands to reason. Yes, it sounds like the etymology.
You did. I wouldn't be surprised if you knew that, Douglas. But,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, can't know everything. Yeah. As Real Tech Geek said when I had to explain to him the meaning of the term cisgender, which had angered him so, you learn something new every day, yes. So,
okay, we're not even going to get into that topic, because I'm like...
by the way, for those who don't know the story, it was...
I got to tell you what.
Yeah.
All of this stuff going on about gender and all that is comical to me, except for the quote-unquote affirmation of the kids, because these drugs are doing a number on the body. But even so, it's still for the families to work out. It hurts my heart, but at the same time, that's still for the families to work out. And what? I'm just thankful that my kids are not that age right now. Because,
but how old are they?
I don't have to deal with all of this stuff at this time. It was already just amazing. It's already challenging.
What age are your kids?
Oh Lord, one's gonna be 32, and the other one's gonna be 29.
So they're not of age to be dealing with what challenges yet?
No, what I'm saying is I'm already way past all that.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
I don't have to deal with the school and the kids and all
Thank God.
But way past all that. There was days in their teen years where they were like, "You're never gonna have grandkids because I'm gay, and I don't want to have kids." And I'm like, "That's fine."
They said that?
There was other times where it was like, but yet I would look on their Facebook and it would say straight, and I'm like, okay, whatever. And I would tell them,
where does this... I mean, I never knew this. I mean, that's kind of surprising to me that they were, like, going through a kind of questioning period like that.
And the one was very sexually active in his teen years.
By that you mean apparently with both genders, apparently, I guess.
No, he was in a very committed relationship with a girl.
Oh, okay.
She hurt him so badly, he was like, I'm gay. And you're never
Oh.
having kids.
Wow.
Never having kids. And I'm like, she hurt him deeply. She hurt him very deeply. She didn't just hurt him deeply. She hurt both of my sons because the youngest son was like, she was just for him.
Oh, she glitched. Okay, she should be back on a second if this holds true to
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until then, I mean, that's
Guys.
There we are. Go on. Yeah. So you glitched
Again,
Yeah.
for the third time. She was the best sister-in-law ever to my youngest son. So when she screwed over my oldest son so badly, it hurt both of them to the point where they were like, okay, between the situation with you and dad and her, we're going to stay single, and we're probably just going to stay with our gender or celibate. And I'm like, whatever you guys want to do, you got all of life to figure yourselves out. Just just be open to love, But my oldest, he would if he had friends that could, like, any of his guy friends could not afford, if they found a girl and they liked and they couldn't afford to take the girl out, he's like, here, dude, here's money, here's some money, go to the movies, out to dinner here. So he was financing his friends to have romance while he was still mourning the loss of his girlfriend, and being being exploited by her. What happened was he was a model for H&M, Abercrombie and Fitch.
Yeah.
And
Abercrombie Fish. Yes, go on.
Yeah, he was so in love with this girl from the time he was 14, and now he was like 17, 18, and modeling, and he paid for her to go to college with his modeling money. And then she up and left she was almost about to graduate when she changed her major. And he continued to pay for her college. And he even set money aside for their wedding. He was going to pay for the wedding even. Then she graduated, and he thought that the money that he was giving to her for the wedding, he thought she was planning their wedding and he was financing their wedding. Turns out that she was taking the money from him. And once she graduated college, she ran off with his best friend.
Wow.
So for about 4 years, she was stealing money from my son.
Ooh. Ooh.
And also, he was madly in love with her. They already had 4 years of life together, and he expected his whole life to be with her. And he got used and abused by her.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, while he was modeling for Abercrombie and Fitch, he was seeing a side of modeling and seeing that it was another type of sexual exploitation and international, that he called it out. He did he did a media press conference calling out Abercrombie and Fitch and demanding that actual investigation happen. But so he saw a lot. He suffered some, and plus my background, and then our political affiliations, because his dad being from a political family in Mexico, he knew a lot about a lot of stuff. He found this in his, he thought he found a good, wholesome girl that was totally outside of that kind of world, and he could just settle down. I mean, she was a cute nerd. She was adorable, but we didn't expect her to be a shyster and a swindler and pull a romance con artist trick on him.
Right.
So, but she did so to the point where it hurt the heart of both of my sons. It hurt my heart too, frankly, but it hurt them a lot deeper. And I think that's another thing that a lot of people, a lot of men will, a lot of women won't acknowledge, is that men are sensitive. And here's what, and men love romance and love. Yes, they do. And here's a case in point. Men could be fighting with each other, but somebody will say, "Hey, dude, back up, back off of him," or something. His significant other just took up and left. Was like, "Oh, hey, dude, man, that's rough." It's not like, well, you don't have to take it out on me. Like a woman would do that. My husband left me, and well, that's no reason for you to take your emotions out on me. No, it would be like, "Hey, man, let me buy you a drink."
Yeah.
She would just be. I know this because I experienced this. It would be like, "Oh man, oh sweetie, I'm so." In some cases, it would be, "Oh sweetie, I'm sorry. That's so rough." But every man I've ever talked to, or any situation that I've ever witnessed where men are fighting, and one is because he needs to lash out because he's hurting so much, it would, as soon as he expressed his loss to the other men, it's like, "Oh man," and then all of a sudden it's a commiserating session, and so, and let's also acknowledge the fact that chefs in the world, musicians, artists, that all these famous fashion designers or men work so hard to provide. That's why I celebrate men.
Yeah.
But if you're an asshole, I'll turn you out another one, or I'll turn you inside out back again.
Yes.
But yeah.
So, darling, do me a favor. You're on a roll. Why don't you and Aristides talk a while? I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to do some lines, and I'll be back after I've kind of gotten my head screwed back on straight. But
I just wanted to say that I only had one more sentence to say.
Sure.
Was, if you're an asshole, I'll chew out another one and in it out again. But if you are a gentleman, or and have really proved you're just a basic good guy, human being, I'll celebrate you, and cheer you on to your goals.
Excellent. Thank you.
I think it's important.
And that's what you do with me, honey. And believe me, I think that's great. So Aristides, do me a favor and participate with Carmi while I take that break, and I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes, and both of you are doing well. And yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go mute for now.
Okay. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, because it almost,
Yeah, it
it,
blipped out for a
it,
minute, for
yeah,
a
it
second.
did.
Yeah. Hmm.
I'm like,
Okay.
went very silent. So, who all is here?
I think it's just us right now. I do. I appreciate what you were just saying though about, if a band is actually good and decent and all of that stuff, that you do give them that recognition. And I think that's, at the end of the day, that's what is it they're saying is what do they say? Women want to be loved, but men want to be respected. You know, I
Yeah,
guess
I think
maybe
it's
first.
actually, isn't it actually both though?
Yeah, but I guess first,
Want to
even
be loved and
even
respected, both of us, all of us. But I think one has a higher priority over the other. For maybe respect has more priority for a
for
man.
men, at least at first. Yeah, I mean, I think they're just slower to open up about emotions and kind of keep them buried. I mean, I think that's pretty accepted, but um,
Yeah.
sorry.
Well,
But yeah, and also what you said about, I think you were right on about how like it's basically, the sanctity of sex and proper relationships has been subverted, and really it's all been very weaponized, and we can probably go on and talk a while about you know who's done that and why, and but it, I think that's very true. It's attacking someone that way, it's probably worse than beating them up. It just strikes at something so you know sacred in the individual.
yeah. Think in like in the life force area,
Yeah, actually.
your very existence.
Mhm, mhm,
Do I would say like in your very existence.
true. Yeah,
So
and it is very I guess someone made it out to be oh it should be private and shameful and stuff, but I mean a lot of, I think, in magical circles look at it, sex and orgasm something as a magical act, or as a tool to bring about a magical act. I mean, isn't that true?
yeah, so I've experienced all that on the negative, and
Right.
then when uh as the Christian term quote unquote redeemed, I'm
Hmm.
like, I'm not gonna be I wasn't held back on the other way. Or well, I was, but I was used in all kinds of ways. So I was
Hmm.
like, uh, well, why should I be stifled when
Yeah,
it's in the good way? So
true.
yeah,
And when did all that like start for you? At what age? I guess is probably as long as you can remember, right? I'm
which
guessing. These types of abuses, and um, I guess
um
you're probably very young.
as an infant,
Wow.
um yeah. So but with my second husband, we would I know how to sew.
Hmm.
So and he come home one day and I'd have everything done up like if we were in in we're both from a movie and theater background. So um maybe if I felt like having instead of just like hamburgers, hot dogs, roast beef or something like that, maybe I wanted Chinese food. Well, for me it wasn't enough that I made Chinese food. Why I I know how to dress the part.
Hmm.
And so I would and I worked at a Chinese restaurant, and I had worked for a triad, and I had being born in Taiwan, I studied a lot of ancient cultures and Asian cultures and stuff. So I just picked one like China or something,
Mhm.
and so I I in secret I would make the costume, and then one day he comes home from work and I have Chinese lanterns all over the place and this, that, and the other,
Wow.
and I would, you know, pretend. Last year, I found out that the man I was dating had never built a tent in his life. You know,
Mhm.
like, uh, when you were a kid, did you ever take blankets or chairs or something like that and build those fort tents like inside
Sure.
a?
Sure. Yeah.
He never did that. He wasn't allowed.
Wasn't allowed.
So yeah, he wasn't allowed. So he came from a very wealthy, prim, proper family. So he
Mhm.
always had to be a little adult.
Wow.
And so you know what I did last year? We went to the park because I couldn't do it here at the house because I live with housemates. So
Right.
we went to the park. I got blankets. I got some sheets. Um, I got a blanket for the ground, and I got some sheets, and I got clothesline and clothespins. And we built a little tent in the park. I had a picnic of fruit and a bunch of stuff. And he fell asleep for about 4 hours.
Wow.
We talked. We talked for a while, but he fell asleep for 4 hours. And you know what's significant about him falling asleep for 4 hours?
So
Because,
he never did.
yeah, he felt safe.
Mhm.
He felt safe with me that he could do that, and there were people around, but he felt safe. You know, that was very important to me because um, he's somebody that he has stood up for children's rights, and um, he's called out corruption within the world that he was born into and the family that he was born into. That he gets stalked and harassed and all that stuff. Plus, he also was in the entertainment industry with filming and stuff. So,
Right.
uh, he's also involved in Hollywood and stuff. So he has fans. So he doesn't ever, you know, it's very rare that he gets to be out in public, but also relax. So we found a very tiny pocket park and he relaxed.
Wow.
We
Yeah.
I had bubbles. I had bubbles to blow bubbles, and there was uh it was very simple.
Right.
It was very simple. It was very
And
childlike.
someone might think, oh, feel like that's silly at first, but like once they go through it, and it could probably be very, very healing. Just kind of like there was just so much wound up and repressed, and they didn't want to let that out, but it could
Yeah,
be very beneficial.
neither he or I really had much of a childhood, and so
Right.
that's
Yeah,
what
especially in
we
situations
did,
like that.
So that's what we
Mhm.
did. We were just children for a day. And then we were even blowing bubbles, and we had all kinds of conversation about all kinds of things, and then and he fell asleep for 4 hours. But we saw a lady that she was there with her grandkids, and she had a kickball uh, and hula hoops and stuff. And I said,
Mhm.
uh, "Why don't you give the bubbles to her for the kids?" I said, "Give it to her, not the kids, because if you give it to the kids, somebody's gonna misconstrue your actions and motives. And he
Right.
goes, thank you for watching out for me. Thank you. Because he goes,
Mhm.
I would not have thought of that, but thank you for that. And so he gave that to her. And so she was blowing bubbles and the kids were running around chasing the bubbles.
Mhm.
Then the kids went back to the ball and the hula hoop and whatever else that they were playing, skip rope that they were playing with. And I
Oh, I think she dropped out for a second, but hopefully in a few seconds she will be back. Certainly some very
did you hear
compelling
me?
story.
Can you
Yep,
hear me
yep.
now?
Yeah. It just
Okay,
seems
what's
like
the last?
every I don't know, 15 minutes or so you kind of just drop out for a few seconds. But
What was the last thing that you heard?
um
The
I was
kid,
talking about
the
being
kids
at
playing
the
with
park and
the
giving
kids?
the bubbles to
Okay,
the mom or the grandmom. Or,
yeah. Okay, so
Mhm.
then the kids went back playing with. The kids were chasing the bubbles that she was blowing.
Mhm.
Then the kids went back playing with their hula hoop ball, kickball, and skip rope.
Mhm.
But I said, I pointed out to him. I said, "Look, there's bubbles in the air, but the kids are playing with the toys."
Mhm.
She was standing on a rock. She was standing on the rock, and she was waving the wand to the air, and the wind was blowing the bubbles while she was waving the wand back and forth. And he looked at me and he goes, "You're magic.
Mhm.
You created magic. Look, we relived our childhood. She bonded and created memories with her
Yeah.
her grandkids, and now she's a little girl. That's magic." And I, I was just like, I had no words. You guys know how verbose I am, so
Mhm.
I had no words. And then we watched her for a while, and then there was a girl that was there that we all left her alone. We could tell that she was hurting, um, but we all left her alone. To You could tell that she was hurting and grieving about something. And when the grandma was done using the bubbles, she went over to that young girl who was in her 20s and gave her the bottle of bubbles. And the the girl, she just lit up and she started blowing the bubbles. And he and I both started crying because you could feel her hurt.
Yeah.
And then when she started blowing the bubbles, and it was like
Seemed
it
like
released something.
everybody needed it.
It seemed
Everybody.
like something even deeper inside of us was because we saw how she was relaxing and the
Yeah.
transformation that was
Yeah.
taking place for her
Mhm.
reached inside even deeper with him and I. And we just sat there and held each other.
Mhm.
And then he fell asleep. And then he left. That was
Mhm.
the day. And we just picked at the food. I had a bunch of fruit and stuff, but he was uh in the middle of a roll uh where he was stranded in the desert. So he was on a restricted diet, and it was like I only had fruits and vegetables. He was like, "Well, I can eat this one and this and this," and but I was like, um, he's like, "You can't eat that. Like, you can't eat grapes." He goes, "No, not right now. Not until I'm done with the roll."
Mhm.
But it was amazing. It was an amazing day,
Mhm.
I thought.
I think sometimes it's just you have to just go and have the experience and not so much think, but just feel and let go and have the experience and to kind of you know
Yeah.
to access those repressed parts of yourself. I guess that's what how you could
Yeah.
put it. Mhm.
Yeah,
Wow,
very much
it's
so.
amazing. Yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah.
yeah, and I guess wow, I have to say also like people that I mean, it just people that have suffered, whatever sexual abuse, trauma, all kinds. I have to give a lot of credit to the people, especially the women out there who have suffered these abuses and gone on to find the ability to like still have like a healthy, loving relationship and even positive sexual experiences after those things. I just can't give enough credit to people who have accomplished that. It's got to be hard.
Yeah, I think it is a challenge.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
when the Pizzagate thing happened, like when it
Mm-hmm.
first
Oh, yeah.
started, like,
You mentioned it a few times. I mean, what's your whole
yeah,
like take on that?
we're not even gonna go into that today. But like it was like the Podesta files was revealed. I was so, you know what I did? I went out, got a whole bunch of pizza
Mm-hmm.
for I was living in a different household at the time, but I was like, we're having a pizza party, everybody,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm not gonna let pizza be traumatized in a way,
Right.
and I love that food. I'm not gonna look at pizza and think and start crying every time I see it.
Yeah.
You know what? I was so proud of my son. He w- he uh he got this pizza costume, this giant pizza,
Mm-hmm.
and he put it on, and then he had somebody take a picture, and then he wrote in the caption, "I'll be your piece of pizza." And I was like, "Good for you," because and people were like, "How insensitive." And he goes, "Oh, my mother suffered all that, but you know, uh, um, and my son coined the phrase. It's the same one who coined the phrase generational fallout." And when I taught seminars in schools and stuff, uh, I was surprised. My kids one day said, "Can we talk about what we go through?" I said, "Okay, sure." So
Mm-hmm.
they started sharing different things at these schools and seminars. So I was really proud of them for that. But yeah, my son was like, um, "No, my mom taught us that we control the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
These people aren't going to control the narrative. They're not going to control the story or the perceptions. We are."
Yeah. That's a huge
And
part of it. I think narrative control is like
yes,
is everything.
is everything. That's
Mm-hmm.
why I get
Mm-hmm.
so
Mm-hmm.
like adamant about stuff like that. So, and that's why I want uh and I'm determined about this production house and these movies and stuff.
Yeah.
So, and there already are quite a few people doing that. And honestly, the before COVID, the production houses and the directors that were had me out as a consultant and advisor,
Mm-hmm.
um, they could confided in me their stories, and which amazed me. So um, they didn't need a Me Too movement. They were already doing it. They were already making a difference,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And then they pulled me into it all. So and that's what's been going on over the eons, is that people are helping people. It's, it's not these huge movements. It's
Mm-hmm.
not these government entities.
Mm-hmm.
It's people helping people. The people within all of. There's a scripture that says, "Though I make my bed in the pit of hell, you, O Lord, are there." Well, God is love, and love is people helping each other in action. Those those same actions, again, it's like the dollar. It's like gravity. Um, somebody could help you and say, okay, now you owe me a favor, and then now you they owe you. But so it's a matter of motive. Or is the
Mhm.
person helping you? That's why discernment is important. Is the person helping you because they're doing it from a good place,
Mhm.
or are they doing it as a way to manipulate and control? But yet, at the same time, in the underworld, sometimes there's a kindness that's taken. Um, like here, for instance, there was a woman that was supposed to be she she wasn't complying with the abuse that the abuser wanted her to do.
Mhm.
And so this guy he decided to protect her. Now, he was evil in his own right, too. But at this moment where he was showing some kind of compassion, he said, I'll take her punishment, or I'll do this. I'll do it. And he goes, oh, so the abuser goes, oh, really? All right. So he goes and he does it. He uh, does the abuse. And then he also takes her punishment for the disobedience of not taking the abuse. Well, then he got punished for showing weakness of kindness towards her. It almost cost him his life. Then she dealt with, I had to counsel her through the guilt that she had her, because now I said, no, it's all on the abuser. It's on the abuser. It had nothing to do with you. And I said, it's also probably a semblance of mercy because this guy, in his own right, was pretty evil. Was he doing it to actually be merciful and out of love and kindness? Or was he doing it because now you were going to be um, in, uh, um, obligated to him instead? And she goes, oh, I didn't think about that. I said, it's all about survival and motive. Maybe maybe in a way he was buying you from the other guy with this act of kindness. And this other guy, the first guy was just not going to have it all the way around, so beat him to the point of his death. I mean, near death, as a message to say, don't interfere with what I think is my property ever again. She goes, I didn't think about that. I said, because I've had to wear all those hats, I do think about that. I do think in all those angles. Plus, like I said last podcast, being a multiple helps me think and see things through all kinds of different angles. I could put myself in so many different shoes. Also, having an acting background puts myself in the mindset of all these different people.
Mhm.
So,
Well, here's a thought I just had, and you said with these days, all the opportunity to kind of self-publish and all the different avenues that are available, like online, that weren't available years ago. Because would that be a possible route for you to kind of to tell the story in your own words rather than have this whole narrative control thing? Because it seems like as far as the whole sector trying to combat this and all that, it's always the fox watching the hen house.
that yeah,
uh,
it's still a matter of money because
yeah, but it should be easier. I mean, it should
it,
be
it's
there are
it is
ways.
it is somewhat, but it's still a matter. It will
Yeah.
it will be. It's an avenue that I want to take advantage of before I actually go right into the movies. And I did last year. One of my podcasting friends put me in contact, actually last August, put me in contact with one of the associate producers for Avatar. Um, and so I talked with him, and he said, "Well, why don't you Kubrick?" Because I told him about the one or two or the 2 or 3 movies that I'm currently writing, and he goes, "Well, why don't you Kubrick them?" Which means because Kubrick, he would have a writer, he write out the story in book form. And what that did was it kind of already preliminarily wrote out all the scenes, and then Kubrick was able to it was a type of storyboarding. It also was a way that it made it a lot easier for him to analyze what lighting or lenses or budgets
Oh yeah. Oh,
need,
by the
all
way,
kinds of things like that.
yeah, but both of you sound like you're doing great. I want you all to know, including our listeners, that Amanda has joined us. Oh God, Amanda, so glad to see you, honey. How are you? If she decides to get off of mute, yes, darling, say something.
There you are. Hi.
Yes, hi.
Amanda, it's awesome to hear your voice.
Yes, so good to hear your voice.
So
God,
long. Michelle Carmella. Oh my gosh, it's a reunion. How are you?
Yes.
It's been, I think, like 5 years or something.
Yeah.
It's a long time. I did get your last podcast. It was great to hear your voice and to hear about your kids and everything. And I heard the story about your son not wanting to get fish because of his empathy towards the fish and everything. And that makes perfect sense, given the water and all the minerals and everything and the spiritual activity and stuff.
It was
That's just
mostly the ghost activity, shall we say, the negative elements of I wouldn't call it spiritual so much as more poltergeist like.
Right.
His son just didn't want the pain of partying with the fish too often, and so Mandy, I want you to know that.
I've always loved the stories of your children because
Yeah.
they have such beautiful souls.
Yeah, they really do. They're reflections of you, Mandy. They got that from you, certainly not from the dad. And so, Mandy, honey, I just want you to know I returned just a few minutes ago, and but these two are on a roll about their movie production. But I want you to join that. You know a lot about films and production yourself, and I do want you to assert yourself, participate aggressively. I'm going to go mute for just a few more moments because I got this new blanket, and the handles, or rather the controls, are at the other end of the bed. It's just one of these ones that's structured in such a way that it's as made as inconvenient as possible. So I'll go mute so people don't hear me shuffling around in my own bed to turn the blanket on. So that being said, let me go mute. And Mandy, let's test your voice. Say a full sentence here.
Full sentence here, Mandy.
Yeah, love it. Mwah. And so join Michelle and Aristides. I believe I introduced you to Aristides, but I don't know if the two of you got to say anything very much to each other. I know that we spoke a bit about your dad and his background, and this had something to do with whether seeing Aristides, would relate to anything from the engineering level. But but Michelle and yourself, yeah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go mute. I'll leave you all three to talk for just a few minutes. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hi. How are you?
I know, I think we have chatted a few times, or at least were introduced, but I don't know if we had too much personal chat time.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think we were on together. I'm trying to recall. Refresh me a little bit on on your story, and I think I'll remember. Or I was saying something about engineering, and what was it we were talking about?
Oh my, that would probably take forever.
Yeah. No,
Um,
I'm trying to recall the conversation.
I had tried to sponsor Douglas
Oh
quite a
yeah.
few years ago. Have my own personal background and situations
Yeah.
and whatnot.
They got
But
ran off the road and all that.
yes.
Mhm.
And then Michelle and I chatted. I want to say like maybe 7 years ago. Starting. I'm not quite sure on that. God, so much time has passed. But yeah, that was way back when. And Michelle was actually somebody confirmed for me a lot of inner industry Hollywood background that absolutely confirmed things that I had heard, things that other people had talked about that were absolutely verbatim. Legit satanic Hollywood insider crazy shit. I guess you would say. So I think we had first started chatting in regards to that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, what I was saying, maybe you heard part of the conversation was like, she, wants to tell the story kind of organically from, from the experiencer's perspective. And it seems like the industry, there's just such a control structure that, personally, I doubt that the true story will ever show up in movie theaters unless something very drastic changes. I just wonder what opportunities to publish, other opportunities to get yourself out there. I mean, what do you think could there be? There's so many ways to publish content these days. And
yeah, actually something that is changed so differently.
Sorry, I was a little broken up there.
It's okay. Michelle, go ahead.
No, the story does get out there because I had just said prior to COVID, there was 3 production houses, directors I was working with, that they were survivors and they were telling the story. There's quite a few. There's quite a few that tell the story. It's a myth of Hollywood. It's a myth of Hollywood that the stories get told. They do.
Right. There's a lot of stories out there, and there's unfortunately it's when you say like the squeaky wheel gets the oil, and that happens in the wrong reason as well. So there are a lot of truthful personal stories that are out there, but they are not given the traction on purpose.
Yes.
But I would say
that.
Even today, though, even 5 years or 7 years ago, when Michelle and I first started talking, the avenue to get the story out or stories to get out were not. They might have been available, but they were not supported the way that they are now. There is definitely not as many avenues that were available even just a couple years ago. So I do think that's a big change, and that certain stories are starting to get corroborated and have other people kind of get the guts or the balls, or they're honestly at the end of their rope. They're on their deathbed. They see the end of their life, and they are starting to speak.
That's where you get the good stories, when they have nothing to lose.
By the way, so
the problem is,
go on. Yeah.
The problem is the stories are the really good stories with solutions, and that people are helping themselves or each other. There's not enough of those, or they're not, for some reason, the public doesn't remember those movies as much as they do the rescue vigilante movies.
Right.
Okay.
Well, and sometimes they're not as dramatic as Hollywood makes them, even though they're absolutely dramatic and horrific in their own right. But they don't fit the other narrative. Sometimes things are just like
Oh, go ahead, hon. No, I just said that's right. I think that's what it is they don't fit the narrative. Well, there's the UN narrative that everybody has to be rescued.
Yes.
Right.
Because remember past movies like The Burning Bridge, The Burning Bed, with the past movies before the UN got involved, were people helping each other, helping themselves. If you remember the TV Monday night movies,
Right.
Keith Sutherland was in a movie where he was a young boy, a teenager, that was he was in a psych ward, but having to deal with anger issues and stuff like that. But it turned out he was abused, and then he hurt somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And it was because it killed somebody. It was because he killed his abuser.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Remember,
Okay.
because it was like, that's what I want to do.
So, at any rate, I do want to just let everyone know that I acknowledge everyone in the chat. Acid Kick 96 was in here a while back saying loud and clear DDD. I'd love to hear about where you live, Douglas. The cemetery, the ship parts. For those of you who don't know, there's a overturned ancient sailing ship hull that is integrated as basically the roof in one of these rooms that has since been covered over by another structure, but it's visible on the inside, clearly an upside down sailing ship hull. When I say ancient, not that ancient, but old enough from the gold rush days of the 49ers, and when they were crashing ships into the rocks on the bay simply to avoid parking, so to speak, in an already overcrowded bay, and they had no ability to maneuver into the bay itself. We need to turn over ships to a bay captain in San Francisco. It's a very complicated passage. So people would just ram themselves onto the shoal and then run ashore to go look for gold, like ants crawling out of a busted bottle or something. And then he says, as well, hauntings, fascinating stories. The cemetery has polluted the tap water. Nuts. I mean, well, it's also inevitable. As well, noticer TM has joined us, and she says, I'm so grateful I wasn't born in the butcher generation, as someone who 20 years ago when I was 13 wanted to chop off my boobs, get my belly button removed, shave my head, and elongate my tongue because I felt like I was an alien. Thank God that did not come to pass. And so, love you just the way you are now. And as well, David Reed is in the chat, and I believe this is the real David Reed. Rick Deckard says hello. Joe Ty says, sex is life. Do your children know about your childhood, Michelle? And Marky Milk, who is, of course, Mark H., says, hi, Michelle, Team Dietrich, Joe Ty. And so, Noticer has acknowledged my greetings, so wonderful. Mwah. Love to her, and hugs to all the gentlemen, and I do want to return to the two ladies we have with us. Of course, Noticer is welcome to join us should she wish to, but hopefully I'll communicate with her as soon as possible. Been meaning to call. Believe me, it's all that's been on my mind when I'm not busy with other things. Schedule's been very hectic, but I'll get to her this work week if it's the last thing I do. And such being said, with you two ladies aboard, we're going to make the most of it. I do want our lady Michelle to respond to Joe Tai when he says, do your children know about your childhood? I do want to say something. I myself think most children turn out to be assholes. Amanda Yute's very lucky in that she seems to have grown up her children have grown up around her and they haven't become assholes. But, Michelle, Carmela, Saldana, and myself, it's kind of like a different world. We were both born in Taiwan. She's not Taiwanese, but we are in a sense like siblings in that sense. And you notice we don't live in Taiwan, where the quality of life is one of the highest in the world. Instead, we're both stranded here and basically on the precipice of homelessness. So we're certainly asking for everybody's financial help who's a listener who will not put themselves out. Don't put yourselves out, but if you can help, by all means. And split it between the twain of us as we both need it. But aside from Mandy explaining how her children managed to not become assholes, how she raised them in fairly, I would say, almost, I wouldn't call it close quarters or confined or something like that, but with COVID, they spent a good part of their childhood or growing up into their teen years pretty much at home with her, would be my impression. And she had to be the only mother, so she was basically kind of like the overwhelming figure in both their lives. That's probably why they grew up okay. But with someone like Carmi, I think what happened was her two kids were poisoned against her by a bunch of other assholes in the family. And, basically came to be like the rest of the family in a sense, a couple of assholes. My own impression, I'll let her explain what she feels about that. So, ladies, take it away in your response. And then maybe after that, we'll get Aristides to tell us a little bit about what it was like to be a dad, which apparently, I'm assuming just couldn't be easy because I can't imagine doing it myself. But
I'll try.
Yes, sounds good. And a daughter too, no less, which is always more difficult than a boy, from what I hear. Boys are just simpletons. Maybe that's a bit unfair, but yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It sounds like you're
Okay,
suddenly in a train or something. What's going on?
My phone died.
Yeah.
I was in the kitchen cooking bread in the
Uh-huh.
fridge because I promised people in the house.
Yeah.
And
They're exploiting you? They're exploiting you for labor? They've got you as the galley slave? You're
I
basic.
wanted to celebrate the fact that my trial got postponed. So I said I would cook today. But I was going to make chicken and dumplings, and then I decided to make pizza, but the dough is weird, so I'm just going to fry it up instead.
Okay.
Which
mean,
I'm
so you
doing
guys,
now.
you guys work this like a commune or something? I mean, like, you have a communal kitchen and you guys, like, choose some poor dope to cook for the rest of you on a nightly basis?
No, I am the mom of the house, so there's times where I cook.
Okay.
It's because whenever I feel like it,
Okay.
I'll cook for everybody.
All right.
It serves that need in me to be motherly.
Yeah.
Anyway, to answer Joe's, I didn't hear the whole response to Douglas, but to Joe Ty's question, yes, my children do know about my childhood, and they used to go to the forums with me because they wanted to. It was their idea to go to the schools and this other speaking engagements to talk about what it was like to be, because both of their parents were abused and exploited. So they wanted everybody to know what that was like for them. And so they were like, not quite middle-aged, high, like they started like in 5th to 8th grade, started telling their stories. So they're 3 years apart. One was like in 4th or 5th grade, and the other one was in 7th and 8th grade. And I said, well, if you want to, and it was part of their healing. That's why I say to survivors, if you're going to tell your story, tell it your story your way, and only tell it because it helps you. Don't do it for other people. Do it for yourself. But as for Douglas's point of view, I do know his opinion, and quite frankly, my kids being as old as they are, I have to agree with him.
Thank you.
But I also know that parent alienation and them being punished for any time that they reached out to me, and that now they have businesses, and now they're building their own lives. So I hold off to the fantasy and the hope that when they get financially stable or stable enough in their own life, that we'll have our reunion. And even if it's a confrontational one where they're like, but I'll talk about it another day. Right now, I am going to go back to the kitchen and finish baking bread.
Yes.
Or frying up the bread dough. And when I am done with that, then I'll come back on, and hopefully Amanda will still be on.
Yeah.
And we'll have a proper visit.
Sounds good.
And if not, well, then I'll do what I did the last podcast. Listen.
Yeah.
When I can. And but Amanda, very cool to hear your voice. Very, very cool. Very cool to even have this little bit with you.
Yeah.
Especially after all these years. I love you very much. So with that, I'm going to get back to frying up.
By the way, hold on for just a second. Let Amanda respond. Mandy, if you could come on mute, come off mute and respond to that, please. Thank you. She is.
Oh, I love you, darling, and I will never forget to my dying day how you were 100% so there for me when my dad passed, and I have always had you in my thoughts, and I will forever have your back.
Likewise, my love. Likewise. So
Wonderful.
Have fun trying bed.
Well, and I don't know about you, how you feel, but I still would like to have our visit at some point.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, totally. That was supposed to happen.
So
Oh, crazy shit happened 5+ years ago. I don't even know what happened.
it was always some kind of something, but I did have fun researching for your house. And do you still have the bamboo company?
I am smaller. I am in a situation where I don't want to expand until certain paperwork is officially signed. So I am more local. I'm not internationally imported right now. Like state funding. Because of COVID, there were no stages to build for music shows, and that's kind of
Oh, well, girl, we got to talk. We got to catch up and talk, because
yes,
I got so many things along those lines in the works, and I'm just so happy to have my trial postponed, so there's more time for these things to come to fruition, because there's such a team of people helping me.
That's awesome to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of out here floating around on my own, so it's always awesome to hear when other people have a relationship.
By the way, you're fading in and out there, Mandy. Is there something you can do? Are you talking from your cell phone, or we'll talk about this at
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about this as our lovely Carmi goes back to the kitchen. Thanks so much, Carmi.
Thank you.
Yeah, love you.
Okay.
Yeah, bye for now.
Carby signing off now. Talk to y'all later. Love ya. Bye.
Yeah, love you too. We look forward to it. Yeah, and okay, so let's see what happens here. Hopefully the sound of those airport-like wind fans dies down when she goes into mute. And
How are you?
oh, I hear somebody in her kitchen. She didn't go mute. Mute,
Oh, no.
Michelle. Mute, Michelle. Michelle, if you can mute, because we got those. You got those. Hey, honey, can you hear me? At the heliport there. Yeah. Yeah, Carmi. Yeah, Carmi. Hey. Shit. Okay. Fucking brilliant. And so they fuck Carmi. Go mute. Yeah, lovely. All right. So what we might do is, yeah. Can you hear us, Carmi? If she doesn't, what I'm gonna do is hang up and call you both back. Is what I'm gonna do.
Wasn't there a way to put them on mute, or
I
you
forgot.
never
It was shown to me
discovered that?
before, and let me take a look. View. speaker view, grid view, together mode, hide people at top, enter full screen. I'm looking at that, but otherwise, it's not like it stops the stream. So hanging up and calling you both back shouldn't be a problem. I don't see how to put people on mute. I know there was some way that was found out by, Mr. Goobertoon before. The guy who we presume Carmi was complaining about. But aside from that, I never found out. I found out how to do it and then promptly forgot. It's like only video participants in the grid, together mode, large grid, speaker view, into full screen. Somehow he did it too the last time that ̿CHUÐINGGYUÁNJIÉ was all snoring up his ass. And so let me see more here. And I just think that the best solution is for me to just call you both back. So Mandy and Aristides, do me a favor. Both of you hang up, because that way you won't be online when I call you back, because otherwise that'll glitch up the whole call. And then, so I'll call you both back in a second. We'll all hang up together. So stream is going to continue, people. I just hung up that call. What we are going to do is restart the call, and it'll be without dear Carmi on it. And I guess I'll start the call first with Mandy Ute. And so let's see if she responds. Ladies first. All right, give her a call here. This is going to be a bit loud on my ears. Okay. There we are, honey! Oh, thank God. Now we'll add on our man Aristides, and then we'll add on anyone else who, can potentially jump on the call thereafter. But at least we will have you two for the foundation for a little bit. Not so important to have a roundtable tonight, to tell you the truth. I'll probably just, after we kind of speak for a bit and go some of these places that we feel we should go with the conversation, then we might all right, go into monologue. There we are, good sir. Of course, we don't need the camera, though your camera's coming up black. Yeah,
I got tape over it. I'll switch it back.
I wish ̿CHUÐINGGYUÁNJIÉ would do that. I wish ̿CHUÐINGGYUÁNJIÉ would fucking have tape over his fucking cell phone camera. The world would be a better place. Yes. Peter Moon convinced me he's got Cho blood in him. I remember when Brendan Zoget said, "Isn't that racist?" I told him, not in ̿CHUÐINGGYUÁNJIÉ case. Okay, so
you had some pictures of Cho. Like I hadn't been on the calls, but like you have to send some at some point. I want to see these little.
You saw them, right? If not,
no.
If not, I'll gladly send them now. Both of you psychologically prepare yourselves. In the meantime, Mandy. So by all means, go on. Tell us a bit about. Your children grew up kind of like, in a confined space in a sense with you because of what happened with COVID. And before that, there was just, the neighborhood was not necessarily one where there were other children to go out and play with. So it was basically you or school, wasn't it? I mean, so tell us a bit about how you felt they turned out to be so okay. They seem like such decent people, as opposed to so many other people that I know. The children have just turned out to be such assholes. So how did you do it right?
Well, that's sweet. Thank you. That's the highest compliment any parent could ever have. Yeah. So thank you. I really, really take that to heart. My kids are just good-natured people, and I want to, their friends are the same way. Mm-hmm. We do a community school, and I think that means a lot. My kids were partially homeschooled, but with a consistent community outreach and interaction, and were always integrated with other tutors. Like at the community school that I do, it was constant. It's called Village Home for a reason, and that's because it was mixed age and other teachers, and it was a very what do I say? Not public school way of teaching. Right. So the group of kids that they have, I was talking about it with my other friend, and we were talking about how like these kids don't do half the shit or even think of half the shit that I know we did and we grew up with of being teenagers of, you know, the 90s and 80s and whatnot. And they really are very innocent. On one hand, they are protected. They weren't coddled, because I would say these kids have unfortunately had to face things that other children don't.
Yeah.
And so what we have made here is a community of people that will rally around children regardless. And
Yeah.
even if that means checking a kid and saying you're being a bully,
Yeah.
you're acting out. And if a child needs other help, whether it's psychiatric or removal, and for their own safety, and not as a shunning or kicking out of the town, you know, sort of way, but purely as in help. And so it's really fabulous. I know that the kids, my children's friends and their siblings, they will put each other in check. Like, there is no bullying, there is no down talking, there is no, if somebody believes in something, they might question each other, but they also don't force each other to believe what they believe either. And so it's a very wonderful circle that they have. And so it's not just my kids whatsoever, but they are maybe because they have had to go through shit.
No, we did. Just out of curiosity, did they ever listen to me while growing up? You know, hear the show because of you?
There are certain parts that they did hear, yes. They definitely know all about you. There are several things they want me to, like, conversate with you, especially since they're older.
Okay.
And they still want to look up all the shows and stuff.
Wow.
And there is a lot of things that I do hear their friends and them talk about, that it's like, oh shit, you know, they're getting to that age where that second level of world is opening up, and they're almost there. And I mean, your shows and topics definitely were not appropriate for children.
Understood. No, that's why I asked.
Like, that's why it was kind of hard, you know, to get on or had to get off constantly, was because, you know, I would shield my children from a lot of things, and also stuff that we talk about, they also know in a different way, and they'll find out how deeper it is.
Right. But by the way, just so our listeners, understand, her children grew up, Mandy's children grew up with a deeper sense of the spiritual than most any children ever would, simply because they grew up in a haunted house and had to be made aware by the circumstances of various phenomena that there's more to the world than meets the eye. By the way, so I'm going to enter these photographs now, and I want Mandy to respond to that. But first, I'll probably throw her off with shock. Here, I'm going to press the enter button, and one's a Cho, and one's ̲CHUmě. No, it's almost impossible to tell them apart. But believe it or not, yeah, the one on the right is the Cho. Yeah, the one on the left is Joe. Yeah, or is it the other way around? I keep forgetting. But yeah, they could be twins separated at birth, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I know it's harsh, but you know, I still hold it against them for snoring. I know that's petty of me, but it's just, yeah, it was like that was when we had to get the individual who Carmi was complaining about as basically becoming kind of a stalker. We had to, he's the one who actually cut off, muted Joe when he was snoring. But, you know, Mandy, it was uncanny. It was, first off, the guy really sounded like he was asleep. He truly sounded like it was organic. But as I grew increasingly emphatic, whenever I would speak louder or more emphatically, he would like be bringing up the phone closer to his nose or his ass, wherever the sound was coming from, and you know, either his butt cheeks flapping and that crack doing the twerk or whatever, or the nostrils going through that deviated septum, where they were producing this snore fart sound combo that was just louder and louder. everybody swore it had to be intentional, that he must have been play acting and just doing this intentional, like he was in competition with me. And it was supernaturally uncanny. Peter Moon felt that he was letting the Cho in him in his sleep so that they could orchestrate his bodily sounds. But yeah, I have to say it's a compelling theory once you really reflect on it, simply because of the result. But so that being said, had to vent, had to cathart, had to get that out of my system because I'm cruel like that. But yes, so there we are. Cho and Joe, or as Peter would say, Cho Tai and Bro. Yes, there we have it. And Aristides,
yeah. Thank you. So that's generally what they look like?
In general, yes. Yeah, generally. There are some different pronounced facial features that can appear differently in some of them, but generally it's kind of this kind of appearance. In other words, here's an example. If you take a look at the most, shall we say, homogenous. If you take a look at the most homogenous Asian races, two among the most homogenous would obviously be the Japanese and the Koreans. But just so people understand, probably the most homogenous Asian race is definitely, that is internationally known. Okay, there's got to be, obviously, Asian races that are really homogenous, like the Cho, that basically nobody knows about unless you're doing like anthropological research or something. And by the way, just so people understand, I'm not using the correct name. The correct name is З'CHUහැ. Just so people understand that it's a double name. It's meant to be emphatic. Cho means black magic in Tibet. When you double it up, it means like double felony or compounding the felony. It's just means bad news times two. And so the name of the ethnic group is З'CHUහැ, and they take no offense at that. That is their tribal name. They would be an example of extreme homogeneity. But if you were to take it to a more general level where you've got an ethnic group that people are aware of, the Koreans are definitely more homogenous than the Japanese. And the one thing people would notice about Koreans is that they have a much more, I hate this term because it's conflated with retardation, but they have a much more Mongol appearance. Mongolic, not Mongoloid, because we automatically turn towards retardation when we use the term Mongoloid. So they have a Mongolic appearance, and their Mongol appearance means a very flat face. So, yeah, and as a matter of fact, in case the listener did not know it, I'm sure none of this will surprise Mandy, because she's very cosmopolitan and she's very aware of such things. The South Korea is where it's like plastic surgery heaven. It's like the first... Yeah. Tell us what you know. Tell us what you know.
Oh, we think it's bad over here about what chicks and males do about plastic surgery, but you are shamed publicly and socially, and what you can get over there, and it's everything over here in America that's times 10. It's just bad. Yeah. All the K-pop like drama, like bands and stuff, the horrible things they make them do and the surgeries that they do, but it is it's like to very much pale the skin, and you have to have the prepubescent look, and there are very, very strict beauty standards over there, and you literally can pay for getting anything done. Literally anything done. The Kardashians don't have anything on what goes on over there. It's horrific. And in fact, they wouldn't look as fucked up as they do if they had gone to South Korea to get their shit done, because they wouldn't look like the monsters they do.
Thank you. No, thank you. No, it's an important point. It's an important point. Yeah. But go on, honey.
They are amazing at what they can do over there. Like, props where like they deserve, but it's in a horrific cultural stigmatism that's just it's horrible.
Yeah. It's just so people get some understanding of it. To add another layer of context here, Basically, in South Korea, they have an aesthetic that is attuned towards a Pan-Asian, what I would call a Pan-Asian ideal. There's kind of a Pan-Asian ideal of basically an anime. There's what's the first thing anyone notices in anime? I'm not going to have people guess at it, except Mandy. Mandy might know. Mandy, what's the first thing you notice in anime about the people as they're presented? What would you say it is?
I'd say if you're talking chick, white, blonde tits.
It could be. I mean, it's good call. I mean, obviously, yeah. With
not blonde, maybe not always blonde, but a juvenile,
Yeah.
young,
yeah,
nerve.
that too, which always bothers me. But it's basically as an illustrator, I would come at differently. Basically, as an illustrator, what I would tell you, the first thing you notice about anime illustration is big eyes, small mouth,
eye.
pointed chin.
Yep.
Big eyes, small mouth, pointed chin.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. So
Pointy hair, either pointy hair or long hair.
yeah.
I don't know if that matters.
Yeah. Well, the hair can change on gender and the presentation, characterization, but pretty much everybody, pretty much everybody who's relatable. Go on, honey. No, go on. Honey. Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say there is kind of a trope in our house, and it has to do with maybe our dark sense of humor. I don't know.
Yeah.
But there is a lore in anime that whenever there is a mother, and she has her hair in a ponytail, but her ponytail is to the side, not like in straight back, but it's going over the shoulder. Yeah. The mother will die. Yeah. Like it's a classic trope. That is the mom that will be taken out, kind of like Disney. They always take out the mother. And so whenever we have weird shit happen around the house, and I constantly put my hair like that because we're cleaning, we're working, I'm building, I'm doing jobs, whatever. My kids will always joke about if we have things disappear or other oddities kick up around the house, I can't wear my hair like that or else we're going to be in anime. So it's
that's delightful.
Because I was dying, because I had weird shit happen, because they know things target me. It's kind of my kids are anime manga geeks, and so are their friends. And so I don't know if that's sadistic or good. They can joke about it, but
I think that it's you develop a gallows humor. I'll call it a gallows humor that they have cultivated from the stresses. So for people who don't know what Mandy is talking about, Mandy was in a horrible health situation, and in a very, very real sense, I'm responsible. And she basically came to see me and had a short talk with myself and Lorian Ann Fenton. And basically, Lorian Ann Fenton was already conniving against me, which Mandy can verify. She was basically telling Mandy not to sponsor me with money, to give it instead to the sleazy detective Ed Opperman. And Mandy went home from that conference, and it was either going home from that conference or shortly thereafter. She was basically targeted. She was with basically her family in the car. The husband, the father wasn't there, but he's not family anyway, as far as I'm concerned. He was just a sperm donor. Matter of fact, I mean, my private name for him is Dixie Cup. But at any rate, he, and so she was saved, or certainly at least the daughter was saved by Kronk, their big. I think of him as a what the hell was he again? That breed, I think Marmaduke. What is? I'm sorry, honey.
He was Great Dane.
Great Dane, yes, Great Dane. But he had like half wolf blood in him, didn't he?
His dad was Great Dane and wolf, and his mom was pure Great Dane.
Okay, thank you. But Kronk was a big black dog, and he looked like the devil himself. I mean, I remember him with big fucking yellow eyes and shit, but maybe that's because I was trying to visit in the astral or something. But at any rate, he chewed through the safety belts, and this is what actually saved the children, or certainly the daughter, from being essentially cut in half or crushed by the constriction of the safety belt. Whereas Mandy did not have that fortune. She was safety belted in, but in her case, what happened was they were in the car. They got boxed in by two identical trucks of the same make and model with no license plates. and painted, if I remember, some all white or some monochrome color. That was more of a lighter, dull shade, and basically they both boxed her in and ran her off the road. Her car tumbled over at least once, and she wound up on her head. Mandy, with the two children, of course, rescued by Kronk the dog, having chewed through the safety belts. And but our Mandy was placed in such a position that basically her stomach was shoved way up into her diaphragm and began to choke her to death. And so this went on for years. The insurance company refused to pay for the surgery. And I basically organized all of my listeners who started a letter writing campaign. And they began to call and write letters to the insurance company. And eventually Mandy did get the surgery she needed. And definitely this is why her chances of even being with us were very short. She beat all the odds just being here now to speak with us. By all normal odds, yeah, she should be dead.
Yourself more for that, darling. Like, I am here because of you, because of that. Because literally it was 2 years of a no. Yeah. And I had national top surgeons waiting to do my surgery that were being told no by my insurance, which is literally something they had said they had never happened before. And the top supervisor of the surgeon ward of this national huge surgical, like, prestigious center is in a lawsuit with that insurance company for being told no. Like, I was being told no to suddenly, when Douglas literally got on there and said she's dying and they told her no, this has to happen. I was told within a week I had to be ready for surgery. Yeah. And after told no for 2 years and it wasn't going to happen, and the surgeon, he has in an affidavit, literal court records, that his testimony was that the insurance told him, until she is dying on the gurney, we are not going to authorize this surgery because it is not life-saving yet. Yeah, meaning, they acknowledged that I needed this surgery. My stomach was literally choking my heart. My stomach was inside of the bottom of my cavity of where my lungs were supposed to be. So they also acknowledged that I was slowly being suffocated to death and experiencing further problems with my body, which they were authorizing every single procedure and examination for that. But they also recognized, they knew my stomach was tearing off. It was cutting itself off, because 90% of my stomach was hanging from my esophagus and my chest.
Right.
And so it was tearing itself apart. My surgeons, my insurance, everybody else had no explanation why I suddenly got in. And the surgical center also is at least 6 months out of being able to get in for a surgical procedure. They are people come internationally for, thankfully, the surgeon that did perform the procedure on my stomach. And that is another thing that happened. I was supposed to get her understudy to do my surgery, and he got held up, and I actually got the top dog of the entire Western United States.
Wow.
And that happened within 1 week. Yeah. After 2 years of nothing, and that did not happen without people, because of you coming in and telling them exactly what you said. You're killing her. Like, why aren't you giving her surgeries? Whatever happened worked, but it would not have happened without you. It's 100%.
We did indeed stir up quite a campaign of people even calling the insurance companies, and I told them to just at that time we still had fax machines. I said, take a black sheet of paper and run it through there. Send them a fax of a completely black sheet of paper to dry up all their inkwells. It's what I sent it to.
Right.
And so that cost them a lot. I mean, nothing's more expensive than fucking computer ink. Anybody knows that who's ever had a printer. And for the fax machines and shit. But yeah, it took terrorism. You know, the bottom line is that terrorism works, and that's a form of domestic terrorism. You know, it's a little bit of a little less harmless, a little more harmless, or however you look at it. Their accountant didn't think so, I'm sure. But
You know, there is a place for anarchy. There is a place for, you know, like, I mean, I don't know if vengeance is the right word, but there is, like, you know, the paladin, righteous vengeance. Like, you know, there is the harmless tact of making somebody's life hell to make them do the right thing.
yes, thank you. And sometimes it's necessary to do that. In terms of yeah, go on, honey. Yeah.
Well, I was just saying, like, you know, when they're fucking with evil shit and they're doing evil to do evil, I mean, is it really that bad to do good to make good happen?
Right.
Like, you know, I don't know.
Well, like I said, it's a dirty war, and we have to fight dirty because that's how the enemy fights. And if you can't be a nice guy, or you're going to finish last. And obviously, we want to raise people to be nice people in a general sense, but basically, be nice to people who deserve it. That's basically what it comes down to. And there's
I am definitely learning that
yeah, thank
just
you.
because you're good and you put good out there, it doesn't mean that's what other people are going to do.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean people are going to reciprocate that, and right, and it doesn't mean that they even appreciate or understand that you're being good to them. I mean, there's just people at very low levels of consciousness, or they're just pure raw evil. Now, to put this in further context for people who may find all this puzzling, and I just want people to understand that is a deeper story here. Basically, Mandy and I are somehow, in a way we don't yet understand, connected in terms of a grander narrative, and that has to do with the fact, or one of the factors that exposes that, or well, it's basically she basically married somebody who seemed normal, seemed amenable. And the moment she married him, they pressed a switch. And it's like she woke up next to a stranger. And this individual, of course, came from a background that was MK Ultra type programming. And Mandy can correct me if I'm remembering this incorrectly, but my understanding was that he grew up in a kind of environment which was heavily satanic, a lot of child abuse, or at least a lot of abuse of him by exposing him to sex and orgies at a very young age. I mean, they had him basically as a child on a raised stool, a raised platform behind a bartender's bar, mixing drinks for adults that were basically in orgies in front of them, something like that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And now was it he or a brother of him that was raped by the Marine Corps brother who happened to be at the Presidio for a period of time?
So the stepbrother,
Yeah.
who is the older brother, was at the Presidio.
Right. Yeah.
It was a cousin who had also had military. I cannot confirm that he was Presidio, but he was the rapist for the family that I am aware of.
Yeah.
However, the stepbrother from the Presidio, he spent the rest of his life, and he's still alive as far as I understood last, being in and out of jail. Unfortunately, drug addiction issues, classic. He also obtained hepatitis C, I think, which was also another weird story that was, I don't understand all of it, so I don't want to talk on most of it, but it was somehow connected with parties and the other family, and I don't know much of, so I don't know. But however, because there's other family members that say they have it as well, and it's on that other side.
Yeah.
But they were all military.
Yeah.
Mostly.
Of course. Yeah.
And then, so my children's father I don't like to refer him as husband. It's by marriage. It's on marriage certificate. But
Just call him the sperm donor. The sperm donor. Go.
sperm donor. um,
Mr. Dixie Cup. Yeah.
Yeah, that is funny. I'm sorry. So I take care of my kids. There are not people in our community and stuff that I don't shit talk their father. I wouldn't do that in mainstream public. So maybe I sound like a horrible person, but I really don't shit talk them anywhere.
Oh, come on,
else.
you earned this. You've earned this. Don't even worry about it. God knows.
I'm sorry if I laugh inappropriately because I have no other outlet for this. So I mean, and that's part of. I want my kids to make their own opinion about their father, that side of the family. I can and will protect them, but that means I also have to allow them to see who these people really are.
Yes, thank you. Or another way I should express it is that you're entitled. Not so you've earned plenty of things in your life, but in this case you're entitled. Right. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
But I guess that is the last power play I did do, because I did have to do a kind of standing ground bullshit thing very recently. It's been really stressful, but I did have to say, like, if I wanted to fuck people up and fuck them over, I have shit. I have it. I have vengeance. I have receipts, as they call it, like legally, lawfully. In every cinch way, and I have no interest in that. However, if I have to pull those cards on the table, it means like we're done like trying to make a peace treaty. So there's not much they can take care of anymore. My kids are older and they do understand certain things, and so they kind of are making their own decisions, and my son is a little bit like falls to the walls about it, actually. Because they have grown up with me and about the dark side of Hollywood specifically, and the military. That's kind of like our experience that we do know firsthand. And kind of like with Michelle and other people, I kind of have like a web of coincidences. You in the entertainment industry, you understand certain things. And when you're talking about Koreans, I have to back that up before I forget.
Yeah.
My friend, who unfortunately I did say was completely over on the side of heroin and drug use, and has just gone over to that side. She is part Korean, part kid, and then part white.
Yeah.
And that's her inheritance. It's also her mother, who her grandmother was the first Tlingit woman chief in like 50 years, I think.
Wow.
And is also who on my wedding did a very special ceremony with me, which was putting the forget-for-me-not flower in my hair, which meant was giving me away, but also keeping me as always their tribe. And so, I am connected with her 100% with my heart, but unfortunately, you can't help people when they are in just their deep takeover of those kind of drugs. However, when I was booking escort for her, I was being her protective bodyguard. She did choose to do this. I was watching her children and keeping them safe. She was doing her own thing. Like I said, I went into extras and other kind of film work. She went into porn and unfortunately the dark side of there. But one of our things was she could be male or female.
Yeah.
She could also be any kind of Asian, quote unquote, and I'm still quoting that, to include Hawaiian, Polynesian, even African, even Central America, Mexican.
Yeah.
If people asked for a Latina, I could easily, we could easily pass her as Latina.
Yeah.
Even as a Black woman.
Yeah.
But she was very much at least a third full Korean.
Yeah.
And that is one of the, I will fully confirm, most androgynous. And this does mean boy and girl. And there was a lot of, well, she's female, but can she look like male? Like that. Very much so. Then more so than, and we would just make different posts or different calls about responding to I guess you'd call them kings, people wanting a specific Asian.
Yeah.
She could always say she was Hawaiian, and they believed it. It was 100% they got it.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true. I don't know if that means anything.
It does. It means everything. Believe me, I can relate. And it was when I was much younger, I was equally adaptable, and it was one of these things that it impresses me to hear that. And she had such a dear friend in yourself, and of course, a friend has to know when to let go. And one has to let go when, as you said, someone is in a spiral that it will just drag you down with them if you are to commit too much of your time and energy. And you had your own children, of course, to care for at that point. But I was, of course, always appreciative of the fact that you were non-judgmental and helping her with her profession. And it gave you, well, you're adult and sophisticated enough where you knew the score, and you were non-judgmental of what she was doing. And that alone speaks volumes as far as I'm concerned, which is why you and I get along so well. Yeah. And so, go on.
It's so funny. I've somebody in your chat room or something else popped up with you,
Yeah.
and I read it that somebody had called me Marley, and it was really, really weird because that was my name.
Wow.
Was Marley, and so her name was Harley.
Yeah.
And she was Harley like Harley Davidson, and I was Marley like Bob Marley.
Yeah.
Because she considered me my hippie friend, and I considered her my Harley badass bitch. Except our inside joke was we were also completely opposite of each other, where certain shit she was completely more hipster than I was. And I was definitely way more of, I guess what you say, a biker bitch than so it was kind of our joke. And I forgot to mention this. Somebody in your show said something regarding Harley and Marley, and the way they said it, it sounded like they knew, like maybe they had been a regular.
Wow. Okay.
Like the things that I had said, like maybe they knew, because I would have been Marley answering their calls, and she would have been Harley meeting up.
Right.
So,
right. Might have been a former client listening in.
That's what I mean. I haven't had that happen, and so that was another really weird connection that I have never had tie anywhere else whatsoever, in 20 years. So
incredible.
That's kind of creepy. I don't know if creepy is the right word.
Well, I would say it was touching. Probably touching. I think that it's definitely some. The past it comes back to us at various times, and I think that's. I would take it as a positive, just benevolent, just kind of like your past touching you again, and it's appreciated. I hope that those people, come into the chat room more often, and if they're malevolent, we can always take care of it later.
Yeah, like, if you're there, like, it would be up here in the Pacific North, or maybe I shouldn't say too much, like, say it's because, okay, so I had explained that, like, Natasha, oh shit, fuck me. Yeah. I just said her name.
Oh my God.
Okay, so we had celebrity clients. We had baseball star clients. They were previously married to Jennifer Lopez. I'm already in a hole. Like, let's go there.
Yeah.
Oh my, see, that happens too. You make me say shit I've never said before. You always manage to do that.
Yeah. Happily so. Go on. Yes.
So, I mean, I don't even know how that even went there, where I was even going with that.
Well, you were just kind of pointing out the fact that she was of a Korean background, and it may not mean much here because she was probably American acculturated, But it definitely it's nevertheless important. I find these things to be important myself because Americans are obsessed with race. They say they're not, but they're always asking. Certainly, the question I always heard while growing up was, "What race are you?"
Yeah.
That's it's and so she had to just become anybody's race. It was like whatever race you want was her response. Is I'm whatever race you want, and yeah,
She let them with her hustle do that because they fully want it, and kind of like the entertainment industry, people will, if it's their fantasy, they'll help you make it happen. You don't have to work that hard if you have that part to offer. Because again, it's not like we were pitching her that way. It would just be like, yeah, sure, okay. And she would play act. She wouldn't do anything. Now, another thing, I would play act if I used a British accent or even a Scottish accent. That would be different. For a obvious, I probably sound very Caucasian female, I'm guessing. So a British accent or a ethnic accent over here, French, Spanish, for white boys. maybe that's what I mean. I don't want to condemn everybody. Maybe I do, just the white boys. You could definitely that would kind of be hook, line, and sinker.
Yes, yeah, and the term that would be best used for when people are asking for a particular fantasy race from this lady, or when she role plays into a culture that they find to be sexy to them, that's a fetish. There's a fetish, as opposed to kink. But the other kinks would come with like, Stephen D. Kelly having her play the toot the fart horn, or I don't know if she did that for him, but I know he had some of them doing that for him. Some of whom you knew, right?
I'm sorry. I took a drink of water right when you said that,
and died. I killed her. Yes, yes. So sorry. So sorry.
So that is kind of where her and I had been making more and more drifts, was when she was doing some more film and photography and getting into more Vegas and Hollywood. So no, I don't know if she did that. Would I be surprised if it was, or if it was one of it, like literally him or some other dude like that? I would not be surprised if she did end up going there. Right. I hope not. But I still hope, just like I did for her daughter and shit, and but again, I cut and ties. You no longer have an inside track on that avenue, and I don't care to research.
Understood. And so the other, how would I say this, in terms of this being important, because of course it's kind of like this subculture that I'm comfortable with, but at the same time we're trying to emphasize as well the very satanic nature or diabolical nature of the family background of that Mandy became involved with through marrying Mr. Dixie Cup, the sperm donor. She basically got involved with a group of people who essentially wanted her children. And so effort had to be put into preventing that from happening. But obviously, based on what we've already articulated, people could see it was bad news. And I have no doubt that this family was responsible for many strange things that have happened to Mandy ever since, and many of them quite sinister and threatening. So the fact that she's retained such a good personality throughout all of this, that she hasn't let it get to her, not to mention just the sheer nature of her haunted house on Hell Hill and shit, with all that implies in terms of wearing down a person psychologically. It's just altogether, you're having come to this stage with us where you can speak in a jovial sense and still enjoy life at all is incredible. Shortly after the diaphragm was taken care of, I mean, you had some I remember, and of course I don't want to dwell on this or go too deep into it, just whatever you're comfortable with, but I do want people to know that there were other problems that that Mandy had cervically, where I began to speculate that maybe while she was unconscious, someone might be assaulting her. So it's like, and hopefully that resolved. I'm sure it has. But I don't know if you found out any other details about that.
I don't, and I haven't had that since that time period, and I don't know, like people know, that would have been kind of like after you and I first met in person, and also that's when, I don't know if people know, that's when you were under attack at that UFO conference.
Yeah.
And so our meeting was super brief, and I know that Douglas couldn't even like point me out in a lineup because it was so brief and it was so crazy. And I had also been I don't know if you've talked about this much or if I've talked about this much, but that's when you were about to be accosted on stage, and I was actually in the audience. I was a art vendor at the UFO con, and that's how I had met Douglas. And so when Douglas says that Lorianne had pointed me to Ed and blocked me from sponsoring Douglas, it's because I had contact with Lorianne Fenton before I had ever had any interaction with Douglas. And so it was because of the I used to do my artwork and whatnot at various festivals and events and things, and I had been personally invited to come to this festival, and it was by somebody who had been at a Mount Shasta event and festival, and Lorianne had something to do with that with MUFON. I do not remember. That was like in 2008 or something.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't remember.
No worries. It's good to forget everything you can about her. Go on.
Well, I do remember it was a person that was connected to Laura Eisenhower, the great granddaughter of our president Eisenhower.
Right.
So that's what that was. They were there at the UFO conference that you were at.
Yeah.
And so right before you had your accost thing that happened, I had also been kind of like sidelined, and I know now that was that guy I told you I went off and had a chit chat with, and he was like smoking in his car.
Yeah.
Like blood, and it was when you were getting, it was crazy. I realized later, like the whole event and everything, it was that weird. I would never have done that, and it didn't make any sense, and he didn't make any sense, and he was literally handing me a check for exactly what my mortgage was worth.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a guess. It was, he knew exactly down to like the dollar of what was on my mortgage statement. And he was like, why don't you just take this? Like, why don't we do business, you and I? And like, it just, so after that, Lorianne Fenton had given me Noreen Helpand's contact information, because she had also been chit-chatting with Ed Opperman.
Right.
And so that's why that kind of liaison, and honestly, Ed Opperman was doing investigations and like crime stories, and I've always been.
Well, he still had a kind of tint of respectability at that point. He was not yet degenerated.
For sure, it was totally different then, and he kind of came across as like a cool PI, and I was like, well, shit, like that's kind of like, you know, stuff I'm into, and I could have gone those routes, and was very fascinated by detective work and whatnots and whatever. So, you know, crime. It also was a pitch of, we were going to put out and publicize bullshitters who were bullshitting.
Yeah.
So the same people that were attacking people like you, he had promoted and told me that we had shit on, like to prove, you know, and the same thing with other people that were going around trying to be these gurus at these UFO cons and MUFON whatevers and on Coast to Coast, that they were like full of shit.
Yeah.
And that was the original agreement. We were going to put booksellers that were willing to tell the truth, that wanted to come out with what they're coming out, to have an open public radio station. When I had first talked to him, I had talked to him about how my dad was a engineer and he did know how to make personal servers and downloaders. He was an original ham radio guy. He knew how to build whatever, and we would have had private servers, and we were going to broadcast our own show, our own stuff. And at the time, that was very expensive and hard to do. That's what Nighthawk was always like begging for money to pay for, and blah blah blah.
No, I mean, just so people understand, I don't mean in any way, shape, or form to dismiss or, how do I say it, misrepresent the expense and the difficulties involved in such a project. In Nighthawk's case, it's completely different. The individual was in question was already established, and he had equipment up the ass, and he was just juicing people for money. He's just a piece of shit is all he was, all he ever was. And of course he's dead now, and will never be missed. And the only thing I can say is that not even the carrion feeders want anything to do with his remains, so they'll probably be perfectly preserved for the next 10,000 years. And such being...
I don't mean to speak well of the dead, as they say, but he was charging what it would mean to get that equipment together.
Yeah.
And
yes.
the problem I have with contractors, and why I'm able to always get jobs, is you up your prices for your tools and your expenses, and you know what it costs to maintain those tools and run your job. But if you've already paid for them, it's your job to maintain them, and you don't get to keep charging people as if that expense is coming out your ass.
Yes.
He was charging realistically what it would cost to run what he was running, but that's pretending he didn't have the actual foundation and asset that he actually did have.
Thank you.
And the other backing and investment of other people that did do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
So
Yeah, that's what made him so despicable, among so many other things. But such being said, the other thing that I want to put into perspective for people is aside from that, there was how would I express this? When it came to the, now you got to know, in a sense, a number of people that were involved with Revolution Radio, and while we were all working with that, what was it that at some point, you and I both agreed, Ed Opperman began to disintegrate, and it was like almost everybody was going into a spiral. It was Nighthawk didn't start off as sleazy as he got, or he was always sleazy, but it just got worse and worse. And it could be, of course, that he was diabetic, and he was diabetic. I do want people to know that he was definitively diabetic as you could get. But beyond that, he was might have been doing drugs, alcohol. It was impossible to tell because he was just constantly starting to slur and just collapse, and just it was just, he died young, of course, as everyone expected. It was still somewhat of a miracle that he made it as long as he did. But when it came to between him and Ed Opperman and some of the other people at Revolution Radio, I mean, just Amanda was kind of this very quiet person who just became acquainted with everybody, and they just kind of ignored her and would talk over her, and just and that's how you absorbed a lot of information. Of course, I tried to get you to participate more assertively, but many of these people just tried to, it was to your advantage in a sense that many people just took you for granted. I don't know what else that brings to your mind, Mandy, but whatever it does, please share.
I mean, I guess that kind of makes me think of putting on my glasses and my lab coat. That's what a scientist does. That's what a researcher does. That's what an archivist does. They Holy shit! I'm sorry. Somebody was just walking by my driveway and they scared the shit out of me. I'm sorry.
No
But
worries.
they're still going. Okay.
Yeah.
Is part of the Montessori, which is my teaching method and training, is to observe, and that's a scientific method. It's not to push your beliefs or ideas, but to observe and just record your observations. And so I don't mind and I don't need to push in. I will speak my mind, and I will also bite my tongue, because like, why get into that shit if it ain't worth it? So, but for the most part, you know, I definitely didn't have anything to overtalk somebody about, and you learn a lot more when you just allow somebody to speak. And it could be that they reveal their true colors, or that you can understand where everybody is coming from, and everybody can be right from their own perspective, but it doesn't mean everything is like in the right. And so it's very easy to be. I also had training for like peer mediation, and that's to help people, you know, compromise and work together, and that was a part of my teaching. And so being able to just subjectively observe without having your feelings attached. It sounds cold or detached, but just being able to observe and record, and that I have found it very effective in my teaching career to actually be able to help children and guide and work with them in a positive way. And same with my friends and children and whatnot. So to just kind of guide them instead of, you know, it's better to allow somebody to figure things out lovingly without forcing them to know what they need to know.
Yeah.
So there is a detachment I think you need to do, and it is good. And I there's a lot of people I wanted to learn from. There's a lot of things I didn't know, like you said, and I think kind of like you, we both kind of came out at the same time. Even though, like you said, I was a little bit more quiet and just observant.
Yeah.
However, I had been around the same time, and then there was kind of a pattern that kept fitting along with it. So, like you said, there's been this, I don't know, string that binds, but it keeps having its little weaves going through.
Yeah, well, we're definitely both part of a grand narrative in which we're very interconnected. A few more things that come to mind with that. You're, by the way, you remember Brendan Zogit, right?
That sounds absolutely familiar.
Yeah, young man and very militant vegan. And he was someone who was essentially my technical support for a period of time. And he went to Montessori school. I was asking him about, you know, the kind of school that followed a philosophy of letting children learn for themselves to a great degree, and a lot of studying outdoors. And then he named, now, am I pronouncing it correctly, Montessori or Montessori? How is
Montessori.
Montessori, yeah, kind of like monastery. And so this,
it's Italian.
Yeah. So this Montessori school system, he said, oh, he named it. And I said, how did you know about this? And he said, oh, he was raised in that system. He was raised in the Montessori school system. I thought, oh, that explains so much. And why he was kind of, shall we say, certainly out of the mold. Definitely not fitting into the cookie cutter template. He, was definitely different. And so hopefully he's still alive, but he went on vacation and effectively has never returned, essentially. So poor guy. And but he was targeted heavily by the enemy, and this brings us back to the enemy. When it comes to Amanda Ute's family on the side of the Dixie Cup sperm donor, you're talking about people heavily involved with every abuse you can imagine, and these are people who are pure raw evil, and we're doing their best to basically take her kids. And so this has not come to pass, thankfully, but they were definitely, her enemies are my enemies. So this is one of the primary threads we've got connecting us. And for those of you who don't know the significance, when I brought up the individual stationed at the Presidio, that, of course, was where I worked for almost a decade. And, of course, spent a lot more time there growing up there as a child. having access to the open parts of the base as as basically a military dependent, and actually other parts of the base that were not so open, such as the PX and the commissary, the Letterman Army Medical Center, because of course I was a military dependent and had these access to these privileges until I was 18 years of age. So, all that being said, yes, Mandy and I can relate on a number of different levels. There's that. There's, the porn. Of course, Mandy came from a lot less innocent background than she's raised her children in, or at least was willing to explore a lot more. But when it came to, yeah. And you can go a bit into some of the exploring that you did. I certainly don't mind, whatever you're willing to share when you talk about the biker chick days and whatnot.
No, like my kids definitely would be probably drop dead if I talked about
Okay.
my time. So I'm sorry, that's why I giggled. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Understood. And so we'll keep from shocking them tonight. Yeah, we'll wait till they're a bit older for that. And then maybe not even then. Yes, it's but when it comes to just our backgrounds, obviously we can relate to a lot. Let me check the chat room again, see if there's anything new appearing in there that would be relevant. And let's see. Oh, Michelle Carmel says, do you mean Foghorn Leghorn, the WB chicken? Ed Upperman stories. Wish my phone battery was charged right now. Hello, Mike.
Oh, no.
Yes. And so Michelle, we had to drop you off the call because you weren't mute, and we just were blown out by those ceiling fans, those kitchen fans, the kitchen aeration system. But such being said, believe me, I'm so glad to see you in the chat. And other than that, I do want to ask Aristides. So, what comes to your mind when we're discussing all of this? Mandy and I obviously went down memory lane for a while with each other, and holding hands and kissing all the way. But as somebody who was kind of listening to this, what does it bring to your mind? Any memories or any thoughts?
As far as which part?
Anything.
Yeah. Well, as far as the having kids, you were
asking you about you. Yeah, if you could bring up a bit, whatever you're willing to share. I mean, we'd love to hear some stories about what kind of experience you had with your significant other.
It's not always an ideal situation, Sometimes it starts out with parents, married, and it goes bad, or sometimes they're just not married. It's not always, ideal, white picket fence thing. But I think more than anything, you just got to keep showing up and not taking out any of these, things on your kids that might be unfortunate factors to the situation. And if things aren't ideal, it's probably because you made stupid decisions somewhere, and don't punish them for that. I think a lot of people are just still acting out their own crap and not realizing the toll it's like taking on their kids. And you just got to keep showing up, and that does a world of good, because I think both the parents being involved, which we both always have been, is despite anything else going on, is got to be one of the most important things. Parent being gone, absent, not there, not showing up, not expressing caring, for the kid. That's the worst thing. So.
Yeah. Definitely.
So, yeah, I mean, so I made a lot of sacrifices so that that wouldn't be the case, and it's worth it. It's worth it.
Or at least you keep trying to convince yourself it was. I'm kidding.
No, the kids are innocent, and you gotta suck it up, and you gotta be the grown up. Like I said, it's a lot of time it's because your own lack of judgment or planning. You might be in a bad situation. I mean, bad things happen to people also, but I think a lot of relationship issues are people acting out their own stuff.
Yeah. How did you meet? How did you meet your significant other?
Kind of by chance. I don't want to say too much. Yeah. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll refrain from making any jokes. And so Michelle Saldana is in the chat room, and she says, I was a Montessori teacher named after Maria Montessori. Thank you, honey. So I put a big wow in response. Aside from that, what about in terms of once your daughter became of legal age, was there a huge feeling of relief? Or nothing really changed, or what?
A little bit, but there was really at that point nothing hugely like dramatic or pressing to escape from at that point. Okay. It was already, it was pretty stable. It wasn't like kids get out of here, or you're not going to do that, or I assume for some people, that might be the situation where they got to pay child support or that type of thing. They could be relieved, but you're probably paying child support because you're not really there for your kids.
God knows I'd rather pay child support than be there for the kids. Of course, if I had my way, I'd do neither. But then that's why I realize I shouldn't be a father. But such being said...
you could just be a sperm donor.
Yeah, I could just be a sperm donor, like Mandy's boy.
I mean, just imagine the profile on the, you got to put in your information there, where the women select, what they, it's like, oh, he's tall and he's got, green eyes. Would be able to imagine what your profile is.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'd have women clamoring for that.
I love it. It's I actually we've kind of gone over this before in the past. It's one of these things that just and every time I mention it, and people, they just their jaws drop, and I can understand why. But so just so people understand, I've actually donated sperm, not in the sense of that like our man Mr. Aristides is speaking of, but rather because what happens is that again, the nanoplasma, which by all evidence seems to transfer through my sperm as well. So my son's husband, already being gay, didn't have any real sense of revulsion with this, felt that it might be efficacious to take some of my sperm towards just absorbing maybe some of this nanotechnology that might have been injected into myself by the U.S. military, by all evidence. So I had to go through all the normal procedures of what one would do for sperm donation, which is like go to the lab room and jack off in a Dixie cup. So, of course, they advise you to bring your own porn because they don't know what's going to turn you on to motivate you to ultimately ejaculate. But you go there and you do it. And as a result, I got free testing to make certain that the efficacy of my sperm was top notch, because I was concerned because my father, my legal father, might well have been sterile, and so I was concerned about that, and just whether or not so anyhow, so the testing proved that it was efficacious, this kind of shit. And other than that, when I was bringing this up with Judith Ager, and she was saying, whoa, isn't that all awkward? Wasn't that really awkward? And I was like, it'd be a lot more awkward, honey, if I jacked off directly into his mouth. So, fortunately, we found a way to do it 2 steps removed. So, there we have that. Such being said, yeah, I'll give it a thought, Aristides, and kind of like I think I showed this to maybe it was yourself, or it may have been Nemo or Mark H and another young lady. But let me see if I can find it. But in the meantime, Mandy, tell us a little bit about. Now your son is over 18 now, right?
He's 17. He'll be 18 next year.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and why do I feel relieved at that? Why did I say it that? What? Yeah, that's weird. At any rate, he's obviously seen a lot. But in terms of he's always been very protective of your daughter, his sister, and so their relationship, it was I mean, what reminiscing can you do about that? Again, they had each other mostly as playmates, and you taught them some games, and they're all fans of anime. Okay, so you completed the full cycle of that Titan strike, right? I mean, how did they feel about that? How did they feel about that, or its ending, or what message did they get from that?
So the final finale that they've been prolonging for the last year, is finally coming out. So we have saved all of that last season in quotes for when they finally come out with that, and we're going to binge watch the whole thing. Okay. So they keep drawing reflections upon just Japan and Germany, this author, and the Nordic ties to this tale, and how it is also apocalyptic and modern. And it's kind of like their modern day, what our DC and MCU comics were when they first came out, of ancient lore made modern with a specific cultural perspective. And really does dive into deeply of war, of nationality, of truth, of history. And I don't know, that's one thing I love about the animes today that we kind of veered off from. And some of the MCU or our comic movies did pretty good about it. But it was telling our old tales in a really good way. Mm-hmm. And I think the Attack on Titan series, if anybody hasn't watched it, should absolutely do it fabulously. Okay. Yes.
Wow. Thank you.
My kids make fun of me because I don't even know what they call it. Whatever. Never mind.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fine. I mean, I'm happy to see you get animated, to use a pun, about anime, and it's I'm sure they do as well. It's but to see you animate it probably surprises them because you're an adult, quote unquote. But I'm sure they love it, that they appreciate it.
So we definitely grew up with not necessarily like just movies that like the crazy Hollywood movies, but we always kind of what they know and grew up with. Like I remember they were at that UFO conference we were talking about that we met up with. Yeah. They were watching Young Frankenstein. Uh-huh. The Mel Brooks rendition. So I guess in a certain sense, the classics, the oddities, like my kids could have quoted Edgar Allan Poe and C.S. Lewis and Tolkien like 10 years ago. Wow. So I get, but also huge sci-fi. They also knew who L. Ron Hubbard was before they understood what Scientology was.
Amazing.
Because
how?
Just well, because I had talked to him about they knew about Jack Parsons because I had said before, like I have my dad's Tesla blueprints and books and stuff, and so part of those notes and whatnots and other books that were a part of my dad's stuff was L. Ron Hubbard stuff, which is connected with L. Ron Hubbard stuff. So they understood that angle before they knew what the Scientology was, and also like Werner von Braun, that my dad had been over there on the base and working with them before they kind of understood that that was also connected in other ways.
Wow. Wow. Okay. And at any rate, let's go over here to the share screen. So if both of you are capable of seeing a screen share, here we are going to do start sharing now. Can you see the cursor moving around, both of you? Respond if
Yeah.
you can.
Come on.
Okay. Yeah. What was that, Aristides?
I'm going. I wasn't on the screen. Okay, I'm there now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you can see the cursor moving around. Okay, thank you. And all right, so Carillon Tower at 1100 Gough Street in San Francisco was built in 1964. And so in a sense, it is it's a building that's a little older than me, but it's a little, just a tad, by a few months younger than my sister. My late sister was born in 1963, and it was around that time that my mother, having every intention of relocating to the United States with my father, basically had the sperm of Adolf Hitler, which she had in the storage in a freezer unit in Taipei, the capital of Taiwan, probably at Mackay Missionary Hospital, which is why I was born there. She had the main part of that sperm, probably the test tube itself, was transferred over to this facility. Now, in this strange-looking apartment building in San Francisco, and it really stands out. It's very unusual architecture, obviously, and in San Francisco, it stands out like a sore thumb. And there goes the porn, of course, in the background, which changes every 60 seconds in the background. You both just got a flash of that. And so going back to the apartment itself, which is kind of like architecture porn, you've got this situation where here we are, where somebody had at probably one of the upper floors, as I understand it, a business, some kind of, I guess, some industry had opened up a freezer storage unit for sperm, specifically in this building. So we're talking about maybe 19 stories, 102 apartment units, and it's about $5,000 a month to rent an apartment unit in this baby. Basically they had pretty much the upper floor or something like that, as I understood it. And so the sperm was transferred there for storage. And then I was born, and it was not too long after that, somewhere into the next several months or years, I don't really know, because I never really found out exactly the specifics from my mother, but I'm certain that if I wanted to find out, I could find out. But basically, they hit this place really hard. And they knocked off all the power. As you can see, it's knocking off the power on the block. You're not really causing too much of a ruckus, because basically it's only this apartment building and the church. That's basically all that's on that block. So the entire block, when you knock it out, you're knocking out power to quite a bit of people, but not nearly as much as you might think. So response is not nearly what you might think it would be. So, but they hit it hard enough where they not only knocked off the power to the block, but they knocked off the backup generator. So they knocked out the backup generator, so the place was functioning like a hospital would function, where each hospital has a backup generator in case there is a power blackout, so the patients on life support can survive. But they took it all out, and all the sperm died. All of it melted, and of course, and after that, I presume the facility moved or relocated or completely liquidated all of its assets and disassembled, dissolved, whatever. But there you go. In a sense, you could say that I was as much maybe born in this place as I was in Taiwan, because my understanding was this being built in 1964. The sperm was already stored there for about 2 years before I was born. Essentially, an element of it was shipped by the people who were working with the company that maintained it to Taiwan for my mother to use. So that was, in other words, there you go, another strange part of my history that, now you know. I didn't have some visuals for. Yeah, what that was filed under was anybody's guess as well. Obviously, my mother never gave me the full details for it because by that time it was a moot point. Place was effectively rendered inoperable in terms of that one business that was operating out of this facility. There you go.
Okay. So, and you think that was intentional, the power taken out?
Oh God, please.
Yeah,
I mean,
right. And but that was after you. So what would have been the point?
So that she couldn't give birth to any more children. So she couldn't give birth to any more children who were the children of Adolf Hitler.
Okay. That's where. All right. That's okay. That's what I was wondering.
So I was the last. Yeah, that ensured that I was the last one. Yeah, and okay, and let's take a look now. I'm getting a little bit of okay.
No, look, it said Amanda left.
What?
Yeah, look, there's.
She did? Why? Oh my God!
I don't know.
Oh my God!
Probably unintentional.
Oh, I mean, I hope she wasn't offended by the porn that flashed. Oh my God!
I doubt it. I think she knows you better than that.
Thank you. I was about to say she should be shocked if she didn't see that. Maybe we should try to call her again, and just to see if she's okay. At any rate, we can try her, and just for a second, of course, our dear Carmi, and just kind of say goodnight to both of them. And I'll probably segue into the monologue for a bit. I tried bringing on George Knight, and so technically he is on the call, meaning he can jump on whenever he wishes. But other than that, really, how would I say it? If our man George doesn't show up, I'm like, Amanda says Skype kicked me out. Be back soon. Okay. And so let me give her a thank you for that. So what had happened earlier, Carmi, was that she's gonna reload. So what happened earlier, Carmi, was that the fans, which are still on behind you now, you didn't go mute, so I had to.
let my phone charge more, and then it'll come back on.
Oh, sure, but just let everybody know you're happy. That you're feeling happier now because of the trial being postponed. So that's great. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
So all is good. I'm just gonna let my phone charge. I'll come back and visit with you all in a little while. In the meantime, I'm listening in like everybody else.
Sure. Take your time. Okay. Bye for now. Thank you, honey.
Bye.
Yeah, and there goes Carmi at the helicopter pad, and aside from that, so what I'll start doing is we'll see if Mandy comes on in a few, and then if she doesn't, I'll just start monologuing. At any rate, so we got communications from Mandy, and that's good. So nice to know she wasn't shocked or somehow offended. Like, oh my God, they kept sperm alive in that horrible place.
And you guys are having some conversation about what was it you guys were just talking about for a while? It was like she said something about some conferences and Shasta and something, and then all these people involved, and I don't know if that was related or.
Well, I can tell you one thing. One of the things that I almost feel better about bringing this up when she's not here, as opposed to when she is here for some strange reason. Though there's no reason I should feel that way, but you might remember, oh God, this was before your time. You thankfully for you were not exposed to the horrors of some of the jack-offs I was dealing with, in the early, before you showed up there, were horrible people who were basically, quote unquote, helping me on air. with production and shit, and these are just the slimiest, sleaziest people imaginable. I mean, in fact, they're unimaginable. You would never imagine such people existing. But yeah, with all of them, and I was dealing with some of them for years. Just disgusting people. But anyhow, just thinking about them makes me physically ill. But aside from that, what was the point to be made was that when they were asking, one of them was, a few of them were obsessed with magic, but especially one of them, and it was all he ever talked about. And it's, of course, he was engaged in it in this masturbatory sense. He didn't have the discipline to really conduct spells that worked, which, as you can imagine, first off, we're talking about applied quantum mechanics, basically. Magic is, in the end, applied quantum mechanics. For those of you with any iota of skepticism, like, come on, I'm a rational materialist, give me a break, and any of you just try and explain Madame Laveau of New Orleans, or, of course, the ladies always jump on my ass about how I pronounce New Orleans. But when it comes to New Orleans, the old New Orleans, the Black Queen of Voodoo, as she was known, Madame Laveau, she was probably one of the most sought-after assassins in the world. And she was a woman who would kill people without ever leaving her home. All that was known to everyone was that if you paid her enough money, whoever you wanted dead would die. Basically, people would approach her for, I want this person dead, and give her the $1 million contract, and that person would be dead. She had a 100% success ratio. Okay, so how does this work? It basically works because she is using quantum mechanics. She's applying it. And some people can do this almost intuitively. It has to be like any skill where you don't think about it when you do it. When it comes to somebody who's flying or performing gymnastics, you can't think about what you're doing. It's a lot like sex. You really have to stop thinking and just perform. If you're not riding the wave like a surfer, you're gonna splash. And so if you're overthinking the landing of a plane, you're gonna crash. It's whatever skill you got. The reason it looks so easy to everyone else who's watching you do it is because you're not thinking it through. You're at this point in your life doing what you're doing without thought. Your body at that point is performing, and it's not that your mind is necessarily gone, but you're acting with a trained nervous system. You're doing it autonomically in a very real sense. So you have to get into a groove, and there's moments when anyone can fall out of that groove and panic, and everything falls apart. So believe me, if you interrupt a spell being cast by a coven of magicians, it depends on how deep they are into their state of gnosis with whatever entity they're communing with, or whatever summoning ritual they're performing, or the like. But believe me, you get past their security, if they have any, gunfire and screams and whatnot will bring them out of what they're doing and lead to the occult version of a nuclear meltdown. This is something that can happen, and I've seen it happen. So when it happens, the performance of magic, this one bozo that we had on this program in the past is just basically a regular member of the production staff who just felt it was his mission in life to scare everybody away, revolt as many people as possible, and yet he built up his own fan base doing that. Just people who felt he was, the greatest thing on earth, and went off with him into the sunset when he was evicted. this individual always wanted to know how to perform magic, and of course I never showed him, but he was like, in a very real sense, doing magic every day. But just so people understand, this doesn't mean it was magic that worked. It's like driving drunk. You know, you can drive drunk every day. What alarmed me when I was in one therapy session with some group therapy thing I was experimenting with, and this one Asian bus driver, school bus driver, was talking about, oh, I'm getting better with my alcoholism. And when he started exposing the fact that he was sneaking his alcohol to work, this is a school bus driver driving children, he was like freezing vodka into ice cubes. He was freezing vodka into ice cubes, and he would put those ice cubes in his water. So he had this big container of ice water, but all the ice was frozen vodka. And he was drinking this throughout the day while driving kids by the score in his school bus. This is like, you begin to realize how your world is tottering at the edge of absolute catastrophe every minute of every day, and you have no idea how close you are to falling off the precipice. This is like how Jameson Reese, Jambo the Reese Monkey as I call him, was with their magic. So it's not like he could cast spells that worked. He was always too turfed. You need a disciplined mind. You need to be focused. You might think you drive better when you're drunk, but chances are very high no one else on earth agrees. So when it came to Madame Laveau, on the other hand, she was conducting magic on a fairly regular level and quite effectively. But we're talking about somebody with discipline, iron discipline, and almost an ascetic lifestyle. Sure, maybe she spent a lot of her time stoned out of her mind. We don't know, but certainly when she was performing her rituals, we can probably guess she wasn't. There are some people who say, well, the shamanic magicians use this sort of, interaction with the mushrooms and shit to help bring them into a certain state. And that is called a fugé. And their fugé might work for them. And that would be they're altering their biochemical system, their interactions with the universe through biochemically altering themselves. But again, it still requires a certain kind of discipline. By the way, I want to say hello to Hawaiian Heartbreak, her story, trademarked. And what she has to say is, she says, first she's interacting with Carmi, and Carmi's saying, oh, sorry, I thought I was on mute then, or logged off, so no worries, we will get the story one day, I'm patient. Anyhow, Hawaiian Heartbreak, her story says, I grew up on those classic authors too. Elron is part of the Cabal, a cousin. He is cousins with Parsons and Werner von Braun. They're all cousins. I don't know about that, but okay, that's how she understands it. Then she says, it says you guys have been streaming for 4 hours now. I gotta go. Blessings, everyone. And then Carmi says, I knew one of Madame Laveau's granddaughters. Then Hawaiian Heartbreak, her story, which is trademarked, it says, that's weird. She's my cousin, just like everyone else in the Cabal. She's a Lancaster, my 21st cousin. Then she says, and Michelle Saldana, she's related to all the nobility. And then Michelle Saldana says, I did hear that at Hawaiian Heartbreak, her story, trademark. Okay, that's incredible. I don't know about that, but that's how they see it. Now, if that were true, it could go a long way towards explaining how she's kind of connected to everyone, right? And then just kind of can zoom in or zone in a little bit more if they're all just like, kind of related, and, her being black and all and probably not accepted into the rest of the extended family, probably wanted to kill all these other people. Anyhow, she says, someday I will post my family tree. It's all public record. She says, I'm still here. I can't stop listening. You guys rock. Well, we love you too. Hawaiian Heartbreak, her story. I love that. Triple H, actually. Trademarked. Okay. Look, it's, yeah, who am I to judge? I mean, I'm trying to tell people about applied quantum mechanics here, and so yeah, I mean, who am I to judge that what you say? It's you got to admit, it's like some people would argue in the end that we're all related in one way or another because we're all one extended family that came out of a single source point at some point. It's yeah, no judgment. I'll just take what you say and roll with it. I'll accept what you say, but we'll leave it at that for now. You gotta admit, it does sound kind of hard to believe. Okay, yeah.
Which part?
Yeah, yeah. Now I can imagine she might be the 21st cousin of Madame Laveau. That Madame Laveau might be a Lancaster, really, because all the white people were having sex with their slaves, and they were like, if the slave like later on was able to purchase their freedom, or later on was freed by situational circumstances like the Civil War or something like that, then a lot of times the name would be changed. So it's not unbelievable. It's somebody could be like Madame Laveau might have been related to some elite family line, and so it's actually has a certain kind of sense to it. And so Hawaiian Heartbreak, her story, I get it. And then she says we're all related, but the royals and elite tend to breed in the same families repeatedly. There's a lot. Good enough. True enough. She says, lot of genetic defects in my genes. Laughing my fucking ass off. Yeah. Yeah. Well, this can happen. Yeah. Okay. So all that's believable. That's what I'll say. That's within the realm where, yeah, I can take that. And even run with it. As for, let's just say it's some of, Elron. Then she says that Elron and who else was related? It was like
Ron Brown. Warner Von Braun.
Ron Brown?
Yeah. So yeah, cousins with Parsons and Werner von Braun. So,
and Werner von Braun. Okay, yeah, that's a little.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Transatlantic. Oh, and didn't he had a brother?
Brother Magnus, his brother
Magnus, yeah,
Magnus.
Which is the story's almost equally as interesting, but you never hear about.
Yeah, that's right. So this is what I try to tell people. Werner von Braun's brother Magnus went to work for the Soviets, and so while he was working for the Soviets, he was sabotaging all their programs, just as Werner von Braun, in a sense, was sabotaging the American programs. And so both of Werner von Braun brothers were keeping the Soviets and the Americans in low Earth orbit. While the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich in exile was essentially reaching for the stars. Yeah. So, yeah.
But I looked up a thing. I looked up Magnus, and I didn't see he was right. Was he not in the U.S.? Because it said, at least Wikipedia or whatever says, like he ended up in the U.S. So I don't know if.
Well, I'm sure he ultimately ended up in the U.S. because who wouldn't want to get out of the fucking Soviet Union?
Right. Okay. So when would he have gone to the Soviet Union?
Yeah, it was in the early days. We're talking like 1945. It was like 1945 to maybe was with them for a while, then came to the U.S. So did they say when he came to the U.S.?
Yeah, I'm looking for that now.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, of course, it's Wikipedia, so it's the bathroom wall. Information intercourse, as Gary States said it, and I always quote Gary States on that. But when it comes to, just remember, everybody, Wikipedia is not allowed as a reference for any academic projects or papers or discourse. You're not allowed to cite Wikipedia because Wikipedia is see things sewer shit. And unfortunately, most everybody up there says, who needs school? I got Wikipedia, and well, what can you do at that point? I mean, they're hopeless. At any rate, so when I was talking about quantum mechanics and Laveau and magic, just get this much: magic requires a tremendous amount of focus and energy, certainly for the more serious things you're trying to get done. So there's basically only 3 times really that I've ever performed magic in earnest. We're not talking stage magic. We're talking about an actual spell that impacted the world around me. Yeah, one time was definitely to save my mother's life, and that was when that brain injury that she had suffered was rendered her clinically dead, and so I made an appeal to the Peacock Angel, and all these spells require blood. Just understand that much. You're not going to get anything done seriously without blood. In any of these spells, I nearly bled myself dry. It's not something anybody wants to do lightly. The second time, the other time that I am willing to speak about, that I performed a magic ritual, was when the balance came to. So when I made an appeal to the Peacock Angel, that a fragment possesses myself, or is within myself, and can certainly take over at certain times, and has done so in the past, or at least asserts itself at various times, rarely, but does so once in a while. When I made an appeal for extending my mother's life, I was granted a decade, but within a decade's time, someone else had to die. And easy enough deal for me to make. I've killed people all my life. When it came for that to happen, the person that I took out, using the magical ritual so that the person could be sacrificed unto the Peacock Angel, who of course is Lucifer in the Western understanding. The Western understanding not comprehending the Peacock Angel's other functions in the universe, or how the Peacock Angel is perceived by the Yazidi, the people created by the Peacock Angel, and not by God, as they themselves will say. The Peacock Angel needed the person dedicated unto themselves that was to die. And the person I took out was Mandy's father-in-law. And that was because Mandy's father-in-law was trying to take her children away, to take them into that satanic meat grinder that her Dixie Cup sperm donor was all a part of. And that fucker was like sleeping in a van on her property for years, basically stealing all her money, taking off and winding up rendezvousing with women he didn't know, who were certainly his handlers, because there's no sane woman in the world is going to park her car out with an engine that turns out not to be broken in the middle of the night and wait for a guy passing by in a van like Mandy's sperm donor husband was doing. Stop him, hail him down, and then wind up going with him to some I don't know, rap concert. I know that much. I know it was a rap concert. I don't know who the rapper was or what brand of rap it was, but the one thing I do know was that he was a white boy who hated rap. So, you're going out with some white girl, and why would she like rap? And if she did, and you're doing that just to get laid, well, maybe that's one thing, but the whole thing was so suspicious. It was just... he was doing that in the middle of the night, disappearing with all the money he was stealing out of her account, writing over the estate to himself, Mandy's home and shit under his name and all this crap, putting it up for sale, this kind of crap. The way I remember it, I had contacted Mandy and told her if she knew her home was for sale. And turned out he had put it up for sale without consulting her. So it was like, this is the kind of shit that we were dealing with. And it was his dad wanted the kids turned over to him. And this is like looking at what he produced in terms of his son. You can imagine what he was going to do with the kids. So there we have that. And so when I conducted the spell, he died of a brain tumor. And the deal was done. It was sealed. I got 10 extra years from my mother and took out an asshole. Altogether, I don't feel that there's any bad karma involved there. Aside from all of that, Hawaiian Heartbreak, her story was saying L. Ron, Jack Parson, WVB are all cousins, and Crowley is not cousins. Oh my God, you saved your mom. Oh my fucking God, I just saved from blood from my job because I'm vegetarian. Oh my God, thank you for saving your mom. Thank you, honey. She says Princess Kaliulani was called the Peacock Angel. Oh my fucking God, yes. One less pedo mine in Arizona State Prison. Wow, thank you for sharing your story. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. Thank you for sharing yours. And we've got something from Aristides. So what's this link you sent us?
That's the Wikipedia I was talking about with Magnus von Braun.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Is it correct? I don't know, but that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, it's definitely better than nothing. It's a place to start. So at least people can look him up. He is the inspiration for Magnus, Robot Killer. You might remember that comic book if you're really old. But there you go with that. And thank you for sharing that. And aside from that, let me see if I can gather my wits about me. And
it was he when it was clear that Germany. This is another page. Mm-hmm. When it was clear that Germany would lose the war, ensured the V2 program fell into the hands of the Americans rather than the Russians.
Magnus.
Yeah. There's some other page. I don't know. Yeah, because he was a chemical guy, rocket. With regard to rockets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely, let's just put it that way, that's completely written from an Allied perspective. So
sure.
These are the same kind of people. Just to put this into an example for people, Marlene Dietrich, who you've already heard me speak of in depth, and you've heard me talking about her trying to kill Hitler. You've heard me talk about this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Marlene Dietrich is like, just so people know, she's buried in Germany. The Germans are very ambivalent about it because she's obviously a German icon who is famous worldwide, but she is a traitor. She's still a traitor to the fatherland. But she is... she definitely wanted to be buried in Germany. So she's still identified as a German. When I took a look at some American websites involved with the USO, the entertainment branch of the military service that tries to provide, they're not really a branch of the military service, but the USO provides entertainment for the military overseas. And what happened is that, they basically appropriated her and called her an American. So whereas she saw herself as German, the Americans try to appropriate her for their own propaganda purposes and say that, in other words, rather than even saying that she's quote unquote a good German, they just simply say, oh, well, she's an American. So it's like, this is the kind of appropriation that Americans do. So if they're doing that, you can imagine what they're doing about Magnus von Braun.
Sure.
But it is what it is. But there's Magnus surrounded by very large rockets, and he's of course, these were incredible human beings, and they did incredible things for all humanity. And in the end, we should respect them as human beings. So, but also respect their nationality. So, I will now proceed into monologue, And what I'll ask our man Aristides to do is, why don't you just hang on? You can participate or interject whenever you wish. But if you fall asleep, don't even worry about it. Is it possible for you to leave the phone on charger if you're using your phone so that it doesn't? Yeah. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
And
I'll be here.
bless you. Thank you. Hugs. And so Hawaiian Heartbreak, her story says, Meh, my mom's name is Kaiser Schleswig Holstein. My grandma changed it to Clark. Holy shit. What a waste. Your original name was so much more beautiful. And, oh my God. Yes. Shows that you are connected to nobility. Kaiser Schleswig Holstein. I was just thinking of Schleswig Holstein the other day. What a incredible coincidence. And of course, I'm a patient at Kaiser Hospital, which, still trying to get some things squared away with. In terms of their bullshit. But other than that, generally things work out well with them. Okay, everybody. Let's see how long my voice can last and see if our man George Knight ever jumps on. We will, of course, just for the sake of propriety, see if I can try and give him another call. And if he doesn't respond, then we'll just go into monologue. Okay, George Knight is definitely here. Our man Aristides is on mute. Mandy and Carmi are basically off, but still with us. Not off in any mental way, mind you, but just off the well, they're on the call, really, technically. At least Carmi is. She's typing, actually. An essay, by the looks of it. She says, I can come on when you are tired and want to rest your voice. My phone is past 25 now. Thank you, honey. It's good to know that. Appreciate that. And that may well happen. And it may well yet happen. We're just going to let this circle turn for our man, George. See if he responds. And if not, I'll go straight into monologue. And... So, like George said, he would be here tonight, but it's always hard to tell what's going to happen with anybody. I found out over the years, of course, that it says he's unavailable, but should he find himself available, he has the option for jumping on later. Okay, let's see what we can do, or what trouble we can get into. Our man Aristides is on mute. Michelle has made her offer, and we had good interaction with Hawaiian Heartbreak, her story. She says, laugh out loud, we have Kaiser Hospital in Hawaii too. Oh yeah, most certainly. Kaiser wanted to move there. Troy Bellamy says, I'm listening from bed. Troy, it's just not the same as when Brooke Gibson listens from bed. He may think that's sensual and erotic to share that with us. But the vision I get of him lying in bed, it just doesn't sway me as much as Brooke Gibson's image does. Hate to say it, but it's true. But hugs to Troy Bellamy and he's and the information that he gives us. Good man. And hope he enjoys teaching, of course, these kids early in the morning. I don't know how he stands it. I would blow my brains out. Got enough of a challenge dealing with a bunch of well-behaved, smooth, and hairless twinks. Well, they got hair on the top of their heads at least, but the majority of the rest of their bodies they shave. Michelle Saldana says, maybe not for you, Douglas. There you are. See, Troy, you turned Carmi on. There you go. All right. And check back in, see if there's a response there. We got good numbers, that's for sure. And all right, Russia's so Michelle says maybe a good visual for us ladies. Yes, I suppose. Yeah. I won't think about it myself because I'm just going to move along. At any rate, in the Russian culture, they have what they call an August curse, and this August they've seen the war come home. In years past, The month of August was often greeted in Russia with a degree of caution, even alarm. Russians spraketh in whispered tones of their August curse to explain the unusually high number of deadly accidents, terrorist attacks, or outbreaks of war. For a long time now, that curse seemed to have been lifted and almost forgotten, reducing the month to just another hot summer interlude. But this year, it appears to be back with a vengeance. For a start, Russians are witnessing a massive upsurge in Ukrainian attacks that have brought the Kremlin's war home, making Moscow pay a price and giving ordinary Russians a taste of the horrific violence Ukraine has suffered since last February. In the Black Sea, Russia's military and commercial fleets have come under attack from Ukrainian naval drones this month, threatening Russian supply and trade routes. And every day in August so far has seen the news media carry reports of small-scale but incessant Ukrainian drone attacks targeting official buildings, military installations, or commercial and even residential premises. Most are shot out of the sky, according to officials, by bolstered aero defenses, but enough get through to give the Russians pause. One unnamed woman told local media in Moscow, the capital of the Russian Empire, "We're all shocked that it's happening here, but we are not politicians, so we don't want to comment." Well, there you go. That's what life is like in Russia. You get to comment only if you're a politician. There's been a strict crackdown on dissent in Russia, particularly around criticisms of the war in the Ukraine. Another woman appeared on local media with her face blurred to protect her identity. And to quote a she, and by the way, I'm translating in both cases from the Russian for you, she said, "I have 2 kids and want to stop being ashamed that they were born in this time." Now, other Russians are apparently now taking their opposition a step further, with August witnessing an unprecedented spike in arson attacks against military recruitment offices across the country. More than 12 fire bombings in just over a week, according to Russian state media itself. Officials confirm vulnerable citizens, like pensioners, are being duped into carrying out attacks by Ukrainian agents posing as police or creditors calling in loans and forcing them to act. But a source linked to one Russian partisan group denies Russians are being coerced at all, telling the American press that the Kremlin wants to hide the growing discontent in society. Said source told the American press if people weren't angry with the authorities, they wouldn't do anything. The second week of August was no less fraught than the first, and with far more dead and injured. A mysterious explosion ripped through an industrial plant in the small Russian city of Sergiev Posad, about 12 hours' drive from Moscow, sending a dark mushroom cloud billowing into the skies. The authorities insist it was a safety lapse at a fireworks factory, but of course, denying reports of sabotage at what was once a leading manufacturer of military optical equipment, like night goggles and gun sights. Still, the blast caused horrific damage. 440 apartments and 20 private homes struck, according to Russian state media itself. So you can imagine what the real damage must have been. 184 cars destroyed, 84 people critically injured, 1 killed, and at least 8 more are still missing. Russia's August curse is back indeed. This is just to make people feel a little bit more balanced concerning the horrors in Hawaii, all on the island of Maui, of course. And it also brings us back to Xi Jinping's losing bet on Vladimir Putin and how it's backfiring. All right, let's take a look at what's going on in the chat room here. Hawaiian Heartbreak Her Story says, can you talk about American terrorization of the Philippines? Didn't we kill millions of Muslims there? Oh, yes. Troy Bellamy says, sorry, Doug, don't want to give you that visual either. Brooks' visuals are much more desirable. Thank you. And Hawaiian Heartbreaks Her Story says, Dietrich means dragon? Heart? Yes, honey, yes. It can, yeah. Also can mean skeleton key. Has a variety of meanings depending on how the word is applied. Yeah, the Thrak, the dragon, very much so. Thank you for asking. And, the history of the colonial empire of America and its massive genocide in the Philippines, I brought up in the past one time with that idiot, Penny Bradley, who then began just interrupting me and talking about, just a bullshit divergence into, of course, the horror that the Native Americans suffered from. As if the Filipinos were not indigenous. So, I mean, of course the Native Americans suffered the most appalling Holocaust in history. The Jews have nothing on the American Indians. The American Indians suffered beyond Jewish comprehension. And all of it due to a Jewish son of a bitch named Christopher Valbo Corlambuenos, Christopher Columbus. Not his real name. He was a Marrano Jew, a Jewish individual pretending to be Catholic, looking for a new promised land to relocate Israel. The new Israel was to be America, the Western Hemisphere, and he was determined to kill off all the Native American Indians that populated this new Israel to relocate his quote-unquote chosen people to the promised land. The greatest Holocaust in human history, so much so that it resulted in a necromantic winter, a miniature ice age, because of the reforestation that happened with all the dead bodies of the Native Americans fertilizing the ground and not being there to farm or till it or develop it or cultivate it. The forests returned, and what was once home to giant wooden fortress-like Native American cities, and yes, they had cities in North America, by God. All of that vanished, was eaten up by the reforestation, and then the giant reforestation became a carbon sink that lowered the temperature of the earth perceptibly to the point where you could ice skate across the River Thames in London. Okay, all of that can be reiterated again on Columbus Day, or as they have changed the name to, in any politically enlightened city or county, Native American Holocaust Memorial Day, in place of what was formerly Columbus Day. Back to the present crises of Xi's losing bet on Putin, how it's backfiring. Since Xi Jinping rose to power in 2013, the Communist Chinese Empire has pursued an increasingly self-isolating diplomacy of jut-jawed belligerence. Nothing better illustrates the damage done to Beijing's global standing than Xi Jinping's declaration of a no-limits partnership with Russia's Vladimir Putin. For starters, it was spectacularly mistimed. Xi announced the new Sino-Slavic synaxis during the Beijing Olympics in February of 2022, just 20 days before Russia invaded Ukraine. There's no indication that Vlad Putin gave Xi Jinping a heads up about the attack officially, even though we know that Xi Jinping prompted him into the attack so that he could get a feel for how the world would react to the violation of another nation's sovereignty in preparation for his own impending attack on my Taiwan. Even as our United States President, Joseph Biden, had repeatedly warned the world that the Russian attack against sovereign Ukraine was coming. That's when Xi Jinping announced a no-limits partnership. In other words, drawing the line that he was on Putin's side in the pending war. This invasion put the communist Chinese dictator on the spot because it brazenly violated 12 principles Beijing supposedly holds sacred: territorial integrity and non-interference in the affairs of sovereign states. Nonetheless, Red China refused to support the United Nations resolution condemning Putin's unprovoked aggression. Instead, Xi Jinping parroted the Kremlin line that NATO expansion poses a mortal threat to the Russian Empire's security. Things didn't go as the chummy autocrats expected. Putin thought Russia's much bigger army would quickly crush his weaker neighbor. Instead, Ukrainians rose up and hurled the invaders back. And having illegally annexed Crimea in 2014 to only perfunctory protests from the West, he wasn't prepared for the furious global backlash to his attempt to erase the Ukraine completely from the map. Putin's special military operation, as he calls it, has become a strategic debacle, making Xi's embrace of his best, most intimate friend, like they were gay lovers and shit, look like a bad bet indeed. No doubt Xi Jinping had hoped to present the new Beijing-Moscow synaxis as a formidable rival to the American empire and our democratic allies for global power and influence, but Russia's surprising military stumbles in Ukraine have marked down its value as a potent ally. Even more shocking was the mutiny by Yevgeny Prigozhin and his Wagner Group mercenary force. Their June 24th march on Moscow demonstrated what was left of Putin's image of ruthless competence. It demolished it, demonstrated its vulnerability, and then proceeded to knock it down. That Prigozhin has gone unpunished is probably seen in Beijing as a worrisome sign that Putin's power vertical is far less solid than it even appears, which is pretty shoddy on appearance by itself. Meanwhile, Russians are paying a stiff price for Putin's neo-imperial dreams. Nearly, well over 50,000 soldiers killed as officially confirmed by the Russians. We understand it to be 200,000 in reality, and tens of thousands of more crippled, maimed for life. Their heavily sanctioned economy has contracted. Their leaders are shunned as pariahs by other great powers, and Putin himself cannot travel freely abroad lest he be arrested for war crimes. So, mired in an illicit war he cannot win, but cannot afford to completely lose, Putin seems likely to angle for a military standoff in Ukraine, adding yet another frozen conflict to his bloody legacy. Of course, Beijing derives some short-term benefits from the Xi-Putin pact. The West is preoccupied with supplying Ukraine with arms and economic aid, and Red China gets Russian gas and oil at a discount. In geopolitical terms, however, Xi is incurring large and growing losses from his gamble on the Russian warlord. Most consequential is the dramatic revival of Western unity and resolve. Skillfully led by Joe Biden, these United States, Europe, and key Asian democracies have rallied to Ukraine's defense. NATO is recharged and expanded, and the logic of collective security is spreading to Asia itself. In fact, Chinese communist officials are loudly complaining about NATO's strengthening ties with Asian countries. At a recent conference in Singapore, ̶CHUÐINGGYUÁNJIÉ, A former communist Chinese ambassador to Washington warned, "We don't want to see expansion of NATO's role in our region." Like Putin, Xi Jinping is a security-obsessed despot who is trying to bully his country's neighbors into acquiescence in an expansive communist Chinese sphere of influence in Asia. Instead, many are working with Washington and our allies to build a new network of security partnerships in the Indo-Pacific. Across Europe, Xi Jinping's tacit backing for Putin's war policy is a major contributor to deteriorating relations with the Communist Chinese Empire. In the Philippines, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen recently called out Red China for failing to assume its responsibility as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. In her words, to, quote-unquote, uphold the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Ukraine. On a recent visit to the South Pacific, the French president, Emmanuel Macron, drew parallels between Russia and Red China in decrying a new imperialism in the Indo-Pacific. To quote his T, "The global order is completely disturbed by the willingness of a new world powers to jeopardize the world order and invade other countries, like Russia invading Ukraine." Even Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, belatedly acknowledging that China has changed, released a new China strategy last month. It calls for economic de-risking by reducing the United Germany's heavy reliance on Red Chinese investment and trade. It slams Red China's human rights abuses and demands more cooperation on climate change. It also says Red China's alliance with the revisionist Russian Empire has direct security implications for Germany and cautions Beijing against threatening my Taiwan. Xi's untimely pact with Putin has clearly backfired. It's an inauspicious start to Xi's vision of replacing the liberal world order with a multipolar system more congenial to the communist Chinese and their junior partners in an emerging bloc of truculent dictatorships: Russia, Iran, North Korea, and Syria. Instead of winning Beijing the global respect and deference it craves, Xi's imperious diplomacy is dissipating Red China's soft power. A recent Pew Research Center poll of 24 countries, for example, finds that only 28% of them view Red China in a favorable light. Perhaps the best news here is that Putin's failure in the Ukraine dramatically raises the risks of Xi Jinping pulling a Putin by attacking my Taiwan. Like Ukrainians, the Taiwanese won't give up their freedom without a fight, and with robust support from the liberal democracies, they just might win as well. Now, what I spoke of in the last episode preceding tonight's was about this side of the world, where red states in America are trying to take us back to the 1950s in the popular misconception of their intent. I informed you all that, in fact, most are shooting for the 1870s, when women were the property of their husbands, poor children worked 12-hour days for pennies, queer people were invisible, and Black, Asian, Native American, and Hispanic people could be murdered with impunity. On the other hand, blue states have embraced 21st century values of inclusiveness, tolerance, education, healthcare, a clean environment, workers' rights, higher minimum wages and unionization, gun safety, paid sick leave, and are working to override the Electoral College to bring democracy to the race for our presidency. Most have they've enacted gun control laws that often include assault weapon bans, outlawed forced captive audience union busting meetings, expanded drug treatment programs, decriminalized marijuana, strengthened abortion rights protections, raised our minimum wages, and are moving quickly to green our economies to mitigate climate change. We're offering protections to asylum seekers, women seeking medical care, and transgender individuals fleeing overt persecution in Russian-inspired red states of America. We celebrate gay marriage and honor the holidays of religious minorities. Women and racial minorities make up large parts of our legislative bodies and occupy many of our governor's offices. In this, blue states are following the vision and values laid out by several of America's founders who helped create the first nation in world history, espousing the idea that nobody should have to live in poverty, and an important role of government is to prevent people from falling through the cracks. Thomas Paine, for example, laid out a proposal for what we today call Social Security in his pamphlet titled Agrarian Justice, and Thomas Jefferson created our nation's first totally free university, the University of Virginia. Half the delegates to the Constitutional Convention spracketh against slavery as a curse against our nation's ideals, although it took a bloody war to end that peculiar institution held so tightly in the grip of the 2,000 families of the House of Dixie. Even in the first years of our republic, the founding generation understood that caring for the public good was an essential function of government, as referenced in the preamble to our Constitution. President George Washington signed the first legislation providing federal funds for poorhouses that included food, clothing, shelter, and medical care, along with job training. 3 decades later, when the legislation was up for renewal, President James Madison, the father of the Constitution, vetoed a provision proposed by the Southern states that would have cycled those revenues through local churches, writing in his veto message that federal funding of churches, even for charitable anti-poverty purposes the government itself supported, in his words, would be a precedent for giving to religious societies as such a legal agency in carrying into effect a public and civil duty. So how did we get to where we're at now, scraping the bottom of the barrel with the Reds and their foots upon our necks, crushing us like we was George Floyd? And what can we do about it? Before we lose our breath. Ironically, it turns out that red states are able to carry out their campaign of reviving the old Confederacy and its values of patriarchy, hierarchy, and wage slavery, in large part because blue states are subsidizing them. When Donald Trump carried 2,497 counties in the 2020 election compared to Joe Biden's 477 counties, the blue counties Biden carried generate a total of 71% of this nation's economic activity. The fiscal health of blue states and counties, along with widespread red state poverty, exacerbated by red state tax breaks for the morbidly rich, accounts for the bizarre reality that blue states are subsidizing the brutal and retrograde policies of North Korean-modeled red states in America. A March 2023 report from the Rockefeller Institute has laid out how glaring this appropriation of blue state revenue is by red states in America, modeled on communist nations. In just New York, for example, they write that over a 5-year period, New York taxpayers have given $142.6 billion United States dollars more to the federal government than New York residents have received back in federal spending. As the Associated Press summarized in an article titled AP Fact Check, subtitled Blue High Tax States Fund Red Low Tax States, Mississippi received $2.13 for every tax dollar on the state sent to Washington in 2015, according to the Rockefeller study. West Virginia received $2.07, Kentucky got $1.90, and South Carolina got $1.71. Meanwhile, New Jersey received 74 cents in federal spending for tax every dollar the state sent to Washington. New York received 81 cents. Connecticut received 82 cents, and Massachusetts received 83 cents. Now, my own golden state nation, because we're a state that was once a nation like Texas, California fared a bit better than the other blue states, probably because of our national experience. We received 96 cents for every dollar that our state sent to Washington. So conservatives might want to be careful when they talk about owning us libs. Blue states pay more than our fair share. And I can give you the receipts. Some states give and some states get. I'll put the link into the chat. Give me a second here and we'll go on. Alright then, here we are in live stream. Hawaiian Heartbreak Her Story says, Penny Bradley scared the fuck out of me. Laugh out loud. Yikes. I tried to talk to her once. She says, Columbus was J. You're on it already. Laugh out loud. Hebrew comes from Hawaiian. Just saying. Interesting. The same era that Hebrew first appeared in Jerusalem, was the same time Hawaiian was being forced into Latin letters. I'm sure. So, relation. Okay. Thank you, honey. Everything you say is interesting. All right. We've got the Money Geek link in there. And people can take a look at that while I go on. So, with all the Republican animus toward the federal government, you might think that red states get less than their fair share from Uncle Sam, that they pay a lot in taxes and get fewer benefits in return than blue states. In fact, the opposite is true. A study by the Rockefeller Institute of Government, which is cited in the link I provided in chat, proves that traditional democratic states contribute significantly more federal taxes per citizen than Russian-modeled Republican red states. And again, some numbers for some blue states. Connecticut, $15,643 US. Massachusetts, $13,582 US. New Jersey, $13,137 US. New York, $12,820. And my own golden state nation of California, once the Golden Bear Republic, $10,510 United States dollars. And for some red states, Mississippi, $5,740 US dollars. West Virginia, $6,349. Kentucky, $6,626. And South Carolina, $6,665. And yet, these same Republican states receive far more in federal dollar expenditures than they ever contribute in taxes. Exempli gratiae. Mississippi received $2.07 for every tax dollar it sends to Washington. Kentucky, $2.89. Virginia, $2.24. West Virginia, $2.15. Mississippi, $2.09. Alaska, $2.07. And South Carolina, $1.71. Florida, a Republican state, received $1.24 for every dollar it paid in federal taxes. Red states, on average, rank significantly higher than blue states when it comes to freeloading off other states. But why are blue states significantly less dependent on federal largesse? Because blue states contribute far more to the American economy than red states ever have or will. On balance, our workers are always more skilled and always better educated. Other metrics also prove that blue states outperform the red states. Per capita gross domestic product is 29% higher in Democratic-led states. In 2020, Donald Trump carried 2,497 counties across the country that together generate just 29% of this country's gross domestic product, according to the Brookings Institute. President Joseph Biden won just 477 counties, but together they generate 71% of our goddamn gross domestic product. We few people, we few blue Democrats, do all the fucking work, while all you red trash suck our blood dry. You make me sick. Some conservatives are so aggrieved by liberalism that they would rather have their own country by breaking up with the United States. Before we even entertain such a moronic notion, let's begin an experiment. For the next 5 years, let each state get back the same amount it sends to the federal government. No more or no less. Then let's see which states are faring better and which are not. The chasm will only widen. Why? Because red states will have fewer dollars to spend, while blue states will have more to spend. So next time conservatives talk about owning the libs, they might want to employ a different verb. When the Biden administration tried to just slightly slow down the red state gravy train, specifying in an American Rescue Plan that the subsidies to the states for helping people who lost their jobs due to COVID could not be misappropriated and redirected to tax cuts for local billionaires, their politicians, dancing to the tune of their in-state oligarchs, went ballistic. As Forbes documented, so far, a total of 18 red states are plaintiffs in 5 separate lawsuits challenging a provision in the $1.9 trillion United States dollar American Rescue Plan Biden signed into law last month, which says that state governments cannot use any of the $350 billion United States dollars in federal pandemic relief funds coming their way to either directly or indirectly offset a reduction in their net tax revenue resulting from state tax cuts. In a letter to Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, 21 Republican state attorneys general described it as the greatest attempted invasion of state sovereignty by Congress in the history of our republic. Federal policy fails to equalize revenue flowing to red states against the tax money they send Washington, D.C. This loophole in American tax law is driving this bizarre process where citizens in blue states are forced by law to pay for all-white Christian academies, enforcement of abortion restrictions, persecution of asylum seekers and immigrants, and political attacks on queer people. Red state welfare queen governors and legislatures are going to happily continue this grift as long as we let them get away with it. Congress must pass legislation mandating that red state revenues to D.C. must at least match 90% of the money they get back. 100% would be better and help hugely with our nation's budget deficit, which the Reds are always bitching about. In other words, don't punish residents of red states. Just force those state governments to raise taxes on their oligarchs, corporations, and wealthy people to levels, to levels commensurate with the rest of the nation. Because it's time to end red state welfare. This is a stat. If you've ever heard the term stat, get this done stat, that's abbreviated from the Latin statim, meaning immediately. It's used in emergency rooms. This is a stat emergent crisis in public health because nihilism is by definition deadly. It needs enemies on whom it can focus the steaming rage of its adherents, and it is quite content for that rage to lead to literal extermination campaigns. The creation of such enemies invariably involves a process of rhetorical dehumanization. In nihilist propaganda, target groups cease to be actual people, becoming instead vermin, viruses, human garbage, communists, Marxists, terrorists, or, in the case of the present attacks on alternative lifestyle people, pedophiles and groomers. As nihilist movements develop, they bring underground streams of hatred into the light of legitimate political discourse. Of course, the all-time favorite for them to condemn anyone is the term Nazi. Now, decades ago, I proved that the Christian fundamentalists represented an incipient nihilist force. I now know it's fair to say that today's Make America Great Again crew has inherited that mantle, successfully incorporating right-wing Christianity into a larger proto-nihilist movement. All the elements of classic nihilism now lurk within the Russo collaborationist, red state, Republican insurgent death cult, wherein conservatives are killing themselves to own the libs. With a rising disparity between life expectancies and death rates, you can't tell me extreme conservatism, which is all that conservatism is these days, isn't a death cult. Now, growing up, people around me had a massive division about how to look at Christianity. Most of the people around me were Christian, including my late sister, ̵CHUÐΗNGGYUÁNJIÉ, who happened to become part of a Christian cult. My mercenary mentor, however, was a rational materialist atheist. And, hoo boy, he liked to snark on people who were Bible thumpers. His favorite way to challenge them was to call them a death cult and ask how it was civilized that they would have a ceremony that involved drinking the blood of Christ. It never ceased to make people stammer or get heated. That's why he rarely did it unless he was set on starting a fight. As an adolescent maturing through tweendom, I paid little mind to it myself. I just saw it as an old man razzing on people who hated nonconformity. But the older I got, the more right he seemed to be, in that regard at least. I realized that certain Christian sects, particularly those that tend to funnel people into conservative enclaves, truly qualify as death cults. So, of course, your question that logically follows, and I'm getting it already through various communique. By the way, Gracie Aguilar says, greetings from SoCal. Hello to Southern California's Gracie Aguilar. Welcome aboard. Hawaiian Heartbreak Her Story says, at Troy Bellamy, thank you. Most people don't know that my dad is black as fuck. Adorable. Okay. Onwards in a moment. And, of course, going to try and maintain my own hydration through all of this. Again, the need for water, so I do need to ask everybody to contribute. I'm going to have to go on a water run this month, and it's probably going to cost me $1,000. So we need to raise that much, so that I can make the rent after buying enough water to last me for another few months, like I did last time. So this is bottled water that I get, and I don't get it plastic if at all possible, for reasons I've already articulated. And I don't have potable water at home, so I need your help. I need your funding. And so by God, we got to raise $1,000, 100 here, 100 there, from 5 different donors, and we're set. Okay, so let's get started in that direction. And in the meantime, we'll return towards answering the question that has come up: what's a death cult? Because aside from the obvious, apparently all too many of you don't know. Now, there's no official definition of legality, but several dictionary definitions exist. Generally speaking, a death cult is a religious or occasionally political organization that focuses on death or glorifies it as an act of moral superiority. Now, if you look at cult cases like Jonestown, a product of San Francisco, which I could go into at length, but that would detract us from other education to be gifted you tonight. You might also notice that these groups often encourage paranoia and extreme us versus them thoughts among followers. Most importantly, death cults often push ideologies or beliefs that eventually kill their followers. It's a stretch to call particular, but not all, types of American conservatives death cultists. When something acts like a cult, it's okay to call it a cult. I think most of us have seen fundies, QAnon followers, and similar people act irrationally, more often than not, refuting objective evidence and science in favor of what they feel. Speaking as someone who's seen cults on a personal level, the way they recruit others is similar. Oh, and more importantly, the way they can't stand hearing other points of view is a classic symptom of being in a cult. Here's why I know that modern American conservatism is turning into a death cult. 1. They encourage the dismissal of life-saving vaccines as an act of patriotism. Study after study has come out showing that COVID-19 vaccines work. The same can be said about masks. Unfortunately, there are a lot of conservatives who openly refuse to vaccinate or mask due to moral reasons. Believe it or not, this behavior is actively encouraged. In fact, some conservative cliques, QAnon and fundies particularly, believe that using vaccines will kill you. Other conspiracy theories include the idea that vaccines contain microchips and aborted fetuses. I'll let this Reddit clip explain what the outcome of this tends to be. There is a Reddit group, r/QAnon casualties, r/QAnon casualties. And this one is titled, in terms of a related experience, "Be careful what you wish for." Now, I'm no longer talking, I'm reading. So Dad got COVID last August. No one told me till last minute. He had it for a week? That's in parentheses. And then my brother texted me that he died as I was walking into an elevator running errands. I am the only non-Q in family at this point. Rest of my story is elsewhere. but you can imagine my persona non grata status. I had just gotten to a good place with the lack of funeral and closure. Then, bam! Here comes the text last night. There is going to be a funeral at a military cemetery. My dad didn't even care about his short time in the military and was a conscientious objector. He went for the electronics training and to avoid rumors of the upcoming Vietnam draft. If you enlist, I guess you have more job options. He did have a penchant for conspiracy theories my entire life and was no doubt stocking up on ivermectin. And cue the crazy. Now everyone treating this like he was a Bible-thumping war hero, except no one seems to know his rank, years of service, honors, stories, favorite verses, etc. for the funeral. I do know all these things and appear to be the only one. Even my husband knows, and my own older brothers don't. I literally never saw my dad reading the Bible my whole life. He definitely believed in God, but hated church. He did like those Bible conspiracy books written by self-published pastors from nowhere, USA, stocking their bunkers for the end times. So I guess I'm going to be leaning on you guys for the next month again. Ugh, things were going so well. Now I regret telling the universe I needed closure, even after she whispered back, "Are you sure?" I'll be walking straight into Trumplandia and the Greek tragedy that is my family. Update. Here's a real treat. After you guys so bolstered my confidence and offered support past 24 hours, I woke up to a text and YouTube from my oldest brother on same group chain about funeral, proving that the Dem Army, he puts that in quotes with 2 question marks, the Dem Army is going around shooting cops in the head because woke corporations are funding BLM, Black Lives Matter, who I guess are using the money like a mafia to murder the innocent. I can take lizard people and Canadian royalty in RVs all day long, but the racist stuff, ugh. Best part, our mom was a bilingual Mexican/Navajo who lived in poverty as a child. 8/21 funeral update. After a lot of soul searching, I decided to go to funeral. The wake will be at the house. Since I have the historical photos, recordings I took of his stories, notes, diplomas, etc., I told stepmom I'd make memory video. Not some lame thrown together sad photo montage. We're a movie industry family. I'm talking a cool, if not campy, 1950s movie short, docu-style, upbeat and fun. I make these for the holidays and my dad loved them. Stepmom wrote back and said not to put any further effort into this because she decided against it. They married after mom died when he was almost 60. He had this whole ass life before her. Really cool, interesting stuff no one seems to know. Obviously, I'm still making it and putting on my YouTube channel I reserved for family history stuff. Not just him, in parentheses. I knew something hurtful would happen. I just wasn't expecting this. Now, unsurprisingly, I'm not reading anymore. That's about all you need. And it's more than enough, I'm sure. Unsurprisingly, this peer pressure against vaccination and disease prevention has caused thousands of Republicans across this country to die of COVID-19. To reiterate, the disease now disproportionately kills Republicans. And it's still killing. 2, they promote suffering and death in this life because it will be rewarded in heaven. I see this a lot when it comes to the pro-life thing. This particular phenomenon also tends to involve fury about abortion without any interest in increasing the quality of life for anyone involved. I've gone over this at length, but the anti-choice crowd doesn't actually care about saving lives. The fetuses inside the woman are not alive yet in a certain technical medical sense. They weren't born. It's about making women suffer, shaming women for sex, and controlling them. Now, I want to make a note here. Don't come at me with any pro-life bullshit. I'll ban anyone who argues this because there are countless essays and studies on why people are pro-life. And I see your hypocrisy, and I deplatform natal nihilists. So yeah, these politicians will turn innocent women into felons on trumped-up murder charges. Yeah, women who will kill themselves because they'll suffer so much. Women will die because they can't get a D&C. But it's God's will, and they'll be rewarded in heaven. If you ask me, being told to look forward to a good life after you're dead means you're living in hell right now. It's also indicative of what a death cult would say. 3. They retaliate against non-believers with violence. Let's see. We've seen January 6th, abortion clinics getting bombed, doctors being threatened with murder. Yep, sounds like a violent cult's behavior. 4. They discuss the end times. Doomsday cults are noted for talking about the end of the world. Unsurprisingly, death cults are a subgenre of doomsday cults in many ways. They're basically waiting for the end times. Let's go back to that Reddit /QAnon casualties thread, because it offers so much that's so exemplary, so demonstrative of the message I'm trying to get across here. So if we go to the r/QAnon casualties group, do your family members keep talking about the end times? Is the title of this one. I'm going to start reading again. By the way, Hawaiian Heartbreak Her Story says, the Greek tragedy that is my family. Laugh out loud. Yes. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay. Basically, this column goes on, written by this individual who's asking about whether or not your family members talk about the end times. I'm going to read just a paragraph this time, so don't worry. I'm pretty sure my parents have fallen down the QAnon hole, and I've been witness to a bunch of the theories they've been hearing on Facebook or radio shows. Something my mother has been going on about is about the end times, and that everyone needs to get right with God before it happens. Honestly, things look bleak, but I don't think end times is where we are at. Coincidentally, this month, the church that my family attends is doing a series on the end times and preaching that while the end may not be near, but the signs are there for people to get ready for it. The whole thing just makes my head spin from all the whiplash. The extremes we go through are so wild. So I wanted to know if anyone else has had family members talk about the end times recently. Also, since we are close to elections and all, I don't think it's a stretch to say that the church is using this month to get people to vote for the candidate that will bring on the rapture and all. It's not something you just drop on a group randomly, I feel. So, okay, I'll stop reading there. This is not necessarily dated, even though it was meant towards the last election. This is something that applies just as easily to 2024, which feels like it's here tomorrow. Now, among QAnon believers and certain fundamentalist groups, part of their gospel involves waiting for the world's end or New World Order. Some politicians seem to be making policies that ignore climate change to show that they don't think the Earth will be around anymore. Also, 5. Since I'm counting on my fingers, what comes to my mind? These death cults. They openly work against their own interests to hurt others. If you look at the policies the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency has been pushing through, they're really not suitable for anyone but lawmakers, businessmen, and communists. In many cases, the people who vote for these policies are the very ones who would get hurt. Take a look at women who vote for the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. One of the Carolinas recently introduced a bill allowing people to murder women seeking an abortion. And Texas is trying to block women from ever leaving the state. At all. If these bills pass, the very woman who voted those politicians in may get murdered. It's not just women either. Let's talk about male Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent voters who helped get rid of red flag laws on guns. If a guy's walking through a mall and there's a mass shooter, he might get killed by that shooter. That shooting might have been preventable if gun laws were stricter. In a pretty famous interview, one Trump cultist said she was angry because he's not hurting the people he needs to be hurting. The quote came as to my mind this morning while I was rereading a January 7th, 2019 article from the New York Times on Jackson County, Florida, in the state's panhandle, which was already struggling in the wake of Hurricane Michael that opening week of the first month of the 2019 year in our Lord, which was then also feeling the adverse effects of Trump's government shutdown. The piece included this anecdote. I'm reading at the moment, just so you know. A few miles away, another prison employee, Crystal Minton, accompanied her fiancé to a friend's house to help clear the remnants of a metal roof mangled by the hurricane. Miss Minton, a 38-year-old secretary, said she had obtained permission from the warden to put off her Mississippi duty until early February because she is a single mother caring for disabled parents. Her fiancé plans to take vacation days to look after Miss Minton's 7-year-old twins once she has to go to work. The shutdown on top of the hurricane has caused Miss Minton to rethink a lot of things. I voted for him, and he's the one who's doing this, she said of Mr. Trump. I thought he was going to do good things. He's not hurting the people he needs to be hurting. Now, I've seen plenty of memorable quotes from Trump cultists, but he's not hurting the people he needs to be hurting is among the most striking. It captures an amazing perspective. Some Trump cultists expected the Republican to punish people, some people at the very least, if elected, but they assumed they'd be spared. Trump would hurt those people. The sentiment went, but not us! In other words, she voted for the man so that he could hurt others. Death cults, like the one that OMISSIONS spearheaded, often function by uniting people against an enemy to push them closer together. This in turn means that people who are in that cult will act against their own needs to satisfy the need to hurt others. In other words, people in these kinds of cults don't care if they die as long as you die with them. 6. People who get out of a cult are often shunned, as are loyal people who start to question why. This is basically cult behavior 101. Cults make people fall in line and go to extremes by rewarding allegiance and penalizing disloyalty. When you are in a cult, you never question why. You just do and assume others know better than you do. We all hear about kids who were disowned for questioning Trump or pleading with parents not to vote against their kids' futures. This has become the norm in many conservative families. mainly if your family is Q adjacent or fundy. That brings us back to Reddit. Here's r/QAnon casualties little writ that I'll read again. Well, I haven't read this yet, but I'm going to be reading again. 3 paragraphs. Disowned by my dad for being pro-choice and not pro-Trump. My dad and his wife, who, in parentheses it says, who is even worse, have been totally taken in by the stolen election and other QAnon conspiracies. His wife is a hateful, racist, anti-LGBTQIA+ so-called Christian who glommed onto Trump as a deity because he made her feel like her hate for everyone, not white, was legitimized. Every other word is, damn liberals this, damn liberals that. And when Obama was president, he was the nigger in the White House. That actually has a, black guy in a White House. Actually, it's poetic. Now to go back to reading here. 2nd and 3rd paragraph. Usually, I've just kept my mouth shut out of fear my dad would reject me. But with women's rights being taken away, I finally spoke up for my own beliefs and posted some pro-choice, anti-Trump, and anti-right-wing religious extremism things on Facebook. Not directed at him, just in general. He's now cut off our relationship and even blocked my number from being able to call him. It's really sad that a father could reject his own daughter because she doesn't believe in Donald Trump. This isn't the first time being rejected by him, but this time is the worst. Tell me that Trumpism is not a dangerous cult. Okay, so no need to read on. The point's been made. Now I'm back to speaking. Let's not forget that log cabin gay Republicans were also shunned from a booth at a Texas Russell collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Convention just for being gay. 7, since I'm counting on my fingers, they have little issue killing people in the cult who do not fall in line with them. Did you think that shunning was the only thing they do in a death cult? Nope. Many cults have been linked to killing their followers for insubordination or lack of enthusiasm. One might say they're cultists in name only, or chinos, CINOs. It couldn't be like rhinos, Republicans in name only, RINOs, right? Right? Just going to leave this video here. It was uploaded on the 21st of June in 2022. NBC's Hallie Jackson reporting for Today. Rhino hunting ad aimed at Republicans draws bipartisan criticism. Here you go. Now our dear man El Nemo says, oh yes, for that we got Hawaiian Heartbreak Her Story says, ugh, it's the end times in Hawaii. Well, on the island of Maui, maybe. You just rustle a bunch of times. That family bloodline is not real friendly. Wait, why do people need to get hurt? What the fuck? Anyhow, El Nemo says, please thumbs up, download and re-upload, donate and buy Doug's books. I almost said Bug's books. I'm certain plenty of people consider Doug the Bug. All right, El Nemo, thank you, my main man. And, okay, we'll bring him on to call just so that he can back up in case, our dear man, Aristides, if something happens to his call. Okay, let's try and see if Nemo responds. If he doesn't, that's understandable too. Here he goes. See if we can bring him on to the ad. You can just say hello and then we can go on. And there we are. We hope things are going well with you, Nemo. How are things?
Doing better than some. I just wake up from sleeping and then I just heard you doing your monologue, so I thought I'd say hello. And,
Great. It's appreciated. So feel free to stay on. Drop off if you feel the need to. But this way I've got someone as a backup in case something happens. And, you know, so
no problem.
Yeah, and other than that, thank you so much for what you do. What you've done so far with downloading and uploading videos has been great. And also, I don't know whether or not you could do this very easily. I remember Brendan Zoget said it was pretty difficult to try and download things off of Odyssey. But since you're working with Odyssey, maybe you could do it. But there might be some videos that our man Jonathan Warrington has that you don't have. If you could look through his inventory and see what he has that you don't have, maybe it's possible.
Yeah, that's what I tried doing a while ago.
Yeah.
He's got your full video, Douglas Dietrich presentation above top secret, where you answer questions to people that are posted. It's like a full video. I don't have that. I tried downloading it on various downloaders, but it won't let me. I don't know if he set it to say you can't download it or if it's just Odyssey itself.
Probably Odyssey. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and some of your Roswell full presentations that go for an hour, I can't download. Okay. So I gotta find a way to get them. I gotta ask John. Yeah. He can somehow send them to me if I can get contact with him.
Yeah, well, it's like, well, you're on Facebook. And
is he on Facebook?
He is on Facebook, yes. So here's what I'll do is I'll give you John Warrington's Facebook link. Let's do that. Okay, so going to go to Facebook now into Messenger. And let me go first to John so I can give you his link. And he usually enjoys being contacted by people. He usually appreciates being contacted by them. Now, let's see if we can get over there and with our man John. Of course, I also asked our man George Knight to try and get in contact with him. And he seems to have a fairly upbeat banner now that I noticed it, compared to something that he could otherwise have, knowing what we know about his personality being a little dark.
Right.
So let me go back to your own Facebook Messenger here. And here's Nemo. There we are, El Nemo. And thank you so much, of course, for your peacock icon. I never fail to be touched by that. So here, there we are. So that's John Henry McMills Warrington in your private messenger box in Facebook.
Okay.
And yes, by all means, contact him. I will let him know that he will be contacted by you soon. And again, I always forget you've got our Zimmer Skimmers up there, the Japanese flying pancakes on your own banner, which is profoundly appreciated. Yes, and thank you for that aesthetic. Okay, so let's see if I can go back to our man John Warrington. I know what to do. Just go back to your message box and then click onto the link I gave you. Okay. Oh my god. And see if we. Oh, I know. Shouldn't even need to do that. Now I just need to go back into the messenger and look up our man John again. Okay. So while I'm doing that, of course, anything come to your mind recently that stands out that you might feel needs to be brought to the attention of the public, just as an aside?
I'm feeling for the people in Maui from that horrible fire that's occurred. More body counts have risen and it's just gotten pretty bad. So I feel bad for them. I hope it gets better over there.
Yeah. Well, it's over 100 now, as I said it would be. I don't believe they've identified more than a handful of them, just a few. The rest they found are just burned bodies, yeah. Nemo Obano will be contacting you soon. My dear John. Dearest John. Okay, so let me give him a heads up here. See, okay, and there we are. Okay, so hopefully he's responsive, and as I said, he still seems to be posting sometimes, so that's a good sign. So there we go. And okay, so that's been relayed to him. Well, sometimes it's been he has a while between checking his messages. Like sometimes it can be a few days between his checks, but we'll see what happens. In the meantime, just reach out anyway, of course.
Yeah.
And
messaging him now.
Yeah. So all right then. Well, love and hugs, dear Nemo. What I'll do is go on with my monologue. If you feel the need to interject at any time, just go ahead and do so. Otherwise, you're there as a backup. And all right, wonderful, good. So we've got the double backup now. That gives us a redundancy system. And with that, this ad that I put into our chat, this is a stunning political ad from the Republican Senate candidate Eric Greitens, who was getting a bipartisan backlash, and rightly so, for inciting political violence. So, in a statement to NBC News, Greitens' campaign manager responded to criticism by saying, "Those who have an issue with the video and the metaphor are either lying or dumb." I mean, there's nothing to say to that. It's like there's the response is not just disingenuous, it is in and of itself lying and dumb. Exactly what it accuses people who don't get it. I mean, we get it. The guy's saying, kill Republicans who aren't towing the party line. That's the message. And there's no two ways about it. It's a very clear message. So that's a death cult. All right, back to counting on my fingers again, if I can remember where I left off. I believe it was the seventh finger I was on, the pointer finger. So now we move to the fuck you finger on my right hand. 8. Number 8. People who leave death cults often feel like they need to deprogram themselves. So that brings us to religionnews.com, where there was a column titled, "Raskin says he's worked with cult deprogrammers to better talk to some good old party, the GOP members." Now, this is what the summary paragraph says. During a nearly 12-hour, wide-ranging April 21st, 2022 discussion event at Georgetown University titled Truth and Trauma, subtitled The Trials of American Democracy and Personal Tragedy, moderated by Jim Wallace, head of the university's Center on Faith and Justice, which hosted the event, Maryland Democrat-Republican Jamie Raskin, who sits on the Select House Committee investigating the insurrection that took place on January 6th of 2021 and lost his own son to suicide days before the insurrection, expressed concerns on Thursday about needing to deprogram some Republican House colleagues he described as acting like members of a religious cult, and singled out white Christian nationalist groups among those who participated in the attack on the United States Capitol last year. If it feels, this is back to me talking, I'm no longer reading. If it feels like you have to be deprogrammed from cult thinking, you're in a cult. When other people have to talk to cult research experts to talk sense into you, you are definitely in a cult. Believe it or not, the spread of this conservative death cult faction has widened the gap between death rates. That takes us to www.studyfinds.org, where I'm sourcing a column titled Political Mortality Gap, subtitled People Living in Republican Counties More Likely to Die Early. So, this is something I'm not even going to bother to paraphrase. I'll just read it. It's basically 5 paragraphs. So, no, 4 paragraphs. I'll just do 4 paragraphs from this. So, listen up. This is me reading. Most voters probably know if they're living in a red or blue county. For those hoping to live a long, healthy life, a new study proves the choice comes down to whether Republicans or Democrats control your county. Researchers from Brigham and Women's Hospital have discovered a growing mortality gap in Democratic and Republican-led counties. Specifically, the team found that death rates decreased in Democratic counties by 22% between 2001 and 2019. During that same period, the death rates in Republican counties only dropped by 11%. Looking at that phenomenon more closely, the team found a widening gap among white residents in key areas, including heart disease and cancer. In fact, the death rate among whites was 4 times higher in Republican counties than in Democratic counties during the study period. In a media release, corresponding author Hayder Walrich, MD, of the Division of Cardiovascular Medicine at the Brigham, stated, and here I quote his T, "In an ideal world, politics and health would be independent of each other, and it wouldn't matter whether one lives in an area that voted for one party or another, but that is no longer the case. From our data, we can see that the risk of premature death is higher for people living in a county that voted Republican." To re-emphasize, studies prove that living in a red county and red state correlates with having a shorter lifespan. Part of the reasons for this deal with the fact that Republicans took away programs like public health care, mental health aids, and gun control laws. But let's be honest, we have to remember that this also comes down to personal accountability. Republican voters are less likely to wear masks or ever get vaccinated. They are also more likely to promote lifestyles that encourage obesity. Despite being stereotyped as more outdoorsy than your host, Republicans are also less likely to work out than a typical Democrat. So their health isn't going to be as good as a Democrat's. All in all, this unique brand of conservatism is a movement that kills its own. I'm not going to say that all conservatives are in a death cult, because I've met political moderates who are fiscally conservative and socially liberal. They vote blue or refuse to vote at all, but still, they identify as conservative. But the conservatives I'm talking about are the QAnons, the white nationalists, and the increasingly unhinged right-wing voters, the right-wingers, who simply worship Fox News and Tucker Carlson. It's not about doing the right thing with these people. It's about lashing out in rage. This breed of conservatism is totally regressive, hate-based, and more of a religious war movement than anything. They'll kill themselves just to spite you, and that should scare you if you're close to them. Republican politicians and their lackeys on the bench are engaging in a step-by-step campaign to increase sickness, disease, and violence in American society. Despite their transparently insincere protestations about freedom. However reckless the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is with regard to pollution, disease, or other threats to human life, guns take that to a whole new level. Numerous Republican congressmen, constitutional officers, sworn to protect the general welfare of the country, now proudly sport AR-15 lapel pins on the floor of Congress. Firearms have reached the status of a tribal fetish. Some Republicans now worship them just as the radiation-scarred mutants worshipped the Omega bomb. Or was it the Alpha bomb? The super nuclear hydrothermobaric bomb in the movie Beneath the Planet of the Apes. Around the time of the federal assault weapons ban in 1994, the NRA dropped any remaining pretense of being an organization for hunters and target shooters and began to claim that firearms were needed for ordinary citizens to resist a tyrannical government. By 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered, slain, if you will, for a vampirus, in the very week of the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear meltdown, Republican candidates were talking about Second Amendment solutions, a thinly disguised nod and wink advocacy of violence against political opponents, government by assassination, or even mass extermination. January 6th of 2021 was the culmination of this evolution of declared intentions. No longer was there any charade about a lone individual's protection against criminals or a despotic government. Unrestricted gun ownership was now a prerequisite for an extremist minority to overthrow any government that did not suit it. We might as well face the unpleasant reality that Republican politicians and their lackeys on the state and federal benches are engaging in a step-by-step campaign to increase sickness, disease, and violence in American society, regardless of their transparently insincere protestations about freedom. If they achieve the logical result of what their policies will entail, it will, in turn, stoke more fear and anger, corrode the bonds of social trust, and ultimately destabilize the entire political system. And which party benefits from that? With all that having been said, if you are a conservative starting to question their beliefs, it's okay to ask why. It's okay to realize what you promoted is not okay. As long as you start changing for the better, we scary radicalized centrists won't hate you. So why should it matter whether Donald Trump's MAGA movement and the Republican Party he's largely taken over represent a kind of nihilism? The answer? Because the logic of nihilism leads so inexorably to the politics of extermination. Describing his MAGA movement as nihilism makes it easier to recognize the existential threat it truly represents, not only to a democratic society, but to specific groups of human beings within it. I know it may sound alarmist, but I also know it to be true. Proto-nihilist forces in this country have proven that they are increasingly willing to exterminate queer people, if that's what it takes to gain and hold on to power, if they win, that means all Americans, colored, queer, or not, now face an existential threat. For those who don't happen to fall into one of MAGA's target groups, let me close this train of thought by paraphrasing Donald Trump himself. In the end, they're coming after you. We're just standing in the way. A significant portion of Americans seek the destruction of political authority. What if they succeed? The United States military is not ready for another insurrection. It est, the U.S. military isn't ready for civil war. The unimaginable has become reality in these United States. Buffoonish mobs desecrating the U.S. Capitol building, tanks parading down the streets of Washington, running battles between protesters and militias, armed rebels attempting to kidnap sitting governors, uncertainty about the peaceful transition of power. If you've read about them in another country, you would think a civil war had already begun. The basic truth is, the United States might be on the brink of such a war today. Americans must now take the proposition seriously, not just as a political warning, but as a probable military scenario and a potential catastrophe. The United States, of course, is not just any country. It is the world's most enduring democracy and largest economy. But ever fewer Americans believe its size and power are going to save it anymore. In the aftermath of former President Donald Trump's election, Thomas E. Ricks for Foreign Policy magazine asked a group of national security experts to assess the chances of a civil war over the next 10 to 15 years. The consensus stood at 35%. A 2019 poll from Georgetown University asked registered voters how close to the edge of a civil war this country was, on a scale from 0 to 100. The mean of their answers was 67.23, so almost exactly 2/3 of the way. There are plenty of reasons to trust this assessment. The United States, as it stands, is a textbook case of a country on the brink of civil conflict. The political system has been completely overwhelmed by hyperpartisanship that renders each political decision, at best, representative of the will of only half the country. The legal system is increasingly a spoil of political infighting. The Oath Keepers, one of the largest anti-government militias, have effectively infiltrated police forces and the Republican Party. Elected officials have opened the doors to vandals who desecrate their own legislatures. It has now become perfectly normal for political representatives to call for acts of violence against their political opponents. When do we get to use the guns? Is an acceptable question at all right-wing rallies. Political violence is on the rise, and the response of the courts has been to legitimize vigilanteism. See the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse. And see how I dissected that. I vivisected Kyle Rittenhouse in the episode on my channel titled Killing Kyle Rittenhouse. So, review that at your leisure. Only a spark is needed. One major domestic event that shifts the perception of the country. An anti-government patriot who takes his rage against the federal authority and finds expression in flying a drone loaded with explosives into the Capitol dome. Or a sheriff, though unlikely, that a left-wing rejection of the police, like the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone in Seattle, might force military action. For the United States government, an outbreak of widespread political violence inside this country's borders would necessarily become a military operation. United States militias are significant enough that the FBI or the Department of Homeland Security would simply be insufficient to deal with them. Only the United States military could be capable of dealing with insurgent forces. And from a tactical point of view, any engagement between United States forces and a militia, or any insurgent force of any kind, for that matter, would be entirely one-sided. Despite the preparations of right-wing militias, and despite the sheer number of weapons available in these United States, you might think that the United States Marines are still the United States Marines, that no militia or organized group of militias could compete with them in battle. Well, yeah, if they were stupid enough to face them up front in firing lines. But the reality is, the U.S. military was defeated on the field of battle in every war from the United States Civil War on. It was the South that ultimately won the American Civil War between the states. You might argue that they lost militarily, but they most certainly won the peace. World War I was lost. The Americans introduced the American Army and Navy flew and wiped out 100 million people and shortened the lifespan considerably of 100 million more. That's not victory. That's simply, well, destruction, with no constructive endpoint. It resulted in World War II, which if you read my book, The Roswell Deception, you will agree the Americans lost. And the Americans have been losing ever since. There's not a single goddamn war they can win. If you bring up the invasion of Panama or Grenada, just go fuck yourself with a spiked dildo. Grease it up so that you'll have something to help it slide in before the own blood from your innards helps rupture to the point where it can slide easily out based on your own internal bleeding. Because that's the equivalent of basically knocking over a senior citizen and using an AK-47 armed gang to knock over, or should I say AR-15 these days. An AR-15, that would be the equivalent of an AR-15 armed gang knocking over a couple of senior citizens in the park. Now, the real problems would be yet to manifest. They would constitute legal and bureaucratic issues. And these problems, in turn, would quickly take on a military character. The U.S. military is not culturally or institutionally designed to be an adequate domestic actor. Rather, the opposite. Its role in American life has been specifically designed to make it ineffective in domestic operations. The use of the military would not be, in itself, a constitutional crisis. There are legal precedents, and explicit executive orders governing the use of military force, well, the use of military force on American soil, but any military response to civil unrest is highly likely to spin out of control into extended insurgency. And for all the American military's prowess, the outcome would be entirely uncertain by one standard, entirely predictable by another. Because the United States has lost every insurgency. You can't count the rebel insurgency of the Confederate States of America to be a victory, because the southern states won. The U.S. Army retreated from Reconstruction. Occupying forces in foreign countries, which is effectively what the Union Army was in Dixieland, are almost without exception seen as illegitimate by local populations. Would a United States force on American soil face the same fundamental resistance? American forces would, after all, be American. But the United States is not like other countries. It was born in resistance to government. Its history has been filled with state resistance to federal authority. And it has experienced resistance to occupation by its own forces before. The United States currently contains a diverse assortment of anti-government movements, from groups that are little more than survivalist hobbyists to neo-Nazi accelerationists and sovereign citizens. They are armed. Several members of these groups have been caught with materials, well, the materials needed to build low-grade nuclear weapons. A significant portion of the American public is actively pursuing the destruction of political authority as such. What happens if they continue to enact their stated goals of overthrowing the federal government and imposing their vision of liberty by force of arms, as the events of January 6th in 2021 have shown they are already beginning to do? Joint Publication 327 defines the armed forces' role in homeland defense as protecting United States sovereignty, territory, domestic population, and critical infrastructure against external threats and aggression or other threats, as directed by the President. So, which is it? Is the Army there to protect against external threats? Or is the category of other threats broad enough to include rebel militias? The Insurrection Act stipulates the latter. Originally enacted in 1807, it provides for the suppression of an insurrection against a state government at the request of the governor. There is also Section 253 of Title 10 of the United States Code, which allows the president to use the armed forces to suppress insurrection or domestic violence if it 1. Hinders the execution of the laws to the extent that a part or class of citizens are deprived of constitutional rights and the state is unable or refuses to protect those rights. Or 2. Obstructs the execution of any federal law or impedes the course of justice under federal laws. There is precedent for such direct engagement. Reconstruction of the South after the American Civil War between the states. President Dwight David Eisenhower calling troops into Little Rock, Arkansas in 1957 to enforce desegregation. And the 1992 Los Angeles riots. But the rules of force issued to the 7th Infantry Division during the Los Angeles riots specified minimum levels of force in response to levels of civilian violence. Today's political violence threatens to be far more organized. The question is, what would happen if the United States military were obliged to respond in kind? Under the conditions of the Insurrection Act, the Justice Department is the lead federal agency in cases of homeland pacification. In practice, this means the president would appoint a senior civilian representative of the Attorney General to oversee military operations. The two-tier authority that results, inherent in the double role of police action and military action, would crush intelligence gathering efforts. The Reagan administration explicitly decreed in Executive Order 12333 that the military is only allowed, in the case of U.S. citizens, to gather enough information for situational awareness. The nub of the problem is coming up with an effective definition of the phrase essential to meet operational requirements, as the Defense Department terms it. Any failure to uphold the constitutional rights of the rebels would justify their claim that the government is illegitimate. The struggle would take place under conditions of greater scrutiny than any American military operation in history. Information operations are the great weakness of the American military. Control over the subtle but all-powerful narratives that give governments legitimacy have always eluded even the most brilliant American soldiers. Four-star Army General John Galvin, back in 1986, described the military mind as uncomfortable with warfare's societal dimension. Every general who has written a new counterinsurgency operating manual or reported on the reasons for the failures in Afghanistan and Iraq, including retired Army Generals David Petraeus and Stanley McChrystal, has mentioned the same weakness in understanding the interplay of culture and conflict. Military leaders are, by nature, technicians rather than humanists. They are deliberately not politicians. The Joint Chiefs of Staff's failure to address the informational nature of conflict in the 21st century is but another example of the oldest crisis in warfare. The generals are always preparing for the last war. During a domestic operation, the military information support officer would be more important than anyone in the intelligence preparation of the battlefield process or any of the engineering officers. Whatever actions are undertaken will be in the context of a highly active and highly polarized media and in the context of a highly polarized legal system with diminishing legitimacy. For half the country, the military engagement against insurrectionists or terrorists will be necessary to preserve democracy and the rule of law. For the other half, it will be the desecration of individual liberty. The beginning of any action, of any sort, by a United States military force against American citizens would create an automatic sense of illegitimacy. The already incipient legitimacy crisis would be exacerbated. 60 years of American experience has taught the same lesson about counterinsurgency. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you still lose. At present, the official American counterinsurgency, or COIN, the COIN, that's the acronym for counterinsurgency strategy, remains a version of Petraeus's, yes, General David Petraeus's, 2006 Clear, Hold, and Build strategy. In the current edition of Joint Publication 324, which provides the U.S. military with a doctrine for counterinsurgency operations, it is outlined as shape, clear, hold, build, and transition, part of a suite of COIN strategies, counterinsurgent strategies, that include the generational approach, engaging with youth who are most likely to join insurgencies, and network engagement through social media. All of these strategies have the smack of desperation in their operating modes. The military holds on to these strategies because at least they are strategies, not because they work. For decades, the American military has been defined by its ineffectiveness against insurgencies in foreign countries. Why would it do any better at home? The central problem is that it is impossible to build legitimacy as an occupier. The process of holding, even with the best of intentions, is humiliating and disruptive. The illegitimacy of any occupying force, the French in Algeria and Indochina, the Russians in Afghanistan, the British everywhere all over the world, would meet greater opposition than ever in an American-on-American context. The defiance begins in a claim to the illegitimacy of federal authority. If you are occupying an anti-government patriot stronghold, any state building of any kind will be forced. The locals don't want government. That's the point. How could any force address the underlying causes of violence, as JP 324 states, without the machinery of legitimization? You don't have to look very far to find an example of a failed occupation on American soil. The South, the solid South, under Reconstruction, spawned the Ku Klux Klan, the Red Shirts, and the White League, terrorist organizations that beleaguered the Northern administration until it abandoned the project of reconciliation. The resentment of the occupation after the American Civil War between the states for rights survives to this day. Many in the South have never forgotten the abuses of Sherman's march to the sea, nor forgiven the Northern authorities for the humiliation of subjugation. The occupied Americans hated the occupying Americans. That hatred still endures, wherein the occupied hate the occupying. It's in the nature of insurgent conflict that violence builds upon itself. Symbolic horrors echo. Resonance compounds. The most recent coin manual has digested, or at least acknowledged, the problem of perception. Insurgencies and counterinsurgencies are engaged in competitive storytelling. JP 324 reads, insurgent groups harness narratives to communicate grievances, goals, and justifications for actions to both internal and external audiences. Insurgency narratives have three elements or components: actors and the environments in which they operate, events along a temporal continuum, and causality, cause and effect relative to the first two elements. The key word here is audiences. And how good can any military force be at playing to audiences? The tactical considerations of battles between the United States military and domestic militia forces. Domestic militia forces would be, well, the tactical considerations of the battles between the American conventional military and domestic militia forces would be completely irrelevant. No one with any tactical expertise can imagine anything other than a one-sided engagement in full frontal combat. Professional military forces are professional, but only at handling other professional, conventional military forces. By the same token, no one with any political expertise in counterinsurgency could imagine that any victories won at all against the domestic paramilitary militias would even matter. You cannot punish people out of hating you. The military is an instrument of punishment. Its very function makes it useless. Now, when it comes to, say for instance, the professional war managers, which was the most apropos title I can think of for the generals in Vietnam, the high-ranking military officers in Vietnam were war managers. They were trying to produce a product, larger and larger body counts. That was their export home. Well, it was supposed to be the enemy's body counts, but the fact that they fucked up and resulted in larger and larger body counts of their own men, who kept going home in body bags, that's what made them fail as a business. The business of the never-ending warfare state. But at least they saw this futility from every angle. Counterinsurgency strategy is a contradiction in terms. It is a game in which the only winning strategy is not to play at all. But not everyone has the luxury of not playing. That need for stability to promote dialogue was the assumption behind the 2007 surge in Iraq, the year my late and sainted sire died. The man who raised and guided me, my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich. And there, an expanded counterinsurgency strategy did make politics possible. It's just that the parties found themselves exactly where they started before the violence. The solution to the next United States Civil War would be the solution to the crises America already faces. The military at best could provide the space that the United States currently possesses to negotiate its problems. If America cannot solve these problems now, why would it be able to solve them after widespread violence? Areas of population were broken down by ethnicity and by 12-foot steel reinforced blast walls. Citizens were interrogated every time they left or entered their neighborhood. Anyone suspicious was arrested. That was Iraq yesterday. America tomorrow. The United States is already the most incarcerated society in the world. An attempt to clamp down on domestic terrorism would make it vastly more so. We already, according to the Russian-inspired red state radicalized right wing, live in a giant prison. The realization of that dark fantasy would simply validate their pathology. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Peter Mansour, a professor of military history at The Ohio State University, is himself a veteran of the Iraq War who now studies the insurgencies of the past. He has what might be called a different perspective. For Mansour, a successful counterinsurgency is next to, but not quite, impossible. A vital distinction. For one thing, insurgencies fail when they are unpopular with the local population, as in the case of the Shining Path in Peru, or Che Guevara in Bolivia. He doesn't have any difficulty picturing a contemporary U.S. equivalent to civil wars elsewhere. The role of the military, in Mansour's view, is to clamp down on violence so that political progress can be made. For Mansour, the sheer scale of the United States in terms of geography and population would present a massive military problem. The military's role would be to suppress violence. The only way to suppress violence would be to put the country on lockdown. To quote Mansour, at length and verbatim, if you have so much violence going on, the politics is frozen. It would not be like the first Civil War, with armies maneuvering on the battlefield. I think it would very much be a free-for-all. Neighbor on neighbor, based on beliefs and skin colors and religion. And it would be horrific. The most important thing is to get the politics right. And if you get the politics right, you're going to be able to win a counterinsurgency. This while Mansour acknowledges that the reason these insurgencies occur in the first place is because of violence. Well, he says because of politics. That's what he says. Actually, you soon come to realize politics and violence are the same thing, but we won't go there right now. He says, I'll keep reading what he says, you need a troop ratio where you have a lot of security forces to clamp down on violence. The United States is a very large continent with a large population. I'm not sure we could ever have that many people in uniform to make it happen. What you would see is the rise of militias on both sides. You have to control the population. In Baghdad, we did that by segmenting off the city with cement barriers, by instituting martial law and censuses. There was curfew. There were checkpoints all over the place. We went into people's homes in cordon and search operations, looking for arms and munitions. We had a full-scale intelligence operation to ferret out the terrorist and insurgent leaders. We had an unblinking eye over the city taking 24/7 surveillance. It's very invasive for civil rights. It became essentially impossible for the terrorists and insurgents to move or communicate. This is the other thing that would occur. Massive detention centers across the United States where people who were suspected of being disloyal or who were disloyal would be warehoused on a massive scale. And just how long could such repression last? We're talking about a future civil war in the United States, so the effort would extend indefinitely because of the passions that would invoke. Now, both the right and the left would come to consider, well, they would come to another civil war with structural advantages. The right would benefit from the ferocity and militarization of its base, significant infiltration of the radical right into institutional life itself, and the legacy of the Senate and the Electoral College, which would provide a constitutional basis for a takeover of the military despite their smaller numbers. The left, for its part, makes up the majority of the country, and we have the money. The counties that voted for Joe Biden in 2020 accounted for well over 70% of the national gross domestic product. With each side's respective strengths, there would be no overwhelming force or clear winner from the outset. A coup d'etat would hardly be unprecedented in global terms. In Chile, in 1973, a constitutional democracy in place for nearly 48 years devolved into winner-take-all, zero-sum partisan politics until the military imposed tranquilidad. Other countries, even established democracies, such as Canada, have imposed martial law in the middle of severe political upheaval. But a hard coup d'etat in these United States, tanks rolling up Pennsylvania Avenue to impose military control over the country, is unlikely. Countries that are neither authoritarian nor democratic are most vulnerable. It's not that these conditions are inconceivable for the United States, but the real reason why a hard coup d'etat is unlikely is simply that it hasn't happened before. According to ̔CHU̖NGGYUÁNJIÉ, a professor of political science at the University of Texas at El Paso, the deep-seated causes of almost every coup d'etat anywhere are poverty, economic activities based mostly on land, and hybrid political regimes. The immediate triggers of coups d'etat tend to be social instability, anti-government protests, economic crisis, and regime transitions. One of the most important factors in a country's propensity to experience coups d'etat is its history. Coups d'etat are more likely to happen to countries that have experienced coups d'etat. The United States does not have a history of coups d'etat, but it does have a history of radical political violence, both in its extensive history of political assassination and its history of civil war and insurgency under occupation. The typical conclusion of insurgency conflicts is not victory by either side, but exhaustion by all. Exhaustion would reshape the American political landscape. A de-evolution of power would not even require any formal legislation. The transition could be quite surreptitious. It's a question of what laws the federal government would choose to enforce. There are precedents. Some states have allowed the sale and consumption of marijuana, for example, although the drug remains illegal under federal law. For retired Army Lieutenant General Daniel Bolger, as a historian as well as a retired officer who teaches history at North Carolina State University, what is extraordinary is how little the United States has learned from even the insurgencies on its own soil, the main lesson having been lost, being the problem of counterinsurgency, is fundamentally not a military one. When you read Bolger's book titled Why We Lost, an on-the-ground report on the failures of 2 decades of American counterinsurgency, you keep waiting for the losses. The Americans win nearly every engagement, or so they propagandize. And they propagandize that they win every engagement totally at that. That they have excellent plans that are well executed. It's all fucking fantasy, but regardless, even if they had nothing but the record of an ever victorious army, their collection of victories is irrelevant. Every time the Marines demolished another outpost of domestic resistance, it would only exacerbate the underlying crisis. Once counterinsurgency starts, it's nearly impossible to extricate your forces. How can anyone manage to maintain perspective in the middle of a fight for survival? To ordinary people, to Americans trying to live their lives caught between the random violence of terrorists and the grinding repression of the state, victory and defeat would look much the same. To quote his Bolger at length and verbatim, what really happens? The northern forces struggle, undergunned, undermanned, with provisional support from the government, a very small occupying force up to 1877. And every year, everybody's looking at their watch saying, are we done yet? So what happens? The African-American population that's nominally free becomes peons, with almost no rights by 1877. Basically disenfranchised in every practical sense. And the people in the North accepted it because they knew they couldn't do anything about it. They weren't going to kill every single Southerner. The South got essentially home rule. You get focused because it's life or death on patrols, ambushes, night raids, because your life is on the line. You're hopeful, as you're doing that somebody way up the chain of command is thinking, hey, I'm making these guys do this because this is getting us towards whatever we want. My experience was that they were making us do it because that's what we did. I don't think they had an overall plan that I could detect. When you're talking about your own country, the stakes would be much higher. A succession of winning firefights makes exactly no difference. By definition, you're the occupier, and everything you do just proves to the local population that their local government is nothing but a proxy or a tool. You will occasionally hear people say, I'm not worried about an insurrection because the Army's got all the tanks and the Air Force has bombers. Look, if that's what you're reduced to, just going in and killing people, you're not solving the insurrection. In fact, you're spreading it. You're guaranteeing more of it. If you're in a situation where you're using armed forces to try to quell a population, you're either going to have to kill a bunch of them or you're going to pull out and let them have local control. You're never going to talk them into seeing it your way. What bargains or deals would be struck with local authorities to stop the violence? Would what resulted look much like the America we know today? I don't know. The question is, at what point does it cause the society as a whole to fracture? At what point does it go too far and you say, okay, this is no longer a country. We're all just pretending it's the same thing. Now, I've been reading Bulger, but now I'm going to speak straight to you. The British Army won nearly every pitched battle in the Revolutionary War. Yet the British could not hold the country against the will of its inhabitants. The failure of reconstruction after the American Civil War between the states for rights reveals the near impossibility of holding Americans under a political regime they won't tolerate. The North won the war but couldn't stomach occupation. Reconstruction was, in a sense, the first failed United States occupation. The Compromise of 1877 was ultimately the retreat of federal power. The United States, as an entity, survived one civil war. The question for the next civil war is not necessarily would the United States survive, but would it be recognizable thereafter? That question is not just for future Americans. It's impinging on the present. With or without a civil war, Americans are going to face an existential question. Are they part of the same country anymore? Or are they just pretending? The American experiment is coming to an end. To put the matter as simply as possible, our country possesses no effective way for processing or mollifying or even slowing political violence. While there is still some room to negotiate, policymakers should at the very least clarify or modestly untangle the bureaucratic quagmire that inevitably faces any future use of military force on American soil. Currently, any attempt by the military to do so would only exacerbate underlying tensions. The systems for dealing with breakdowns in the system are themselves broken. The question now is how long and how far the fall will be. But there be a critical way to counter anti-Asian hate and ergo, therefore, save the national day. Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander history in schools would be a game changer. My family came to these United States as refugees from the Twa Chinas. In school, the only time I was taught about my history was during a lesson about the Chinese Civil War. During this segment, as one of the few Asian students in my school and the only Taiwanese person in my class, I felt everyone's eyes focusing upon me. I cannot recall what exactly was being said about the war, but it was maybe only the second time anything related to Asian American history was ever taught in my class. During that lesson, my peers didn't truly get a sense of myself or my family's history, and even worse, neither did I. Sadly, I've been one of many millions of students in these United States who barely see themselves reflected in the classroom. Thankfully, things are starting to change. In New York City, Asian American and Pacific Islander curriculum, which was taught in about a dozen schools last fall, will expand across the public school system in 2024. This September, the city will pilot a Black Studies curriculum in social studies in a handful of classrooms before expanding across all grades. There is momentum to ensure that students see themselves in curricula, something the younger version of myself would have greatly appreciated. This momentum is critical because the AA NHPI, the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community, is the fastest growing ethnic group in these United States. There are 20.6 million people who identify as Asian, Native Hawaiian, or other Pacific Islander alone, not in combination with another race, making up 6% of this nation's population, according to the 2020 census. We make up at least 10% of the New York State population. Yet our state social studies standards only scratch the surface of AA NHPI history. There is legislation at the state level, sponsored by Senator John Liu and Assemblymember Grace Lee, that seeks to change that. At a time when more than 40 states have introduced or passed laws to restrict how issues of race and racism are taught, New York should join Illinois, Connecticut, and New Jersey to mandate inclusive history and social studies. The legislation would require K through 12 schools to provide instruction on AA NHPI history and civic impact. Specifically, it would highlight the history of the diaspora of the AA NHPI community in New York and the Northeast for those in Peter Moon's home range, the movement and policies that brought AA NHPI communities to these United States, the contributions made by the AA NHPI community in government, the arts, humanities, science, and the economic, cultural, social, and political development of these United States, and the structures and historical events that have limited or harmed the AA NHPI community. Importantly, the curriculum would also cover the bond between the AA NHPI community and other historically marginalized communities, especially as it pertains to the civil rights movement. This type of legislation is long overdue and has a great number of benefits. First, integrating AA NHPI history into school curriculum can help decrease violence, prejudice, stereotypes, and discrimination against the AA NHPI community. Beginning in 2020, we saw a tragic resurgence of violence against AA and HPI people. Hate crimes against AA and HPI New Yorkers have dramatically increased. Incidents targeting Asians rose by 361% from 2020 to 2021, and this is not the first time we've seen a surge in anti-Asian violence. After 9/11, for example, members of the South Asian community were targeted, with sometimes deadly results. Discrimination and hate are inflicted more easily upon people we do not know. Learning more about AA and HPI history, culture, and contributions can help to reduce othering, the phenomenon of othering, and challenge the idea of AA and HPI people as perpetual foreigners. The bill could also reduce bullying, harassment, and discrimination against AA and HPI youth by promoting a sense of belonging in schools. According to the United States Department of Justice and the United States Department of Education, Asian American and Pacific Islander students across this country have reported increased instances of bullying and harassment. One way for us to keep our youth safe is to educate their teachers and classmates about their communities in an accurate and appropriate manner. Additionally, the legislation promotes solidarity between students in the classroom. We want to highlight moments in our history when leaders in the AA and HPI community, like Yuri Kochiyama or Larry Itliong, partnered with leaders in the civil rights movements in these United States. This shows the history of our collective fight and struggle. Connections like these are more important than ever as we engage in the intersectional fights to end police brutality, expand access to abortion, protect LGBTQIA+ people, and environmental racism, and so much more. These battles require a collective, unified response. Finally, the bill will improve academic achievement. A number of recent studies have proved that students are more engaged in school after taking classes that frankly discuss racism and bigotry. All students should be able to see themselves in the education they receive. This bill would bring us one step closer to an inclusive classroom for all. Ipso facto, in reflection of this latest Juneteenth, wherein I was unable to speak at all because I was suppressed by Bulgarian bozos from a foreign country filing false reports, banned from YouTube for 2 weeks. If I had been available to speak to you, I would have reminded you to remember that the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is the Neo-Confederate Party. I certainly educated the Blood Boys at the estates and such. So I'll tell you now what I educated them in. At the time that I took them on their Juneteenth field trip, I reminded them that Juneteenth doesn't just celebrate the end of nearly 250 years of black chattel slavery, a brutal institution of forced labor, sexual abuse and exploitation, and wanton violence. The day also celebrates the defeat of the Confederacy, a traitorous entity founded on the cornerstone belief of white supremacy and perpetual black subjugation, as famously declared by Confederate Vice President Alexander Stephens. For that reason, amidst the revelry of this latest Juneteenth occasion, I emphasized to my students in transfusion-affiliated estate, it asked my son's husband's harem of blood boys, that it's also critical to acknowledge that while the Confederacy may be long dead, Confederate ideology is alive and well, particularly among the Republican faithful. Thus it was that in researching conflicting worlds, new dimensions of the American Civil War, we secured a copy for the estate libraries of the masterwork entitled Millenarian Dreams and Racial Nightmares, subtitled The American Civil War as an Apocalyptic Conflict, by the Nikkei Amerikajin, the Japanese American, Virginia Military Institute history professor John H. Matsui. In Millenarian Dreams and Racial Nightmares, John H. Matsui has proven that the political ideology and racial views of American Protestants during the Civil War between the states for rights mirrored their religious optimism or pessimism regarding human nature, perfectibility, and the millennium. While previous historians have commented on the role of antebellum eschatology in political alignment, none have delved deeply into how religious views complicate the standard narrative of the North versus the South. Moving beyond the traditional optimism/pessimism dichotomy, Matsui divides American Protestants of the Civil War era into premillenarian and postmillenarian camps. Both postmillenarian and premillenarian Christians held that the return of the Christ would inaugurate the arrival of heaven on earth, but they disagreed over its timing. This disagreement was key to their disparate political stances. You see, postmillenarians argued that God expected good Christians to actively perfect the world via moral reform of self and society and free labor ideology, whereas premillenarians defended anarchy or racial mastery, or both. Northern Democrats were generally comfortable with antebellum racial norms and were cynical regarding human nature. They therefore opposed Republicans' utopian plans to reform the South. Southern Democrats, who held premillenarian views, like their Northern counterparts, pressed for, or at least acquiesced, in the secession of slaveholding states to preserve white supremacy. Most crucially, enslaved black African American Protestants sought freedom of post-millenarian societal change requiring nothing less than a major revolution and the reconstruction of Southern society. So this book, titled Millenarian Dreams and Racial Nightmares, adds a new dimension to our understanding of the American Civil War between the states for rights, as it reveals the wartime marriage of political and racial ideology to religious speculation. As its author, Matsui proves conclusively, the postmillenarian ideology came to dominate the northern states during the war years and the nation as a whole following the Union victory in 1865. Today, America as a whole has a white supremacist problem, but it is perhaps nowhere more pronounced than on the political right, where openly revanchist, authoritarian, and anti-democratic powers consistently prove they are motivated by white racial resentment and vengeance. In short, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is the Neo-Confederate Party. This is neither hysteria nor hyperbole. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's neo-Confederate agenda is often open and explicit. With the exception of Virginia, the so-called heritage laws that long prevented the removal or alteration of Confederate monuments in 7 states weren't put into place by Republican legislatures until the aughts, the first decade of the 21st century, the 2000s, the zeros, when they sensed growing opposition to the statues at last, and they're still fighting to keep them on the books. Florida attempted to codify a similar law this year, And though it died in committee, Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent senators, well, legislators in general, have promised to try again in the 2024 legislative session. This year in Mississippi, the blackest state in the country, Republican Governor Tate Reeves again proclaimed April Confederate Month. 10 southern states still have holidays that celebrate the Confederacy. Alabama and Mississippi actually observe Martin Luther King Day on the same day on the same date they commemorate Robert E. Lee. April was also declared Republican History Month by Tennessee's congressional Republicans, whose celebrations seem to have included expelling 2 elected black lawmakers, a show of white power's utter contempt and disregard for democracy. At the national level, Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent senators Tom Cotton and Josh Hawley both voted against a proposal to rename bases named for Confederates who led attacks against this country's military forces. Just, weeks ago by now, I guess, in their respective speeches at North Carolina's Republican Convention, former President Mike Pence and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis each made presidential campaign promises to change the newly christened Fort Liberty Army base back to its old name of Fort Bragg. It doesn't matter that General Braxton Bragg was the biggest traitorous loser among an entire insurrectionist nation full of traitorous losers. Bragg is regarded as perhaps the Confederacy's most incompetent and inefficient general, whom one of his own men noted, not a single soldier in the whole army ever loved or respected. In the year 2023, restoring Confederate names should not be on a presidential contender's stump speech priority list. Both DeSantis and Pence recognize that neo-Confederates make up much of their base. That's why the Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgency is currently consumed by lost cause myth-making, which the scholaress Marianne Franks writes requires whitewashing the role of slavery in American history, selectively championing states' rights, and promoting racial, gender, and religious supremacy, just as the United Daughters of the Confederacy prohibited the teaching of authentic history and banned books that defied lost cause ahistoricism. White conservatives around the country are currently leading censorious campaigns against historical accuracy itself, with the same end goal of preserving a white supremacist national memory. Between January of 2021 and December of 2022, a UCLA law school study found lawmakers at every jurisdictional level proposed 560 measures against what the Russian radicalized right has mislabeled critical race theory. Some 240 of such measures, which actually passed. Like their predecessors, the conservatives campaigning for book bans and removals are all too willing to employ white terror, harassment, and violence, including threatening teachers, administrators, and librarians, and not infrequently joining forces with far-right groups like the Proud Boys, a domestic terrorist network, to promote their agenda through, what else? Terrorism. When Governor Ron DeSantis' administration announced a high school advanced placement African American Studies course significantly lacks educational value, He was reassuring his status-concerned supporters that there is still strength in white power, and his willingness to flex the same. He was also signaling agreement with people like the Alabama mother, who recently told a local outlet that there is already too much black history being taught. There is also the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's wide-scale opposition to black enfranchisement. The conservative effort to suppress black voting, one of the primary rights of American citizenship, has a lengthy history, from lethal anti-black violence at the ballot box during Reconstruction to white terror campaigns against black folks trying to vote during Jim Crow. The neo-Confederate, Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency has undermined black voting through suppressive legislation, voter ID laws, limited early voting, and the shuttering of 1,700 polling places in non-white neighborhoods. One Arizona Republican even suggested tests for voters, though he stopped short of proposing poll taxes. It is not a coincidence that acquisitions of invalid votes in the 2020 election centered on those cast in the majority black cities of Atlanta, Detroit, Milwaukee, and Philadelphia. It was anger specifically over black political power that moved white conservatives, brandishing weapons, to show up outside vote-counting centers. Neo-Confederate politicians have called for increased poll watchers, and extremists have self-deputized and staked out voting sites. It was the raging anger over black and other non-white votes that led violent mobs of white supremacist insurrectionists to scale the walls, break the windows, and smear various bodily fluids throughout the United States Capitol. Under the guise of stopping voter fraud, neo-Confederates are using the same tactics as ever. And speaking of the Capitol insurrection, there is the right's open embrace of white supremacist vigilanteism, evidenced not just by the Capitol terrorists being labeled patriots, but the celebration of and fundraising for murderous figures from Kyle Rittenhouse to Daniel Penny, whose only claims to fame are their willingness to kill black folks and anyone perceived to be in alliance with them. Neo-Confederates have always used law and order rhetoric as a signifier of the racial order, where white lawlessness is justified and black protest is criminalized. And we are once again seeing the invocation of states' rights on issues from marriage equality to immigration to abortion. Perhaps the least discussed, yet most consequential case, currently before the Supreme Court, or until at least recently I haven't been following up on it too much, is or was Moore versus Harper, which would essentially give unchecked power to hyper-partisan, bad faith red state legislatures, which is to say, the majority, to dismiss election outcomes up to the presidential vote. These are the very real extremes we're facing with neo-Confederates racing to turn back the clock. The right has recognized that the system is in collapse, and it has a plan: violence and solidarity with treasonous far-right factions. So the next United States Civil War is already here. We just refuse to see it. Nobody wants what's coming, so nobody wants to see what's coming. On the eve of the First American Civil War, the most intelligent, the most informed, the most dedicated people in these United States could not see it coming. Even when Confederate soldiers began their bombardment of Fort Sumter, Nobody believed that conflict was inevitable. The North was so unprepared for war that they had no weapons. In Washington, in the winter of 1861, Henry Adams, the grandson of John Quincy Adams, declared that not one man in America wanted the Civil War or expected or intended it. South Carolina Senator James Chestnut, who did more than most to bring on the advent of the catastrophe, promised to drink all the blood spilled in the entire conflict. The common wisdom at the time was that he would have to drink not a thimble. The United States today is, once again, headed for civil war. And, once again, it cannot bear to face it. The political problems are both structural and immediate. The crisis both long-standing and accelerating. The American political system has become so overwhelmed by anger that even the most basic tasks of government are increasingly impossible. The legal system grows less legitimate by the day. Trust in government at all levels is in free fall, or, like Congress, with approval ratings hovering around 20%, cannot fall any lower. Right now, elected sheriffs openly promote resistance to federal authority. Right now, militias train and arm themselves in preparation for the fall of the Republic. Right now, doctrines of a radical, unachievable, messianic freedom spread across the internet, on talk radio, on cable television, in the malls, sometimes at the point of a bullet fired by a mass shooter. The consequences of the breakdown of the American system is only now beginning to be felt. January 6th wasn't a wake-up call. It was a rallying cry. The Capitol Police have seen threats against members of Congress increase by 107%. Fred Upton, Republican representative from Michigan, recently shared a message he had received. I hope you fucking die. I hope everybody in your fucking family dies. And it's not just politicians, but anyone involved in the running of the electoral system. Death threats have become a standard aspect of the work life of election supervisors and school board members. A third of poll workers in the aftermath of 2020 testified that they felt unsafe. Under such conditions, party politics have become mostly a distraction. The parties and the people in the parties no longer matter much, one way or the other. Blaming one side or the other offers a perverse species of hope. If only more moderate Republicans were in office, if only bipartisanship could be restored to what it was. Such hopes are not only reckless, but irresponsible. The problem is not who is in power, but the structures of power. The United States has burned before. The Vietnam War, civil rights protests, the assassination of JFK and MLK, Watergate, all were national catastrophes, which remain in living memory. But the United States has never faced an institutional crisis, quite like the one it is facing now. Trust in the institutions was much higher during the 1960s. The Civil Rights Act had the broad support of both parties. JFK's murder was mourned collectively as a national tragedy. The Watergate scandal, in hindsight, was evidence of the system working. The press reported presidential crimes. Americans took the press seriously. The political parties felt they needed to respond to the reported corruption. You could not make one of those statements today with any confidence. Two things are happening at the same time. Most of the American right has abandoned faith in government as such. Their politics is, increasingly, the politics of the gun, which makes them Maoist by definition. The American left is slower on the uptake, but they are starting to figure out that the system which they give the name of democracy is less deserving of the name every year. An incipient illegitimacy crisis is underway. Whoever is elected in 2022, or was elected, depending on your view of conspiracy, or in 2024, according to the University of Virginia analysis of census projections, by 2040, 30% of the population will control 68% of the Senate. 8 states will contain half the population. The Senate malapportionment gives advantages overwhelmingly to white, non-college educated voters. White trash, in effect. Ignorant, stupid, white trash pieces of shit will rule America. In the near future, a Democratic candidate could win the popular vote by many millions of votes and still lose to these white trash sewer of shit. Do the math. The federal system no longer represents the will of the American people who are not white trash pieces of shit. The right is preparing for a breakdown of law and order, but they are also overtaking the forces of law and order. Hard right organizations have now infiltrated so many police forces. The connections number in the hundreds that they have become, the police, completely unreliable allies in the struggle against domestic terrorism. They are the domestic terrorists. This is why people have been saying ban the police. The white supremacists in these United States are not a marginal force. They are inside our institutions. They are our institutions. Recent calls to reform or to defund the police have focused on officers' implicit bias or policing techniques. The protesters are, in a sense, too hopeful. The current state of American law enforcement reveals an extreme contradiction. The order it imposes is rife with the forces that provoke domestic terrorism. Activist white supremacists in positions of authority are the real threat to American order and security. And anti-government patriots have used the reaction against Black Lives Matter effectively to build a base of support with law enforcement itself. Michael German, a former FBI agent who worked undercover against domestic terrorists during the 1990s, knows that the white power sympathies within police departments hamper domestic terrorism cases. Watch lists are among the most effective techniques of counterterrorism, but the FBI cannot use them. To quotist Michael German, at length and verbatim, and yes, he has that perfect name, the German to stand against America's racism. To quotist he, the 2015 FBI Counterterrorism Guide instructs FBI agents on white supremacist cases to not put them on the terrorist watch list as agents normally would do, because the police could then look at the watch list and determine that they are their friends. If you look at how authoritarian regimes come into power, they tacitly authorize a group of political thugs to use violence against their political enemies. That ends up with a lot of street violence, and the general public gets upset about the street violence and says, "Government, you have to do something about this street violence." And the government says, "Oh, my hands are tied. Give me a broad enabling power, and I will go after these thugs." And of course, once that broad power is granted, it isn't used to target the thugs. They either become a part of the official security apparatus or an auxiliary force. One of the best tactics was adopting the Blue Lives Matter patch. I'm flabbergasted that police fell for that they actually support these groups. It would be one thing if anti-government patriots had uniformly decided not to target police anymore, but they haven't. They're still killing police. The police don't seem to get it, that the people you're coddling, you're taking photographs with, are the same people who elsewhere kill, and ultimately come to kill you. Just consider. This is me talking again. I'm no longer reading the words of Michael German. According to the Military Times, in 2019, 36% of active duty soldiers claim to have witnessed white supremacist and racist ideologies in the military. At this supreme moment of crisis, the left has divided into warring factions completely incapable of confronting the seriousness of the moment. There are liberals who retain an unjustifiable faith that their institutions can save them when it is utterly clear that they cannot. Then there are the woke, educational, and political elites dedicated to a discourse of willed impotence. Any institution founded by the woke simply eats itself. See Time's Up, the Women's March, etc., becoming irrelevant to any but a diminishing cadre of insiders who spend most of their time figuring out how to shred whoever's left. They render themselves powerless faster than their enemies can. What the American left needs now is allegiance, not allyship. It must abandon any imagined fantasies about the sanctity of governmental institutions that long ago gave up any claim to legitimacy. Stack the Supreme Court, end the filibuster, make Washington, D.C. state, well, make it a state so that the blacks can vote, and let the dogs howl. And now, before it is too late. The moment the right takes control of institutions, they will abuse them to overthrow democracy in its most basic forms. They are already rushing to dissolve whatever norms stand in the way of their full empowerment. The right has recognized what the left has not, that the system is in collapse. The right has a plan. It involves violence and solidarity. They have not abjured even the Oath Keepers. The left, meanwhile, has chosen infighting as their sport. There will be those who say that warnings of a new civil war is alarmist. All I can say is that reality has outpaced even the most alarmist predictions. Imagine going back just 10 years and explaining that a Republican president would openly support the dictatorship of North Korea. No conspiracy theorist would have dared to dream it. Anyone who foresaw dimly. The trends were apparent, their ends were not. It would be entirely possible for the United States to implement a modern electoral system, to restore the legitimacy of the courts, to reform its police forces, to root out domestic terrorism, to alter its tax code to address inequality, to prepare its cities and its agriculture for the effects of climate change, to regulate and to control the mechanisms of violence. All of these futures are possible. There is one hope, however, that must be rejected outright. The hope that everything will work out by itself. That America will bumble along into better times. It won't! Americans have believed their country is an exception, a necessary nation. If history has shown us anything, it's that the world doesn't have any necessary nations. The United States needs to recover its revolutionary spirit. And I don't mean that as some kind of inspirational quote. I mean that if it is to survive, the United States will have to recover its revolutionary spirit. The crises the United States now faces in its basic governmental functions are so profound that they require starting over. The founders understood that government is supposed to work for living people rather than for a bunch of old ghosts. And now their ghostly constitution, worshipped as a religious document, is strangling the spirit that animated their enterprise. The idea that you mold politics to suit people, not the other way around. Does the country, the American empire, have the humility to acknowledge that its old orders no longer work? Does it have the courage to begin again, as it managed so spectacularly at the birth of its nationhood? The United States requires the boldness to invent a new politics for a new era. It is entirely possible that it might do so. America is, after all, a country devoted to reinvention. Once again, as before, the hope for America is Americans. But it is time to face what the Americans of the 1850s found so difficult to face. The system is broken all along the line. The situation is clear, and the choice is basic: reinvention or fall. Now, checking into live stream, and looking at the time we have remaining. And I want to thank our dear friend Nemo for, of course, noticing what I had put earlier. He must have scrolled up and saw the pictures of Cho and Tai that I had.
It's a funny comparison.
Ah, yes. I was telling Mandy and Aristides to guess which is which. And believe me, I don't think it's... I think it's hard to tell you the truth. So such being said, when it comes to what Americans can do to understand where we're at right now, the situation being as dire as it is. First off, if you have access to a Netflix account, watch the short documentary titled El Dorado as soon as you possibly can. Then re-review this transmission. It will take on new meaning. President Biden and a large swath of the federal government have been legally barred, under threat of federal prison, from communicating with Twitter, Facebook, and other social media about lies and misinformation that conservatives may have posted on those sites. At first blush, it seems like just another crackpot decision by a crackpot QAnon-style Trump-appointed judge who, in 2021, was the guy who cited multiple naked lies and myths about COVID vaccines to block mandatory vaccination of healthcare workers. After all, Louisiana District Judge Terry Doughty had gone so far as to falsely claim in that and 12 other 2021 cases that vaccines, in his words, do not prevent transmission of the disease, and that the virus has achieved an immune escape from COVID-19 vaccines. He even agreed with attacks on Dr. Anthony Fauci for saying that hydroxychloroquine did not cure COVID, and cited Fauci's assertions that the drug didn't work in one of his legal opinions as evidence that the Biden administration was lying to the American people. But this may also be the opening salvo in the disinformation wars that are most likely soon to be a big part of the 2024 presidential election. Judge Doughty ruled on the 4th of July, by way of showing his patriotism, that when the Biden administration reached out to identify or highlight lies that social media sites may choose to take down or at least flag because they could be destructive to the public health or democracy itself, they were actually engaging in a broad censorship, quote unquote, worthy of a George Orwell novel. The Republican positions and lies posted on social media that Judge Doughty claims were censored included, as he wrote in his own ruling, I read therefrom, opposition to the validity of the 2020 election, opposition to President Biden's policies, statements that the Hunter Biden laptop story was true, and opposition to policies of the government officials in power. Outraged and indignant, Doughty fumed that all were suppressed. It is quite telling that each example or category of suppressed speech was conservative in nature. This targeted suppression of conservative ideas is a perfect example of viewpoint discrimination of political speech. And when I mentioned Orwell, I wasn't reaching for an extreme metaphor to describe a federal judge with a lifetime appointment and clear connections to the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party who's gone off the deep end. In his summary in joining the Biden administration, from communicating with social media companies, he lays it out in a language worthy of a John Birch Society tract. The evidence produced thus far depicts an almost dystopian scenario. The United States government seems to have assumed a role similar to an Orwellian Ministry of Truth. So, this isn't just about COVID, although COVID mythologies, falsehoods, and rewrites of history play a large role in his 155-page ruling. The judge specifically ruled that a long list of federal officials, from President Biden on down to the FBI, other federal intelligence agencies, and the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, well, I'll just read what he wrote. There are no less than 10 fucking points here to read. So you've got to suffer for as long as it takes me to read these 10 points. Shouldn't be too long, but it might feel long to you. So as he was saying, the judge specifically ruled that a long list of federal officials, from President Biden on down to the FBI and other federal intelligence agencies and the CDC, are hereby enjoined and restrained from taking the following actions as to social media companies. 1. Meeting with social media companies for the purpose of urging, encouraging, pressuring, or inducing in any manner the removal, deletion, suppression, or reduction of content containing protected free speech posted on social media platforms. 2. Specifically flagging content or posts on social media platforms and or forwarding such to social media companies urging, encouraging, pressuring, or inducing in any manner for removal, deletion, suppression, or reduction of content containing protected free speech. 3. Urging, encouraging, pressuring, or inducing in any manner social media companies to change their guidelines for removing, deleting, suppressing, or reducing content containing protected free speech. 4. Emailing, calling, sending letters, texting, or engaging in any communication of any kind with social media companies, urging, encouraging, pressuring, or inducing in any manner for removal, deletion, suppression, or reduction of content containing protected free speech. 5. Collaborating, coordinating, partnering, switchboarding, and or jointly working with the Election Integrity Partnership, the Virality Project, the Stanford Internet Observatory, or any like project or group for the purpose of urging, encouraging, pressuring, or inducing in any manner removal, deletion, suppression, or reduction of content posted with social media companies containing protected free speech. 6. Threatening, pressuring, or coercing social media companies in any manner to remove, delete, suppress, or reduce posted content of postings containing protected free speech. 7. Taking any action such as urging, encouraging, pressuring, or inducing in any manner social media companies to remove, delete, suppress, or reduce posted content protected by the Free Speech Clause of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. 8. Following up with social media companies to determine whether the social media companies removed, deleted, suppressed, or reduced previous social media postings containing protected free speech. 9. Requesting content reports from social media companies detailing actions taken to remove, delete, suppress, or reduce content containing protected free speech. And 10. Notifying social media companies to be on the lookout for postings containing protected free speech. Okay, done with reading that. At no time, in any circumstances, under either Trump or Biden, had any social media companies been ordered by our government to remove political or public health content or threatened with any consequences if they fail to do so. There was literally no censorship by the federal government, and there is no ongoing attempt to establish anything like it. Most of Dottie's arguments reach back to the days of COVID, much of it under Trump, when the CDC was desperately trying to get the help of social media companies to at least flag or otherwise get control over a flood of lies about COVID, many promoted by the revanchist, revisionist Russian government of Vladimir Putin and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent states. that literally led to the unnecessary deaths of at least well over 1 million Americans. In April of yesteryear, the Biden administration announced the creation of what they called a Disinformation Governance Board to, as the American Fourth Estate so noted, coordinate department activities related to disinformation aimed at the United States population and infrastructure. The board has no authority nor police powers. It's merely advisory. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas told Congress the board was primarily designed to flag Russian cyber and election misinformation, as he testified during the last week of April in 2022. I'm going to read what he said. We have just established a Mis- and Disinformation Governance Board in the Department of Homeland Security to more effectively combat this threat, not only to election security, but to our homeland security. You see, the Russians managed to kill 1 million of you Americans by getting you to believe that COVID vaccines don't work, and to get you to all take off your masks and start sucking each other's turds out of each other's ass to prove that you can't catch COVID by chewing each other's turds, which all you Republicans have been doing because you're all a bunch of faggots anyway. Because Republican politicians who regularly lie, or at least regularly rely on lies, about open borders, phony crime statistics, false depictions of the state of the economy, claims of stolen elections, fantasies about the danger of vaccines and efficacy of hydroxychloroquine, and wild claims of the danger of trans people and the safety of guns went nuts. Senator Josh Hawley, Republican, fist, bump, and run, tweeted, "Rather than police our border, Homeland Security has decided to make policing Americans' speech its top priority." Reporting on Hawley and other Republican hysteria, the New York Times dryly wrote, "It's also worth noting that the Trump administration's DHS undertook similar efforts. In 2018, it created the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which dealt extensively with the spread of misinformation online, including both foreign interference in our elections and the domestic spread of coronavirus misinformation." So, nothing here, right? But no! Hawley, Jordan, Judge Doty, and other Republicans who have gone berserk about the Biden administration's efforts to flag online dis- and malinformation seem to be trying to block in advance any efforts by a Democratic administration to flag viral lies. But why? They know their history. Social media, particularly Facebook, was the key to putting Donald Trump into the White House in 2016, and both Vladimir Putin and Yevgeny Prigozhin knew it because they both helped to make it happen. So too, now, do Republicans broadly know it, and it appears they're just fine with it, so long as the lies help Republicans and hurt Democrats. Putin's former employee, Paul Manafort, was running Trump's 2016 campaign at the time the Mueller report documented numerous contacts between that campaign and Russian agents. Dozens were indicted. Manafort was presidentially pardoned by Donald Trump. Manafort was passing along internal campaign information to Russian intelligence agents via a connected oligarch who'd previously paid him tens of millions of dollars to successfully install Putin's puppet, Viktor Yanukovych, as their puppet president of Ukraine, who was overthrown by the Ukrainian people themselves to install their popularly elected Zelensky. That campaign information from Manafort allowed Yevgeny Prigozhin's internet research agencies, the IRA's trolls and bots operating out of St. Petersburg, to micro-target individual American voters, apparently mostly on Facebook, but broadly across all social media, with messages designed to discourage them from voting. Yeah, that Prigozhin, the one running the private mercenary army in Black Africa, guilty of mass atrocities and the overthrow of entire governments. Mueller's report and multiple journalistic investigations have noted that the most common message out of Russia then was directed at Black African Americans and was essentially, both parties are the same, so it's a waste of time to vote. Always the same shit you hear from every asshole in the world who is talking out of their fucking ass like a fart. Both parties are the same, so it's a waste of time to vote. Anybody starts telling you both parties are the same, tell them how fucking stupid they truly fucking sound. Because they are! A report from Texas-based cybersecurity company New Knowledge, working with researchers at Columbia University, concluded, as reported by the New York Times, the most prolific IRA, that's the Internet Research Agency of the Russians, efforts on Facebook and Instagram specifically targeted Black African American communities and appear to have been focused on developing Black audiences and recruiting Black Americans as Russian assets. The report concludes, using Gmail accounts with American-sounding names, the Russians recruited and sometimes paid unwitting American activists of all races to stage rallies and spread content, but there was a disproportionate pursuit of Black African Americans. It concludes, the report says that while other distinct ethnic and religious groups were the focus of one or two Facebook pages or Instagram accounts, the Black community was targeted extensively by dozens. In some cases, Facebook ads were targeted at users who had shown interest in particular topics, including Black history, the Black Panther Party, and Malcolm X. The most popular of the Russian Instagram accounts was at Blackstagram, with 303,663 followers. The Internet Research Agency, remember this is headed by Prigozhin, commander of a mercenary force, also created a dozen websites disguised as Black African American in origin with names like blackmattersus.com, blackmattersus.com, blacktivist.info, blacktolive.org, and blacksoul.us. And it appears to have worked in suppressing the Black vote completely in swing states. This is what got Trump elected, a bunch of dumbass niggers worshipping the fucking Russian, sucking Russian cock, drinking that sperm like it was the man milk they were raised on. You wonder why so many whites have contempt for blacks and think of you as a bunch of dumb niggers because you just fucking proved it, assholes! You sucked Russian cock and you loved it! And you made Trump president! A 2018 bipartisan Senate report concluded the Russian efforts consequential, decisive, as the BBC headline on that analysis summarizes. Russian trolls. Chief target was Black U.S. voters in 2016. And all you dumb niggas sat back on your ass and didn't vote and made Trump president. The news story summarizes, a Senate inquiry has concluded that a Russian fake news campaign targeted no single group more than Black African Americans. thousands of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube accounts created by the St. Petersburg-based Internet Research Agency, the IRA, were aimed at harming Hillary Clinton's campaign and supporting Donald Trump, the committee concludes. More than 66% of Facebook adverts posted by the Russian troll farm contained a term related to race. Black African American community voters were discouraged from voting and from supporting Hillary Rodham Clinton. And they responded by not voting, to the point where their refusal to participate put Donald John Trump in the Oval Office. So you see, between the information compiled by Oxford Analytica and the details passed along from the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency to Prigozhin via Manafort, a mere margin of 43,000 votes across a handful of swing states, all a bunch of dumbass niggers, micro-targeted by white supremacist Russia, handed the Electoral College to Donald John Trump, even though he lost the nationwide vote to Hillary Rodham Clinton by almost 3 million ballots. Now, by all evidence, Trump, Vladimir Putin, and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency are going to try it again. This time with the help of a Trump-appointed federal judge who was the perfect patsy because he'd previously drunk the QAnon and Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent Kool-Aid on COVID, masks, horse dewormer, and vaccines. Are you going to let history repeat itself? Putin knows if Trump wins, he can defect to America just like Gorbachev did. He'll at the least become an advisor via think tank to the world. But more likely, he'll be running the presidency of Donald Trump behind the throne. Trump will be in jail, but Putin will be on the loose. And he'll be running America. We owe all of this to a bunch of jive-ass niggers. Stupid enough to suck Russian cock. Will Judge Doty succeed in preventing our intelligence agencies from even informing social media companies about massive viral lies supported by Vladimir Putin and amplified by click and outrage-driven social media algorithms? If so, will that throw the election to the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency? Has this case just revealed the core kernel of the Republican Party's main 2024 electoral strategy to reinvent truth across multiple social media platforms and pound on it so hard that it becomes reality? Like they say in Russia, there is no reality, there is no truth, there is only power. With no possibility that the federal agencies, with the legitimacy and expertise to deconstruct them, can even speak out. So much for free speech. Are we about to see another massive campaign of highly targeted lies, amplified by foreign malicious actors? The enemy! Designed to put Donald John Trump back in the White House, even if he's in jail. And Republicans in charge of Congress. Do you know what they'll do, you jive-ass niggers? I don't care what your color is. You're one dumb nigger if you let this happen. Trump will be in jail and he'll say, I can't sit in the Oval Office, so let Vlad sit there. And Putin will sit in your Oval Office. He'll have won the World War. Because they're going to target black Americans again. But this campaign will be broader and even more insidious. Are we seeing its early foundation laid with the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent hate campaigns directed at the LGBTQIA plus community? You bet your black ass, you jive ass niggers. Get off your ass and vote. Get off your ass and vote. Get off your black ass and vote. Democrat, you idiot. Because Judge Doughty is helping to set you up a year in advance. As they used to say on TV, watch this space. This is scary stuff, with potential consequences rising to those seen following the toppling of Reconstruction. Christopher Rufo, the right-wing propagandist who proudly admits to cynically misconstruing critical racism to incite white conservative outrage, and Matt Walsh, a right-wing commentator whose obsession with trans people is begging for therapeutic intervention, aren't just very online dudes driving CRT, critical race theory misinformation, and anti-trans paranoia. They are active actors in a movement that seeks to erase black folks from history, trans folks from public existence, and women from any realm beyond the baby-making nursery, the kitchen, the home, as a husband's unpaid labor. By way of a loaded gun example, the Supreme Court's gay wedding website ruling and what it means for LGBTQIA plus rights paves the way to return to whites-only luncheonettes. Did the Supreme Court rule that businesses are now generally allowed to refuse to serve same-sex couples? Legal experts have mixed opinions, but most say that the answer, at least for the majority of businesses, is no, for now. Yet the former United States Attorney and Deputy Assistant General, or the former U.S. Attorney and Deputy Assistant Attorney General, Harry Litman, said that Friday's, well, it was Friday of Christ, last month, maybe the last week of last month by now, something like that, the Supreme Court's ruling that an artist can refuse to make wedding websites for gay couples, citing their religious beliefs, isn't just a setback for LGBTQIA plus community, but could in fact reach much further than that. Said prominent legal expert has since explained that the ruling has created an opening for future discriminatory practices that are reminiscent of a past that still haunts the nation. In the response, his response to this ruling, Litman tweeted, "Return to the whites-only luncheonettes of the 1960s South and posit that the owners attest that they have sincere religious beliefs, reinforced by their pastor every Sunday, that blacks are inferior, and that serving them would force them to endorse a message they disagree with." Litman later qualified his statement in response to a Twitter user who wrote that, "That's where we're headed." He added, "To be clear, I'm not saying that's where we are headed, although to paraphrase Justice Jackson, the opinion is out there like a loaded gun for someone who wants to go that way. Point for today is just the opinion doesn't have a limiting principle that forecloses that result." Now the representatives. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican from Georgia, may be regarded as a nutjob who on multiple occasions promoted secessionist sentiments, but so-called sensible, quote-unquote, Republicans, including former United Nations Ambassador Nikki Haley, have done the same. The neo-Confederate, Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent march is very real, and players from DeSantis to Green, Rufo to Walsh, with their calls for tradition, that really mean maintaining the racial and gender order are perhaps not always lockstep formation, but they have their eyes on the same regressive endpoint. In this context, even my own Golden State nation of California now confronts new questions. Well, new questions on race. Was it last month, the month before by now? Remember, I was banned from talking for over 2 weeks by YouTube. 2 weeks, 2 times in a row. So there was a full month in which I was talking on Peter Moon's channel, and when I was on his channel, I wasn't bothering to talk much because not even his own fans followed him to his channel. So I'm talking to you now, catching up with everything I was prevented from saying back then by a couple of Bulgarian Edomites that we know as Milko, the apostate apostle, the apostasal, as he called them himself. And of course their Golden Apple channel is based on the goddess of discord, who started the war that led to the fall of Troy. A goddess of evil, if ever there was one, that threw in an apple to disrupt the royal wedding among the gods and mortals, that created the eternal division between mortals and gods. Well, there was always a division, but she engendered an eternal hatred. This is the level of evil that we're dealing with. The Edomites, that our man Peter Moon was concerned enough about his safety that he called in every chance he could from Romania in their company. Now understand, what I'm getting to talk about now is that what I should have been talking about back near Juneteenth was about California's Reparations Task Force. That's the 9-member body charged with researching and recommending how Governor Gavin Newsom and the legislature should go about compensating black people for the lasting harms of slavery and racism. That's when it released its final report to the public. Its last official act and its last official meeting. Now, if I'm trying to remember the exact date of when this happened, because I was teaching the Blood Boys at the time, and I was, of course, it was June 29th. June 29th. It was around that time I was talking to the Blood Boys about how this task force was helping California officials examine how African Americans have been harmed by slavery and systematic racism, or systemic racism. Now, when you take a look at the result of their work, by the way, if anyone's wondering about the difference between systematic and systemic means throughout the entire body, like systemic shock, when a person goes into shock throughout their system. So that's systemic shock. Systematic implies a methodology, like doing things via a systematic method. But the result of their work concerning systemic racism was a book. I don't know if that term does it justice. This was more than a book. This was a behemoth that rivals the girth of an Oxford dictionary when printed and bound. The report lays out in unassailable detail the many ways California's government has disrupted the advancement of black people, from their attempts to build generational wealth to black African American efforts to get housing, a quality education, and even freedom itself. In a speech that prompted an auditorium full of black people, many of whom had traveled hundreds of miles to Sacramento for that meeting, to leap to their feet in applause, Task Force member Pastor Amos Brown preached, "We experienced savage inequality." But hooting and hollering and shouts of, "I'm black and I'm proud," aside, it was lost on no one that the task force released its final report on the same day the United States Supreme Court struck down affirmative action policies at colleges and universities. In a pair of decisions, the 6 conservative justices, including charcoal black Clarence Thomas, who benefited himself from affirmative action at Yale Law School, ruled that Harvard University and University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill were illegally discriminating based on race and violating the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. It was legislation sponsored by California Secretary of State Shirley Weber as a member of the Assembly that led to the task force's creation on reparations in California. And it was a rueful Lady Weber who told a group of reporters, "We all heard this morning about the Supreme Court. We fought that battle here in California many, many times, and I still have a firm belief in affirmative action." Indeed, it was Weber who led the last charge to get voters to overturn Proposition 209, which prohibits public universities in California for considering race and gender in public education, hiring, and contracting. Voters didn't go for it. Again. Perhaps because of this experience, Weber has long maintained that reparations must be about harm, not about race. So while the task force's work was often discussed, still is often discussed as benefiting black people, it's really about helping people whose ancestors were enslaved. This decision to prioritize some black people over other black people based on their lineage was a big point of contention during almost every task force meeting. Not every member agreed it was fair because that's not how racism works. Indeed, I also have my own reservations. But legally, it's the only way reparations can work, as reinforced by the Supreme Court's ruling on the 29th of July. Or June, I mean to say. The months all ran together during the full month, effectively, that I was banned altogether because of the Bulgarian bozos. And, of course, these are people whom I definitely want people to call out. Report their Golden Apple channel on YouTube for false advertising. Because, of course, they are advertising falsely. They're raising money for a cartoon that they've never produced in 7 years. So report them for false advertising. And understand that these people are definitely your enemies, the Edomites. The Edomite cause is what they represent. And the guy's name, Milko Apostolov, means apostate apostle. What in English would be apostasal, meaning he's a full Edomite prophet. The only reason I conducted the interview was because it was recommended by Peter Moon, but even he became aware of the threat to his own physical safety and called in every chance that he could when he was in Romania, in the company of such Edomites. Now, as Weber herself said of the task force's final report on reparations, that super massive volume, too heavy for any normal human being to lift, she said, at some point, black African Americans have to get an opportunity. They must get justice. And so this talks about the harm that's done and the responsibility to repair it. When you have done harm, you have a responsibility to correct it and to make sure it never happens again. Now, whether the lawmakers and the governor agree is another matter. Over the few months that have passed, and probably into the next few months to come, bills will be drafted based on the recommendations in the task force's final report. Already, the idea of reparations is not particularly, well, it's not politically popular. So it will be an uphill battle. Senator Stephen Bradford, a Democrat from Gardena, California, one of only 12 lawmakers on the task force, warned as much that day. He so telling the Los Angeles Times, and here I quote his T, "I'm not delusional at all in thinking that this is going to be some slam dunk and that folks are going to come on board and accept it widely. I think even many of our allies are going to have problems with some of the recommendations. Understand that the brutal trade in enslaved people within these United States has been largely whitewashed out of history. And Juneteenth, which we should never forget, was labeled divisive and reverse racist by numerous elected Republicans, is a reminder that the liberatory fight never ends." For his book titled The Ledger and the Chain, the University of Alabama professor of history, Joshua D. Rothmans, visited more than 30 archives in over a dozen states, from Louisiana to Connecticut. Along the way, he uncovered mountains of material that exposed the depravity of the men who ran the largest domestic slave trading operation in American history, and revealed the fortitude of the enslaved people they trafficked as merchandise. But he also learned that many Americans do not realize that a domestic slave trade existed in these United States at all. Now, mentioning my own research to others has repeatedly provoked questions about Africa. Never America. They obviously assume that a scholar working on the slave trade must be working on the trade that brought millions of Africans to the Western Hemisphere via the terrifying Atlantic Ocean crossing known as the Middle Passage. They did not appear to know that by the time slavery ended in 1865, more than 1 million enslaved people had been forcibly moved across state lines in their own country, or that hundreds of thousands more had been bought and sold within individual states. Americans continue to misunderstand how slavery worked and how vast was its reach, even as the histories of race and slavery are central to ongoing public conversations. Let's talk about the indifference of suffering, or indifference to suffering. Enslaved people were bought and sold within the boundaries of what is now these United States, dating back to the colonial era. But the domestic slave trade accelerated dramatically in the decades after 1808. That year, Congress outlawed the importation of enslaved people from overseas, and it did so at a moment when demand for enslaved laborers was booming in expanding cotton and sugar plantation regions of the Lower South. Growing numbers of professional slave traders stepped forward to satisfy that demand. They purchased and enslaved people primarily in Upper South states like Maryland and Virginia, where a declining tobacco economy left many slaveholders with a surplus of laborers. Traders then forced those enslaved people to migrate hundreds of miles over land and by ship, selling them in Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and other states where traders hoped to turn a profit. The domestic slave trade was a brutal and violent business. Enslaved people lived in constant fear that they or their loved ones would be sold. William Anderson, who was enslaved in Virginia, remembered seeing hundreds of slaves pass by for the southern market, chained and handcuffed together. Years after he fled the South, Anderson wrote of wives taken from husbands, and husbands from wives, never to see each other again, small and large children separated from their parents. And he never forgot the sounds of their sorrow, recalling, in his own words, "Oh, I have seen them and heard them howl like dogs or wolves, when being under the painful obligation of parting to meet no more." Slave traders were largely indifferent to the suffering they caused. Asked in the 1830s whether he broke up slave families in the course of his operations, one trader admitted that he did so very often because his business is to purchase and he must take such as are in the market. Now, domestic slave traders initially worked mostly out of taverns and hotels. Over time, an increasing number of them established offices, showrooms, and prisons, where they held enslaved people whom they intended to sell. By the 1830s, the domestic slave trade was ubiquitous in the slave states of America. Newspaper advertisements blared, "Cash for Negroes." Storefront signs announced that dealers in slaves were inside. At ports and along roads, travelers reported seeing scores of enslaved people in chains. Meanwhile, the money the trade generated and the credit that financed it circulated throughout the country and across the Atlantic, as even European banks and merchants looked to share in all these gains. The more visible the trade became, the more anti-slavery activists made it a core of their appeals. When abolitionist editor Benjamin Lundy, for example, asked white Americans in the 1820s how long they could look at the slave trade and permit so much disgraceful, so inhuman, and so wicked a practice to continue in our country, which has been emphatically termed the home of the free, he was one among a rising chorus. But abolitionists made little headway. The domestic slave trade ended only when slavery ended in 1865. But propaganda obscures history. Vital to the American economy, important to American politics, and central to the experience of enslaved people, the domestic slave trade was an atrocity carried out on a massive scale. As British traveler Joseph Sturge noted, by the 1840s, the entire slave-holding portion of the United States could be characterized by division into the slave-breeding and the slave-consuming states. Yet popular historical knowledge of the domestic trade remains hazy, thanks largely to purposeful forgetting and to a propaganda campaign that began before the Civil War and continued long past its conclusion. Because the South ultimately won the peace. White Southerners made denial about the slave trade an important tenet in their defense of slavery. They claimed that slave sales were rare, that they detested the slave trade, and that traders were outcasts, disdained by respectable people. Kentucky minister Nathan Lewis Rice's assertion in 1845 that the slave trader is looked upon by decent men in the slave-holding states with disgust was such a common sentiment that even white Northerners sometimes parroted it. Nehemiah Adams, for example, a Massachusetts resident who visited the South in 1854, came away from his time in the region believing that Negro traders are the abhorrence of all flesh. Such claims were almost entirely lies. But downplaying the slave trade became a standard element of the racist mythology embedded in the defense of the Confederacy known as the Lost Cause, whose purveyors minimized slavery's significance, even as they discounted its role in bringing about the Civil War itself. And while the Confederacy may have lost on the battlefield, its supporters arguably triumphed in the cultural struggle to define the war itself and its very meaning. Well into the 20th century, significant numbers of white Americans throughout the country accepted and embraced the notion that slavery had been relatively benign. As they did so, the devastations of the domestic slave trade became buried beneath comforting fantasies of moonlight and magnolias evoked by movies like Gone with the Wind. Recent years have seen monuments to the Confederacy coming down in cities and towns across the country. But the struggle over how Americans remember and talk about slavery, now perhaps more heated and controversial than ever, arguably remains stuck in terms that are legacies of the lost cause. Slavery still conjures images of southern farms and plantations, but the institution was grounded in the sales of nearly 2 million human beings in the domestic slave trade, the profits from which nurtured the economy of this entire country, without which we could never have established empire. Until that history makes its way more deeply into our popular memory, it will be impossible to come to terms with slavery and its significance for the American past and present. All of your American empire is based on black slavery. Without it, you would never have become a world power. Especially important that this history is branded, as they used to brand the slaves, into our popular memory so that we can come to terms with that economic fact that the blacks worked for free for generations to make all whites rich in all states of America, with only my golden state of California, formerly the Golden Bear Republic, even considering reparations. Because even we acknowledge, without the blacks working for free, California would not be one of the largest economies in the world today, the very engine of your entire American economy. Only we have the nobility to look upon reparations as even a possibility. And our economy has surpassed Great Britain's and is now surpassing Germany's. Our economy is the only one that puts America on top of all other economies on earth. Without us, you'd fall behind the communist Chinese. So we must brand this memory into your goddamn brains. Especially when the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, a neo-Confederate party in all but name, is hoping to unfree so many of us. All this while across the Atlantic, their role model Vladimir Putin accuses the West of creating Nazis, while comparing the war in Ukraine to World War II, in what even conventional historians have called a perversion of history. Now, let's take a look at our live stream and see if we have any other participants. Yes, if you have something to say. by all means.
Yeah, I just want to say if the Americans just demanded to significantly cut funding for the military in Israel and allocate those fundings to the African American community, it'd be a lot of help for them.
Yeah, maybe they'd stop doing things like stupid things like listening to Russian propaganda.
Right.
I'm telling you, it's like it's maddening. It's maddening, and I agree with you. Believe me, I'm there. What you're saying is profound, and of course, it's something that I appreciate definitely, and this is something that I do want people to understand about Australia. Australia was where the American Confederacy was intending to relocate the economy. And Australia, there was one time when the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, asserted in a radio interview that there was no slavery in Australia. Now, I was blown away. This is a common misunderstanding which often obscures that nation's history of exploitation of First Nations people and Pacific Islanders. And Morrison followed up with, "I've always said we've got to be honest about our history." Unfortunately, his statement is at odds with the historical record. This history was widely and publicly documented, among other sources, in the 2006 Australian Senate report titled Unfinished Business and subtitled Indigenous Stolen Wages. Of course, maybe we have to define what slavery is first. Australia was not a slave state like the American South. However, slavery is a broader concept. As Article 1 of the United Nations Slavery Convention says, slavery is the status or condition of a person over whom any or all of the powers attaching to the right of ownership are exercised. Now, these powers might include non-payment of wages, physical or sexual abuse, controls over freedom of movement, or selling a person like a piece of property. In the words of the slavery historian Orlando Patterson, slavery is a form of social death. Now, slavery has been illegal in the former British Empire since the Act for the Abolition of the Slave Trade of 1807, and certainly since 1833. The slavery practices that emerged in Australia in the 19th century, and some places, still endured until the 1950s. I mean, we're talking about after World War II, people. So, in terms of the early coverage of slavery in Australia, as early as the American Civil War between the states, as early as the 1860s, anti-slavery campaigners began to invoke charges of chattel bondage and slavery to describe North Australian conditions for Aboriginal labor. And in 1891, a slave map of modern Australia was printed in the British Anti-Slavery Reporter, a journal that documented slavery around the world and campaigned against it. So it was reprinted, I think, from the English journalist Arthur Vaughan's account of frontier relations in Queensland. And it showed large areas where the traffic in Aboriginal labor, both children and adults, had descended into slavery conditions. So, in terms of the seeds of slavery in Australia, some 62,000 Melanesian, and Melanesia means black people, Melanesian people were brought to Australia, and these were blacks from all over the Pacific and the Indian Ocean. Some of them taken from the islands that are now British Indian Ocean territory, like the Chagos Archipelago, where they completely stripped those islands of the black population. The people who live there now are Americans on a military base, leased from the British. But in this process, 62,000 Melanesian people were brought to Australia and enslaved to work in Queensland's sugar plantations between 1863 and 1904. The First Nations Australians had a more enduring experience of slavery, originally in the pearling industry in Western Australia, and the Torres Strait. And above Australia, the Torres Strait is where you've got these black islands, meaning that basically they're populated by blacks. The same people as you would find in Papua New Guinea. And then, of course, they were forced to work, these blacks, in the cattle industry. In the pastoral industry, you had employers exercising a high degree of control, to say the least, over their Aboriginal workers, who were bought and sold as chattels, particularly where they went with the property on sale. When you bought the land, you got its abos, as they used to call them. There were restrictions on their freedom of choice and movement. There was cruel treatment and abuse, control of sexuality, and forced labor. And there was this stock worker at Maida Station in the Kimberley, Jimmy Bird, who recalled, "White fellas would pull their gun out and kill any Aborigines who stood up to them. And there was none of this taking your time and pull up your boots either. No fear." And the Aboriginal woman, Ruby ̔CHU̲ENGGYuÁNJIÉ, who worked on a Queensland station, described the Queensland Protection Act as meaning, if you're sitting down minding your own business, a station manager can come up to you and say, "I want a couple of black fellas," just like picking up a cat or a dog. And through their roles under the legislation, police, Aboriginal protectors, and pastoral managers were complicit in this force, or farce. Slavery was sanctioned by Australian law. Legislation facilitated the enslavement of Aboriginal people across the Northern Territory, Western Australia, South Australia, and Queensland under the South Australian Aborigines Act of 1911. The government empowered police. And remember, 1911, people. We're talking like World War I here. The government empowered police to inspect workers and their conditions, but not to uphold any basic working conditions or enforce any payment. The Aboriginals Ordinance of 1918, it took World War I to get this through, allowed the forced recruitment of Indigenous workers in the Northern Territory and legalized the non-payment of wages. We call this slavery. I mean, in Queensland, the license system was effectively a blank check to recruit Aboriginal people into employment without their consent. It's like picking somebody up by the nape of their neck and saying, "You're hired." Anyhow, amendments to the Aboriginal Protection and Restriction of the Sale of Opium Act in 1897 gave powers to the protector or police officer to expend their wages or invest them in a trust fund, which was never paid out. Guess who kept the money? Officials were well aware that slavery was a public relations problem. The chief protector in the Northern Territory noted in 1927 that pastoral workers are kept in a servitude that is nothing short of slavery. In the early 1930s, the chief protector, Dr. Cecil Cook, pointed out Australia was in breach of its obligations under the League of Nations Slavery Convention. It certainly exists here in its worst form. Now, slavery continued into the 1930s, including through the British Commonwealth League. In 1932, the North Australian Workers' Union, the NAWU, N-A-W-U, characterized Aboriginal workers as slaves. Unionist Owen Roe, he argued, if there is no slavery in the British Empire, then the Northern Territory is not part of the British Empire, for it certainly exists here in its worst form. In the 1940s, again, we're talking World War II here, people. Anthropologists Ronald and Catherine Bent surveyed conditions on cattle stations owned by Lord Vestey, commenting that Aboriginal people owned neither the huts in which they lived nor the land on which these were built. They had no rights of tenure and in some cases have been sold or transferred with the property itself. In 1958, counsel for the well-known Aboriginal artist, Albert Namatjira, if I remember his name, argued that the welfare ordinance of 1953 was unconstitutional because the enacting legislation was a law for the enslavement of part of the population of the Northern Territory. Yeah, the non-white part. As for all those profits, Australia has its own unfinished business in repaying wages to Aboriginal and South Sea Islander slaves. First Nation slave work allowed big businesses to reap substantial profits and help maintain the entire Australian economy throughout the Great Depression. The only reason Australia's economy survived the Great Depression intact was black folks working for free. Aboriginal people are proud of their work on stations, even though the historical narrative is enshrined in silence and denial. As Bunjalung woman, I think that's the name of one of their tribes. There were so many in the past. Hundreds of these Aboriginal nations. But her name was Valerie Linu. She said of her experience of slavery in the 1950s was, what if your wages got stolen? Honestly, wouldn't you like to have your wages back? Honestly, I think it should be owed to the ones who were slave labor. We got up and worked from dawn to dusk. We lost everything. Family, everything. You cannot go stealing our lousy little sexpence. We have got to have money back. You have got to give something back after all this country did to the Aboriginal people. You cannot keep stealing off us. I mean, I weep. Honestly, it's one of the reasons I said before Australia should just give up its heartland. I mean, there's no white people live there anyway. Just say it's Aboriginal country at this point. Give them their own fucking home rule. Honestly, it's one of these things where I don't know what a solution would be. It's how does one recompense for this kind of anyhow, it's in other words, it's on both sides of the Pacific. But what makes Australia fascinating is just how fucking late in the day that they maintained this. And it is, of course, and I'm sure our man Nemo Albano would not argue, Australia is just a very, it's an ugly place in so many ways.
Definitely is.
I mean, I just, like I said, it's so scary. When I was talking to Rhiannon, that young lady who was basically her boyfriend practically sold her, effectively just sold her like she was a slave, and she's white. And he was some young starving artist who felt he needed money. He made a deal with Stephen Outram, the guy who was later on stalking myself. I explained how she, just by a series of miracles, got out of mental institutionalization. And she was driven there by Stephen Outram. And it took a lot of, I don't know what she did, I can't remember, but when they released her, they gave her a really good, how would I say it, some kind of welfare where she's on, but unfortunately she spends the majority of it on cigarettes, which in Australia are expensive as fucking hell because, I mean, they're like, what, $20 a pack or some shit, right?
Yeah, more than that. It's like over $60 for a 30-gram pack of tobacco.
Holy shit.
Depending on the brands. Yeah, other brands are more expensive. But yeah, it's very expensive.
And she smokes like a fiend. I mean, that's where all her welfare money goes. But, I mean, basically, she told me what it was. I remember it was more than what I get. It's Australian dollars, but, it was still more than what I get by at least maybe $100-200. It was, and I get, basically $1,700 a month. But, I want people to understand that goes, $1,000 immediately to rent. The rest of it, it goes towards bills. It's like, it's just mind blowing. Honestly,
if she's on disability, I think it's over $900 a fortnight.
Okay, yeah, she's on disability, and so yeah, it's like she's got a good deal in that sense. It's sad, of course, that she has the habit that she does. But she's, you know, a wonderful young lady, and she suffered terribly. It's like they have some stupid television series in Australia, kind of like they used to have Candid Camera in America. And so they like play cruel jokes on people. And she was in some bank once, and they pretended it was like a bank robbery for this stupid Candid Camera shit. And she basically almost had a meltdown, like a nervous breakdown at that time. She swore Stephen Outram was behind it. And I don't disbelieve her at all. You're talking about a man with millions of dollars to play with, and he's crazy as hell. So it strikes me as something he would do. So it's like, it's, there you go. Australia's a very strange place. But by the way, what is, when in where you live, is there like say if you did go out more, is there even anything to see? Do you have like much of a town around you, or like stores, or is it just like is it
Yeah,
just
on the coastal areas, there's stuff to do and things to see, but it's not much different than America in that regard. Like,
well, I mean,
it's mostly beaches and rivers and
yeah.
Greenland.
I mean, I definitely, of course, all I saw was the coastal areas because, you know, I was delivering presentations, and obviously this was going to be the two coastal areas. Basically, it's on one side or the other, right? You know, it's
Yeah.
and
We
so,
do have recreational places like other developed nations, but nothing special and nothing great.
well, I don't mean in a national sense. I just mean like around you. Like if you stepped out your door, is there anything around you like within walking distance?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah, there's convenience stores and everything.
Okay. So, and they stay open like 24 hours?
Well, some of them do, like especially the petrol stations and shit. But
Okay.
yeah, some of the supermarkets are open till nighttime
Okay.
throughout the week.
Okay, so at least you got something like that. All right, so that's good. Even in
Yeah.
your area, okay, because I kind of picture
Yeah.
you, and I might be wrong about this. I kind of picture you living in this kind of rural area, but I guess
Nah,
that's,
fuck
okay.
that. I would never live in a rural area.
Thank you. Oh my God. Oh, thank you. I would die. I would go.
Oh yeah, it's just depressing. I don't know. There's fucktards that love it. Like white Australian outback farmers. Oh, it's beautiful out here. Just fucking trees, snakes, and spiders.
Yeah. Holy.
It's so delusional.
Thank you. Oh my.
It's just Australian pride bullshit. Aussie pride. Love the outback, man. Fuck off.
Thank you. Oh my fucking God. Tell people the most poisonous snake on planet Earth is in fucking Australia.
Yeah, the taipan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is the taipan. Holy shit. It's like, oh my fucking God. You've got like, it's like everything in Australia is bad. It's like you go to the beach and there's these fucking like, what are they, flesh-eating fucking shrimp and shit that people are running into now. Don't take my word for it. You can look it up. I mean, people go to the beaches and they were saying, oh, you know, I came back and I had all these bites all over me, and they're like sand fleas. It's like
Yeah, I've had that when I was a child. On my back, it stung like hell because I was bitten by these little fucking sea critters.
Holy
It was bad.
shit. Oh my God, that sucks. That fucking sucks.
Yeah, we got the box jellyfish, blue-ringed octopus, all that bad shit.
Yeah, no, it's awful. It's like you go to. I can't even believe people go to the beach. It strikes me. But then again, anywhere you go, you're fucked, right? You know, it's just. Yeah. Oh my God. And well, what about in your house? Have you ever found big ass spiders and shit that you just?
We get redbacks and that, but mostly huntsmans and garden spiders right now where I am. When I had my mattress on the ground, before I had my bed set up, moving to a new place, I kept getting spiders crawl on me in my sleep under my sheets. One crawling on my stomach, and I had to smash it with my fist.
Oh man!
I usually wake up with spider bites and shit.
Oh my God! Oh my God! That fucking Jesus Christ! I'm sorry. Is this is normal or what?
Yeah, it is a normal thing over here. Just waking up with a spider bite on you.
Oh man! Oh that fucking.
But
come on.
For what it's worth, at least it builds up my immune system to their poison.
Okay, so you really do develop a kind of immunity.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Fuck. At least there's that. I mean, I'm just honestly, I'm like just appalled. I can't even.
The only positive thing I could say about the people here is we're pretty tough. That's it.
Yeah.
Hard as fuck, as I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. You'd have to be. I mean, yeah. So it's definitely just a yeah. It's a scary place, and certainly I can understand why some of the lonelier outback areas might be beautiful, but it's yeah, it's still like no place you'd want to live. At least certainly no place I'd want to live.
Right.
Yeah. So at any rate, just so people understand, when it comes to the Australia's economy, what was it that it was Scott Morrison again? When I think about, Scott Morrison, do you even remember him? What do you remember much about Scott
Yeah,
Morrison?
a little bit. I remember watching videos of him after the massive fires that occurred while he was still in charge. And he was away on vacation during that. And when he comes back to, visit the people that are badly affected by it, like the farmers and that, they didn't want nothing to do with him. They didn't want to shake his hand or compliment him. They hated him. He just looked like a total fuckwit on live TV.
He earned it. I mean, that piece of shit. Yeah, that piece of shit. I would say pretty much any Australian wouldn't have paid him any mind. They all would have just turned away from him and walked away at that point. I think
Yep.
I mean, practically every Australian was in one way or another impacted by those goddamn fires. They were burnt. The continent was on fire when that fucker went on his vacation. He's crazy. It's crazy to have done that.
Yeah.
And it was that was his political death. And so I remember that fucker was saying, we shouldn't be importing the Black Lives Matter movement. Yeah, we shouldn't be importing the Black Lives Matter movement. But in the
Is that what he said?
He said
Holy
that!
shit.
Yeah!
Wow.
Yeah! In the 1800s, Australia imported plantation owners from the American South. So this was the point that I wanted to get to, and I remember it now, was that the American South had a big hand in Australia. Prior to the outbreak of the American Civil War between the states for rights, the American South produced almost all of the world's cotton. And as war threatened, plantation owners returned to England and English cotton mills ground to a halt. So immigration to Queensland, the new cotton field of England, was actively encouraged. From Trove, if I remember correctly, a new source of cotton was required, and Queensland would be widely promoted as a cotton growing colony and the future cotton field of England. And the colony government invited mill and plantation owners and workers to re-immigrate and re-establish their industry in Queensland. And under 1861's cotton regulations, individuals and companies could lease land and receive the freehold title within 2 years if 1/10 of the land was used for growing cotton. Now, as early as June of that year, barely 2 months after the Civil War in North America officially began, the Muir brothers, Robert, Matthew, and David, established the Queensland's Manchester Cotton Company and initiated plans to send an agent to Queensland to begin the process of establishing plantations. Now, the brothers owned cotton plantations in Louisiana before returning to Manchester and then on to Queensland. The manager of the company, Thomas William Morton, also migrated from Louisiana to Queensland via England. His son Alexander went on to become the prominent curator of the Tasmanian Museum and Art Gallery. There's your culture vultures for you. And after an agreement was made between the government and shipping companies in 1863, we're talking about the height of the Civil War, the middle of the Civil War here, thousands of cotton immigrants traveled to Queensland, and profits of American slavery were reinvested in Queensland's new tropical plantation economy. So it was effectively a Confederate States of America colony for cotton. Disruption of the American slave trade didn't only lead to the search for new fertile soil. Plantation owners also wanted cheap labor for the burgeoning Australian cotton industry. And the free labor of enslaved African Americans had generated immense profits, and Australian plantation owners were unable to induce sufficient numbers of white men to labor in the tropics on low wages. Now, there were also popular medical theories that posited the physical unsuitability of white men for work in the tropics, conveniently maintaining racial hierarchy. But look, we got to admit the fact that race is very real, and white men evolved in northern climates where it's a lot colder, and white men can effectively work pretty hard where it's cold. But you take them down south, or you put them under the sun, and they drop dead of heat stroke pretty fucking fast. It's just their bodies are different. They are racially and physiologically unsuitable for... I mean, our man Benestenius, a former sponsor of mine, he was talking about that, he couldn't hire anybody white to work in what he does, which is landscape restructuring. Just basically paving and changing the landscape, creating artificial plots and swimming pools and shit for people all over his state of Arizona. And he can't do shit without the men in brown, as he calls them. Any whites who work for him, they never show up in the first place, but those that do show up pretty much collapse of heat exhaustion within a matter of hours. But the people from south of the border, well, they can work all day and night. So, yes, there is a genuine physiological difference in the capacity to withstand certain different types of punishment. I'm sure those people wouldn't necessarily function well in a snowbank, but there you go. The racial differences are real. But such being said, plantation owners turned to the Pacific Islands to ensure a steady supply of indentured labor. And under the indenture system, workers were bound to an employer for a specified length of time. And these contracts were governed by the Masters and Servants Act. Masters and Servants Acts in the plural, no less, with conditions set steeply in favor of plantation owners. So, effectively, Australian slavery based on the Confederate States of America model. And the work, of course, was physically demanding. The rates of death and injury were high. During a Pacific Islander's first year of indenture, the death rate was 81 per 1,000 slaves. Especially startling, given that laborers were in their physical prime, usually between 16 and 35 years of age. Now, most cotton plantations failed by 1866 due to flooding and crop disease. Owners reinvested in sugar, and the labor trade grew to meet that demand. And between 1863 and 1902, 62,000 islanders migrated to Australia. So this is an ongoing legacy. The Queensland colonial government established a southern United States or Confederate States-based or modeled tropical plantation economy, which benefited from capital, workers, and working conditions imported from the American South to the sugar fields of Queensland. This included black African Americans imported from Dixieland itself. into Australia, but not as citizens or migrants, as property. That's why they're not on any census and the Australians know nothing about them. Laborers' obligations to their employers were almost unlimited, and their rights were limited to the payment of wages. The legal conditions of indenture made a worker's refusal to comply with duties demanded by his or her master, they use that term, a prosecutable offense, no matter how small or unreasonable the task. Planters could bring charges in local courts against workers for absconding, malingering, or shirking, deliberately working slowly, action sometimes employed by islanders as forms of resistance. Now, the islander workers fought for increased rights, resisting Australian colonial society at times, while at other times adapting to it. The workers would be granted increased protections from blackbirding, that's recruiting labor via kidnapping, coercion, or exploitation, under the Polynesian Laborers Act of 1968. We're talking about 2 years after I was fucking born. I mean, it took till 2 years after I was born for them to give blacks rights in Australia. Holy fucking shit. Try and think about that for a minute, people. I mean, this is like the Confederacy never fucking died. When I think about this, I just like I haven't thought about this shit in forever. I'm just if you don't laugh, you're gonna cry. Anyhow, they later fought for the rights against deportation under the White Australia policy. By the way, don't take my word for it. Look this shit up, people. I want you to look up the WAP, the White Australia policy, in which after using all these slaves for generations, they were going to deport them all. Isn't that nice? It's like, oh, thanks for all the cotton picking. Yeah, bye-bye. It's just, you gotta hand it to, I mean, then you see fucking, what was his name? I can't remember him. Crocodile Dundee. What was the actor's name again?
Paul Hogan.
Yeah, thank you, Paul Hogan. Then you see Paul Hogan, saying, another shrimp on the bobby, mate. Yeah, every day is a good day in Australia. Yeah, tell me about it. I mean, oh, God. Despite all these harsh conditions, there were a lot of South Sea Islanders that, unbelievably, returned to Queensland on multiple contracts, entering a pattern of circular migration from the islands of the Pacific to Queensland and back again, and others stayed on after their contracts had expired, became knowledgeable about the labor market, the value of their skills, and engaged in short-term contracts on their own terms. We're talking about, by this time, we're talking about the 1970s, people, okay? This is like, this is nothing for Australia to be proud about. So many of these islanders did lay down permanent roots in Queensland, marrying Aboriginal, sometimes even white Queenslanders, and starting families and establishing homes. And these people are the ancestors of the contemporary Australia South Sea Islander community, who went on to have important roles in Australian society and advocate for recognition of their communities. Now, this is what got me about what Scott Morrison was saying. I mean, we all know the man is beyond redemption. I mean, well, maybe my American listeners or listeners in England, probably nowhere else in the world realizes this, but any Australian could tell you Scott Morrison is just a piece of shit. I mean, you're talking about somebody who, what is he doing these days? I hope he's just ostracized, or maybe had to move from Australia or something. Or
he's probably just kicking back because he made enough money to be lazy and do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and God knows.
I'm pretty sure he's a Freemason, so his Freemason brothers look out for him.
There you go. Yeah, he probably. What can I say? He's like, when you say he can do whatever he wants, he probably doesn't want to do much. But what he said about we don't need to import the Black Lives Matter movement, Australia doesn't need to import any protests against racism. this importation happened centuries ago. I mean, oh my fucking God. I'm like, at any rate, Australia's got, what, maybe, it's like somewhere between the 52nd and 53rd, well, it's the 52nd most populous country in the world. The most populous Oceanian country, of course. It's the 53rd largest country in the world in terms of population, period. Puts it above Madagascar by a point. The most populous country in Oceania, with 3 times more population than its neighbor Papua New Guinea. Probably 5 times more populous than New Zealand, which has only 4.5 million people. But, in case you didn't know it, New Zealand's landmass, New Zealand's got more land area than the British Isles, or at least England itself. By the way, here we are. Our man Nemo put this in the text box, that the estimated net worth of Scott Morrison is at least $41.4 million.
He's currently the Member of Parliament for the New South Wales seat of Cook, a position he held since 2007.
Since my dad was murdered, essentially. Jesus fucking Christ. That's incredible.
He doesn't deserve to have that much money. Fucking spoiled piece of shit, corrupt scumbag.
That doesn't even do it justice. I mean, guy like that
should be executed.
Yeah, that doesn't do it justice. Guy like that needs to be burned alive, like many Australians burned alive. I mean, as an Australian, if I were an Australian, I'd demand he'd be burned at the stake because of so many Australians died in those fires. I mean, that's just crazy. That's like, and instead what's wrong with Australians? What's wrong with them?
Yeah, most of us are just brainwashed cattle, just like Americans in England.
I'm mind blown. I mean, there's got to be a limit. I mean, this is just unacceptable. This is like something that you'd almost expect a communist revolution with shit like this going on. This is I'm not an Australian and I feel offended. I feel like appalled.
If I became leader of this country, all of those corrupt politicians would be burnt at the stakes and publicly lynched and beaten.
Thank you. I mean, Jesus, Australians, something's got to be done to. But honestly, this is something that one thing we could say is Australia has an interesting future. You're talking about it's got a lot of potential, obviously, and Australians know that. But the problem is when you got clowns like this, and the majority of the men brainwashed by Rupert Murdoch. Well, that potential is never going to be developed until we fix these problems. I mean, that's at any rate, there we go with that. And hopefully we put all that into some perspective so people see when they ask, where did the Confederacy go? This is why I've told people before, we may yet see that Confederate States flag rise again in Australia. This is a nation that has a history. Again, don't take my word for it. Australia is one of these nations that the White Australia policy, for instance, if anybody looks that up, they're going to be in for an education. There's almost, as a matter of fact, let me just do a little experiment here. And, I'll look this up for people to help just get them started on the right path. And, there's all kinds of Australians who look back to that as of course, a good idea, a good deal that they had going. And, they may come back to that. That's not even too far away from imagination. This is something that could all too easily become reality. But you've got, if you look up White Australia policy on YouTube, you'll pretty much find everything you need. I mean, we're talking in the 1960s here. Jesus fucking Christ.
When I look it up, it says, when did the White Australia policy end? The March 1966 announcement was watershed in abolishing the White Australia policy, and non-European migrants began to increase. Yearly non-European settlers' arrivals rose from 746 in 1966 to 2,696 in 1971, while yearly part European settlers' arrival rose from 1,498 to 6,054.
Oh my God. Well, that means that the White Australia policy ended the year I was born, 1966.
Right.
That's fucking incredible. I mean, these were instituted in 1901, so they were active for 65 years. So you can look up the untold generational trauma from the White Australia policy, Australia's Asian deportations. So it's and this was a popular policy. This was something that the masses generally supported. There's a fascinating documentary here, or at least a little news item. 5 minutes, really. It's only 5 minutes. U.S. soldiers mutiny over White Australia policy. So it says Australia's secret war. So God knows I haven't reviewed that. Obviously, this looks relevant. So it's definitely Australia is. It's like the South Africa of the Pacific. It's like the South Africa of Asia. It's what it is, and nobody in America knows that. They all they think of, well, God knows, everybody. Paul Hogan's too old for people to think about him anymore. He was a creature of the 1980s. Children today don't know about him. Did you see that silly movie he made where he was coming back as Paul Hogan and kind of like pretending to be Paul Hogan dealing with a bunch of Crocodile Dundee fans and telling them how he's just a fictional character? Did you see that comedy in which he was doing that?
I haven't seen that yet.
Oh, okay, yeah, I mean that's pretty old by now, but it's like my understanding was it wasn't too funny. It was just more sad than anything else. But it is what it is. Maybe my father would have found it funny. He probably would have found it sad. But he liked the Crocodile Dundee movies. Of course, most Americans did. They loved them. They thought that Paul Hogan and the whole character. They thought that was they thought that was great.
Yeah.
At any rate, so I guess back to where we are in the time remaining. Let me see. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got high numbers now. So we may as well try and continue through the next 3 hours. I might continue going on about basically since the Republicans were supported by Vladimir Putin and they're effectively his insurgency on American shores, then what I can do is probably turn the conversation back to Putin for a while. But it was great talking with Nemo Albano about this subject, and it's important. I do want people to understand I've gone into Australia at great length. At times, I don't know if Nemo's had a chance to review them, but at times I talked about especially the ANZUS, the Australian, New Zealand, United States alliance, and just how that came about because of the peace treaty between Japan and America. And it's basically trapped Australia in a series of endless wars where they've sent troops to fight in Afghanistan, first in Vietnam. You had Australian troops fighting in Vietnam just to show that they were, participating in ANZUS and that they were, on the side of the Americans. And so, aside from keeping a cadre of trained combat troops, getting combat experience for generation after generation of Australian troops, they were on the negative side. Basically, there was never any American reciprocation, really. It's not like Americans went to help Australia during various crises that they had with Indonesia and shit. So I'm not quite sure why the Australians just are married to this, allowing themselves to be exploited. But Okay. Back to the subject of Putin and, of course, the Russia that's behind so much of the misery in the world. The Russian word for ruler, which is kind of the unofficial title they've given to Vladimir Putin, as opposed to president, because you obviously can't call the fucker president. The guy's never legally elected, and he's essentially a lifetime dictator. So the term the Russians use is pravitel, which means ruler in Russian in the ancient sense. Pravitel Putin delivered his May 9th Victory Day speech in Moscow. May, so April, May, June, July, August, been some months now. A whole summer season, really. And he sought to portray the war in Ukraine as part of a plot to destroy Russia. His speech was riddled with distortions. I remember it was important for me to analyze it so that I could teach the Blood Boys about the relevance of it. Putin tried to project strength, but May's Moscow victory parade revealed only his isolation. For the Russian dictator, Vladimir Putin, this year's Victory Day parade in Red Square was a chance to continue his war on history. He succeeded only in underscoring his geopolitical isolation. In a speech before the assembled troops, Putin drew a direct line between his invasion of the Ukraine and the sacrifices of World War II, flanked by surviving veterans of what Russia still calls the Great Patriotic War. That's their propaganda term for World War II. The Russian president, the dictator, the pravitel, cast himself as savior and defender of an embattled Russia targeted by the globalist elites of the West. I mean, this is why I get disturbed when I used to hear Brooke Gibson talk about these globalist elites. I mean, that's like Putin talk. It's like Putinista talk, and it infects everyone on the internet. It shows you how the Russians have learned to dominate internet thought. Now, Putin insisted that while Russia sees no unfriendly nations in the West or in the East, darker forces are conspiring against Moscow. That's Moscow in the Russian. Putin said, "Today, civilization again is at a breaking point. Again, a true war has been unleashed against our motherland. Western globalist elites still talk about their exceptionalism, pitting people against each other and splitting society, provoking bloody conflicts and coups d'etat, sowing hatred, Russophobia," you like that? Fear of Russians. "And aggressive nationalism. Oh God, where might that come from? The Ukrainian nation has become hostage to a coup which led to a criminal regime led by its Western masters. It has become a pawn to their cruel and selfish plans." I mean, wow. Talk about turning the world on its head. It's like Alice in Wonderland. It's worth unpacking this for a moment, like I did for the Blood Boys back in May, but then again was prevented from talking to my own listeners about it by effectively being banned from YouTube for a month. It's a wonder I made Rent, and of course it'll be a wonder if I make it again. I'm only going to do it with everyone's help. So everyone do remember that my PayPal address, if you will, the link is right up there on the thumbnail embedded in Livestream. And it's paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. You can convey money there without paying a dime. By that I mean you'd be contributing money to me, but you wouldn't be getting any of it, not a penny, stolen by PayPal. That's what I set up that account for. Whenever anyone contributes to my old account, well, PayPal takes its pound of flesh. They basically extract a kind of tithe, And you don't want that to happen if you're contributing. You want your entire amount to come to me. So use the PayPal link that's up there in the thumbnail. Embed it in live stream. PayPal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. At any rate, when explaining this propaganda speech of Putin to the Blood Boys, I told him it's Putin's long-standing view that Ukraine is not a legitimate nation, that Ukrainians and Russians, in his perspective, are one people, and the Ukrainian state is an artificial construct. In his conspiratorial worldview, which unfortunately is becoming the internet worldview, the meaning that people who ride the internet basically get infected by a conspiratorial mindset. Well, states like Ukraine are merely vassals, and Washington calls the shots. You can hear all kinds of non-Russian people parroting this shit all over the internet because Putin said it. And if you ask them, where did you get this from? They're going to say, it's not Putin. It's just like our man, Ian West used to say, it's not QAnon. I'm not getting it from QAnon. But everything he said was QAnon.
Yeah, it's all sourced from them, definitely.
Thank you. He may be finding it somewhere else, but it all ultimately sources from QAnon. It's recognizable. It's even, they might as well trademark it. Anyhow, and if a shadowy global cabal is pulling the strings in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, that belief justifies what Russia calls its special military operation in the Ukraine. Let's remember that it was a genuine popular revolt, not, say, CIA or George Soros, that brought people onto Kiev's Maidan Square to support Ukraine's aspirations for joining the European Union, leading to the ouster of Ukraine's pro-Russian puppet president back in 2014. And that Russian-speaking Ukrainians, and even some Russian nationals, are also fighting and dying on the side of Ukraine. But Putin is immune from fact-checking exercises here. Collective remembrance of World War II is the closest thing Russia and their Anglo-American allies have to a state religion. And May 9th, when Russians commemorate the victory over Nazi Germany in 1945, marks the holiest of days. When the Greater Soviet Union banned the church, this is what replaced it: the communist cult of the dead. For a domestic audience, the Victory Day Parade provides a visual parallel between the veterans of the war that ended 78 years ago and the participants of Russia's war on Ukraine today. According to state media, over 500,000 participants of Russia's so-called special military operation in Ukraine took part in the parade on Red Square that month of May, and in his speech, Putin cast them as the heirs of victory in the Great Patriotic War. Not surprisingly, Ukrainians were pushing back even then against such historical gaslighting. In video remarks, the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, said he had submitted a bill to the Verkhovna Rada, Ukraine's parliament, to change official Victory Day celebrations from May 9th to May 8th, and compared Russia's aggression to that of Stalin's Soviet Empire. Zelensky said, "It is on May 8th that most nations of the world remember the greatness of the victory over the Nazis. We will not allow the joint victory of the nations of the anti-Hitler coalition to be appropriated, and we will not allow lies, as if the victory could have taken place without the participation of any other country or nation. By the way, when Putin was once confronted about this, Putin was not so much confronted, but asked a question by a motorcycle gang of all people, because Putin used to hold these like public commons where he would appear on national television and accept questions from the audience. And there were people like these patriot bikers. It's like in America where you've got patriot bikers who like fly the American flag and just go all over the place saying that, I don't know, they're real Americans somehow because they ride in motorcycle gangs or groups or clubs. And so there were a bunch of these guys who were the first to cross the bridge as civilians following the building of this stupid bridge between the Crimean Peninsula, which was invaded by the Russians in 2014, and they connected it to the Russian mainland directly with a bridge that was made super low so that no Ukrainian ships could pass underneath it. So eventually the Ukrainians will blow that fucking bridge up, but they've been tearing it apart little by little ever since. But the first biker gang to cross over that bridge was allowed to ask Putin questions. And one of them was pointing out that, by the way, this was between 2014 and before the invasion in 2022, which is a relatively long time when you think about it. But during that time, when Putin was still the darling of the world, and the right-wing media cast him as the eventual savior of civilization, if you can believe that shit. That's how they used to portray him back then. Putin took questions from this motorcycle gang, and the guy probably had some Ukrainian heritage and was asking about, well, during World War II, what about the fact that it took all the nations, Ukraine and White Russia and all these other, Russian nations, this multinational empire of nations to beat the Nazis? And then Putin responded with this Russian imperialist response that none of the other nations could have done what Russia did, that Russia alone defeated the Nazis, but we were happy to have the other nations there. It was like just this total dismissal of all the other nations, and it was definitely then that he really exposed himself. But then, of course, the Russians always thought like that. If you take a look at the British, the Beatles sang a song in which the Beatles were saying that Britain won World War II, and the other allies were just along for the ride. So that's how the British people think about World War II. All these different perspectives just go to show one thing, that my biological father, Adolf Hitler, took on the whole world, and it took the whole fucking world to drive him from the surface. And even then, he was basically leaving to a better place, Unterland, a new frontier. So when we go back to what was being said about all of this by people like Zelensky, he also played host to an important visitor in Kiev on the same day as Putin's Victory Day parade, the European Commission Presidentress, Ursula von der Leyen, who arrived bearing promises of continued support from Europe for Ukraine. Von der Leyen said, "Ukraine is on the front line of the defense of everything we Europeans cherish: our liberty, our democracy, our freedom of thought and speech. Courageously, Ukraine is fighting for the ideals of Europe that we celebrate today. In Russia, Putin and his regime have destroyed these values, and now they are attempting to destroy them here in Ukraine because they are afraid of the success you represent and the example you show, and they are afraid of your path to the European Union." And in his joint press conference with von der Leyen, noting Russia's costly and incremental progress on the battlefield, Zelensky was able to rain a little on Putin's Victory Day parade, and by referring to the embattled and extensively damaged eastern Ukrainian city, he said they, the Russians, were not able to capture Bakhmut. This was the last important military operation that they wanted to complete by the 9th of May. And unfortunately, the city does not exist anymore. Everything is fully destroyed. So they need some information to present it as a victory. They need to conquer something, some city, but they have not managed to do that. Now, the annual Victory Day celebrations in Russia are supposed to be a grand public spectacle married with an advertisement for state power. This year's parade showcased some of Russia's military might, featuring its S-400 aero defense system and Yar's intercontinental ballistic missile launchers, part of Moscow's nuclear arsenal, but a massive procession of modern tanks, the pride of Russia's army, was conspicuously absent. And von der Leyen's visit to Kiev highlighted Putin's isolation from Europe and the West. Among the most high-profile victors featured at Putin's Victory Day parade celebrations were an EU-sanctioned president, Alexander Lukashenko of Belarus, White Russia, Europe's last dictator, because Russia's not technically Europe, a Central Asian strongman, Emomali Rahman of Tajikistan, where they really speak Farsi, or the Iranian language, and the dynastic leader of the petrostate of Turkmenistan, Serdar Hamedov, if I remember correctly. How the fuck did I even remember that? Like Bernie Madoff. Berdy Muck Hamedov. Yeah, Bernie Muck Hamedov. That's all in a single last name. Jesus fucking Christ. He could do anagrams with that shit. Now on the battlefields of Ukraine itself, the setbacks being dealt the Russian forces in the meat grinder of Bakhmut could not be a sharper contrast to all that pomp and circumstance on Red Square. And that fact was brought home by Yevgeny Prigozhin, the head of the Russian mercenary outfit of Wagner, who declared war on Putin after Russia launched a missile strike on his own troops, himself taking to railing on social media against Russia's military leadership. On social media that 9th day in May, Wagner chief Prigozhin dared state that, in his words, "Today they, Ukrainians, are tearing up the flanks in the Artemovsk," that's the Russian name for Bakhmut, direction, regrouping at ज़aporizhzhia, and a counteroffensive is about to begin. They absolutely clearly say that the counteroffensive will be on the ground, not on TV. Now, since declaring war on Vladimir Putin's war after exposing that his mercenary camp was hit by a Russian missile, the Wagner Group's founding leader Prigozhin added that Victory Day belonged to a past generation. To quote Asti, "Victory Day is the victory of our grandfathers. We haven't earned that victory 1 millimeter." So there you have it. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the founder of the Wagner mercenary group, exposited that the Russian armed forces launched a missile attack on Wagner PMC, that's private mercenary company camps, and added that a huge number of our comrades died. We will decide how to respond to this atrocity. This was, of course, before he led his abortive coup d'etat, so we know what led to that. And this gives you some context for why he did what he did. Now, the Wagner Group was first identified in 2014 and backed pro-Russian separatist forces in eastern Ukraine. According to the United Kingdom Ministry of Defense, Wagner almost certainly now commands 50,000 fighters in Ukraine and has become a key component in the Ukraine campaign. According to the United States National Security Council, about 80% of its troops in Ukraine have been drawn from prisons. Now, in April this year, the 49-year-old Alexei Savashev, a former Russian mercenary convict recruited by Wagner, admitted to killing and torturing dozens of Ukrainian prisoners of war, confessing that he and other fathers, his words, killed several dozen injured Ukrainian prisoners of war by tossing grenades. Now, in the video statement, Prigozhin said the Wagner Group was declaring war on the Russian Ministry of Defense, and said, PMC Wagner commanders' council made a decision. The evil brought by the military leadership of the country must be stopped. They neglect the lives of soldiers. They forgot the word justice, and we will bring it back. Those who destroyed today are guys who destroyed tens of thousands of lives of Russian soldiers will be punished. I'm asking, no one resist. Everyone who will try to resist, we will consider them a danger and destroy them immediately, including any checkpoints on our way, and any aviation that we see above our heads. I'm asking everyone to remain calm, do not succumb to provocations, and remain in their houses. Ideally, those along our way, do not go outside. After we finish what we started, we will return to the front line to protect our motherland. Presidential authority, government, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Rosgvardia, and other departments will continue operating as before. We will deal with those who destroy Russian soldiers, and we will return to the front line. Justice in the army will be restored. And after this, justice for the whole of Russia. Now that came after a bombshell video was released where Prigozhin said Russia did not face any imminent security threat to justify its full-scale invasion of the Ukraine, in which Prigozhin stated, the armed forces of Ukraine were not going to attack Russia with the NATO bloc. The Russian Defense Ministry is deceiving the public and the president. And after Prigozhin's call to arms, the Russian Defense Ministry rejected his statements, claiming they do not correspond with reality, while qualifying that the Russian armed forces continue to carry out combat missions in Ukraine. The Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov also said Putin was aware of the unfolding situation back then, adding that all necessary measures were being taken. But you see, the Russian dictator was already caught in his own trap. So what we needed to pay attention to at that time was the reactions of the Russian people. When the Wagner Group mercenaries arrived in the city of Rostov-on-Don, that means Rostov-on-the-Don River, on a weekend morning, it was a Saturday morning, and they declared themselves the new rulers, they met no resistance. There was one photograph published by the New York Times showing them walking at a leisurely pace across a street, one of their tanks in the background, holding yellow coffee cups. And that was the most remarkable aspect of that whole day. Nobody seemed to mind, particularly, that a brutal new warlord had arrived to replace the existing regime, not the security services, not the army, not the general public. On the contrary, many seemed sorry to see him go. To even begin to understand that response, observers must reckon with the power of apathy, a certain kind of autocrat, of whom Putin is the outstanding example, seeks to convince people of the opposite, not to participate, not to care, not to follow politics at all, like he convinced all too many black African Americans in the United States to do. But apathy, how shall I put it? In his own empire, through a constant barrage of propaganda, Putin convinces Russian citizens that there is no truth to be found. And if nothing is true, then why protest or engage in politics at all? That's what he's got most Americans believing, that there is no truth. You make it up as you go along. That's why I was so disappointed when Brooke Gibson was here and I gave her the truth about Hitler's history with the Hollerith machines, the supercomputers built by the Nazis. And then after that she turned towards, well, I don't care. Well, this doesn't matter. That's the apathy. That's the Putinist apathy has infected America to the point where it's not just blacks, it's whites, it's everyone. It's just saying the same shit oh, both parties are the same. I don't care. All of this is a victory for Vladimir Putin. The only reason he's still in power is because you don't care. And if you keep on not caring, if you continue not to care, he'll be ruling America from the White House. Because Trump will be in jail and he'll say, I'll send my man Putin in to occupy the White House. That's my order as president, because he's legally able to run this country from prison. That's how crazy America is. Constitutionally, he can run for president from prison. He can run the United States from prison. And if he can't occupy the White House physically, he can send his man Putin in to do it. That's what's going to happen if he wins. And he's going to win if you don't care. But apathy works both ways. If no one cares about anything, that means they don't care about their supreme leader, his ideology, or his war. Russians haven't flocked to sign up to fight in Ukraine. They haven't rallied around the troops in Ukraine or held emotive ceremonies marking either their successes or their deaths. Of course they haven't organized to oppose the war, but they haven't organized to support it either. So, why did Prigozhin's coup d'etat fail? Having studied coups d'etat around the world, I can offer some lessons from the history of such uprisings. The most successful coups d'etat are those run by a unified military. In Thailand, for example, coups d'etat are usually executed by the military brass who announce that they are toppling civilian politicians. With nobody with guns to oppose them, Thai coups d'etat almost always succeed. After all, what's the president or prime minister going to do? Shoot back at the army? In Russia, however, the coup d'etat was carried out by a faction connected to the country's military sector. In those cases, the plot will likely succeed less on strength than on perception. The plotters were playing the PR game, in which they were trying to create the impression that their coup d'etat was destined to triumph. If you were watching events and trying to understand the strategic logic of coups d'etat and how Putin's regime might end eventually, look out for whether the loyalists stay loyal or start to peel off towards those challenging him. If important figures begin to abandon the regime en masse, Putin is toast. Now, we're all waiting for the next shoe to drop in Russia at some point. Now, okay, our man Nemo's going to make coffee and then he'll be right back. Actually, Nemo, could you hold for a moment?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Tell you what, how about, can you take over for just a minute and talk about anything you want while I take a short break, and I'll be right back, okay? Is that possible? Or
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go mute for just about 7-8 minutes, all right? Okay.
Oh, good.
Good. Thank you. I'll be back. Thank you.
Just talk on. Just remember to support Douglas Dietrich any way you can. Subscribe to his channel, download and re-upload his content. Donate towards him via PayPal, money order. And buy his books on Amazon. Demystification of Roswell is one of his popular books, and his other books is on vampirology. Such. I ordered both of those books recently. They're worth purchasing. Very informative and insightful on those topics. Just trying to look for something to talk about. All right. Here we go. The truth and facts about UFO sightings that we're seeing, who they are, where they are, and what are they doing. The UFO phenomenon, which has been making headlines incessantly throughout the world, is completely overwhelming. and also an esoteric reality. The majority of the world's population have no idea about the reality, only from what information they either stumble across, research, or what they are fed. The UFO phenomenon, which our government and military have been contending with prior and post proactive prosecution of hostilities of World War II as a legal declaration of belligerency and the state of war, has been in extent for the best part well over 80 years now. Who are they? They are a true breakaway civilization, a government that is still extant and exists to this day in exile. They originally relocated all over the globe. Every nation of Earth brought and took in remnants of the population, dignitaries, prominent figures, the academic, educated, scientific community, etc. But the government themselves totally relocated too many parts of the world, Taiwan, Tibet, Argentina, Antarctica, then into a subterranean existence, which is where they exist today. It is referred to as Unterland, translated into the English as the land below. They are our government legal enemy, which they are still legally in a state of war with, which is why Britain, United States, Republic of France are still adhering to an emergency wartime condition, which are still in effect to this day, such as daylight saving time, and are still paying wartime emergency exercise war taxes on every phone bill. And why Britain, France, and conditions which are still in effect to this day. Hold up. Britain and France, I'm trying to read from this article I posted. It's real small. Britain and France and the United States cannot legally declare a state of war because they are still legally in a state of war. All these wartime emergency statutes are still in effect to this day because you are all still legally at war with a government that exists in exile, who are responsibly for the UFO phenomenon, the mechanical UFOs, which you see that are like disc-shaped, anti-gravitational aircrafts and spacecrafts, which your government military are forced to contend with. Hence the reason for a cover-up, a highly sophisticated disinformation program against the population. Hence why you see all the Hollywood movies producing so much ET bullshit movies, making you think that any anti-gravitational UFO is ET source, when in reality it's sourced from this Earth, from the Third Reich in exile, and possibly now after this day, Japan and other Asian countries probably have reached to that type of technology. It's possibly being used against the Allied forces military. Hence the reason for a cover, I'll just repeat that part. Hence the reason for a cover-up, a highly sophisticated disinformation program against the population that cannot afford the population to know this information and to fully comprehend the true facts about this reality. Presidential Proclamation 9066, officially announced by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1942, declared all enemy combatants of World War II as alien enemies, also referred to as quote-unquote aliens. The general population has since conflated the term alien and misinterpreted as quote-unquote extraterrestrial or xenosentience. The recognized alien enemy of World War II were the Axis nation states, such as Japan, Germany, and Italy. These nation states were all recognized as alien enemies or enemy aliens. The alien enemy, you are still legally
at war with today is the 1,000-year Reich in exile, a government that exists in exile, and a true breakaway civilization. The United Nations was founded on January 1st, 1942, 3 weeks and 3 days after Pearl Harbor. It's established itself as an organization of war. The peacekeeping organization was established until October of 1945 out of Washington, District of Columbia. United Nations as an organization of war, as described in Article 42 of the Charter, the Constitution. The United Nations has a charter. The United Nations is maintained today, which originally succeeded the League of Nations, because it is still legally at war with the Axis nations of World War II. This is why both governments of the National Socialist German Workers' Party and the Nationalist Republic of China are both not recognized today, because they are the legal enemy today, which Britain, United States, and Republic of France are still legally at war with. The UFOs that are appearing in the sky on a daily basis are sourcing from a government in exile. Every single time they appear over your head, they are violating national and international security. They are breaching your air defense systems. They can fly over your head with complete impunity. There is nothing your government and military can do to prevent this from happening. This is why they're so eager to have the population to believe it's all from extraterrestrial forces and not their enemies that they're still legally at war with. This has been going on for over 80 years now. Your military are getting extremely worried, hence why your government is now forced to take this reality very seriously. This is why it is making the headlines. They are soft coding it, whereas what you're reading from the Post is the hard truth. I hope all of this, which has been outlined briefly, a generalized summary, has articulated the UFO phenomenon and put it into perspective so you have a better understanding about your world. This is about National Socialist anti-gravity area spacecraft weapons development programs. Probably the most misunderstood and problematic of all terrestrial-based disk technology lies at the heart of the German disk program that started with the birth of the NSDAP, National Socialist Party, in 1920, a full 13 years before Adolf Hitler came to power as the leader of the Third Reich. To fully comprehend the depth of these programs requires the knowledge that, above all else, the NSDAP was founded from the onset by the occult through I think it's pronounced through, Thule. Sorry for the mispronunciation. 1917 and Vril, VRIL, 1919. Societies and other occult groups like the DHVSS, Men of the Black Stone, that stretch back to the turn of the 20th century with the old German order, aka Order of the Teutons. As such, the very first disk project in Germany, built in 1922, was not even an aircraft, but an interdimensional flight machine in disk form. The JFM, built by the Vril. Sorry for the mispronunciation again. When Adolf Hitler, a Thule member along the Göring, Himmler, and various other top National Socialist officials, became Chancellor in Germany in 1933, the 11-year occult metaphysical science of the Vril.
I'm back.
You want me to finish?
Sure, please, by all means. Yeah.
Became strengthened by official state backing for the continued disk development program started with the RFZ, the Flugzeug. I can't pronounce that.
Don't worry.
Flugzeug.
It's
All-round aircraft
Yeah.
series of this that utilize levitators developed by the W.O. Schulman of the Technical University of Munich. They worked on the JFM. That's all.
No, that's great. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm very impressed. I'm glad that you found something to share with our public while I was away. I mean, the one time I left poor Real Tech Geek here, he like went into a meltdown. It was like, he. Let's just put it this way: he's no Real Tech Geek. He's a geek, poor guy. But whatever he's a geek in, I think it'd be mostly photography. He's good with photography, right. But basically he's like he was left here and he didn't know whether anyone could hear him because there was no real feedback, and then he just kind of died on air. It was just awful. I was told people who were listening said he sounded like he was dying. And
right.
But you handled that well.
I have a lot of your information and George Knight's information on my Discord server, so I can just read all that.
Oh, that's great. And so in terms of one thing I'd like to bring up with you before you go have your coffee, and let me remind everyone all the work that Nemo Albano has done for me and therefore for you by collecting so much and uploading it. Hopefully he gets in contact with John Warrington. Hopefully John Warrington responds. Has John Warrington opened your message yet?
No, he hasn't responded yet. I don't know what time it is over in his country.
You can look that up, just time in London. But he may not have even opened your message yet. Yeah. I gave him a message. Let me see if he's opened that. I doubt it. Yeah, sometimes, like I said, it can be days these days before he looks at his messages. But one thing that
It's 11:52 a.m. in his region, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely a world apart. I mean, Australia itself is like, what, 17 hours ahead of the United States, so...
Yeah.
And that's the West Coast. It's 17 hours ahead of the West Coast. So when it comes to, everything Nemo Albano has done, and hopefully he'll be able to contact John Henry, and more will get done. Some exchanges will be done between them. I think that, it's self-evident how much I need... Nemo Albano these days. But let's take a look at the question you asked the other day, which actually, when I reflected on it, was pretty funny. Just the nature of the question itself, when you asked, will blood from other animals do for vampires? And I said, well, no, but think about it. If that were the case, then we would be just like you, because we'd be competing for the same foodstuffs. It would just be like another human being. It's just
understood. But what I meant to say, like, even though it's not a primary food source, would it like
do in desperation?
Yeah, in desperate.
Like would it do as kind of like a second best or third best?
A last resort or something.
Yeah. Got it. I get what you're saying. No.
Okay. Understood.
And but that is, by the way, I happen to enjoy the taste of a lot of different types of animal blood. But that's, it's like I said, here's the problem that I'm faced with. By the way, I'm so glad I could talk about this with you, because I can't talk about it with almost anybody else. But literally, when it comes to, and this is such an important thing for people to understand, it was what I was trying to get to the other day, and then I kind of forgot about it myself when we were talking about the vampires, which was appropriately enough during the Japanese Halloween transmission. And of course, now we're still in appropriate times, and we will be in appropriate times for 30 more days, at least, because it's Chinese Ghost Month now. So I want people to understand we're entering the month of the Hungry Dead. Unlike New Year's Eve, which is kind of like the peaceful dead, or the dead that you like, or relatives you loved coming back to visit during the time when the veils are thin, very similar to Celtic New Year, which became Halloween. The Asian Lunar New Year is very much like that. The dead essentially descend from heaven to visit. But this month is when the dead ascend from hell in Chinese tradition. So it's one big thing I remember, among many others, don't take photographs in the dark of empty spaces, because all you're going to get is dead people. This will probably convince everyone to start doing that. Don't go swimming in any bodies of water. You'll be pulled down by the dead, etc. But aside from all that, more importantly, or more immediate to the vampire question that our man Nemo asked, this was the point I was trying to make about food, of course, is that because I'm not processing the majority of food that I eat, it's just there to fill cravings in my stomach when it's empty, or when I'm at the estates and I've already had my fill of blood, the food still fucking tastes good and I still eat it. My body's not taking anything from it. And for anybody who's physically seen me, you know it's goddamn well not going into any fat. So with all the food that I do eat and I'm not getting any fatter, I'm just ultimately shitting it out. But it's that period of time while it sits there not being processed by my body and before I void my bowels that it could collect to the point where it's not constipation per se, but it depresses the vagus nerve, and that could literally kill me. That is the part that I was trying to express, which my mother suffered from and created a horrible vasosyncopal collapse, as they call it, meaning a fainting spell. That was extraordinarily dangerous and brain injuring for her in a case that just became worse and worse because the doctors were not treating it. So in my case, vasodepressor syncope, I definitely have inherited it in the sense that as someone with vampiroid physiology, I'm not processing food. It just sits there and it gets to be enough of a collection of that crap inside of me, quite literally, where it just depresses the vagus nerve, which runs all along the spine. The vagus nerve is the universal nerve running all the way down the spine and up through the spinal cord into your brain. So it's the longest nerve, and somewhere along the line, when enough food collects in the intestinal tract, then it depresses the vagus nerve and basically triggers the worst possible fainting spell you can imagine. Violent and potentially brain injuring, if you fall down and collapse suddenly. So I've been able to usually beat it off by lying down, but that doesn't mean it feels any better. And honestly, at those times, till I realized what was going on and what I was dealing with, I thought I was dying. It's just awful. Okay, so there you go. Just another aspect of being a vampire that's not so glamorous. So, Nemo, go get your coffee. Take your time. I'll go back to talking. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So, Nemo really helped, and that was... Okay, what we are going to talk about now is, we've got so many listeners now. I mean, where were you all when I was talking about deep history concerning so much earlier? I'm glad you're all here now, and certainly we're approaching 2 hours left. So 10 to 11, 11 to 12, we got 2 hours left, and I could... go on talking. Oh, I know. I could try and call our dear, let me see, it's 3:58, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7. We could try and call Amy Como or some of the other people who might be able to drop in and save me from talking about Russia for the next 2 hours or current events. But let me go on to Skype, see if I could do that. And if no one responds, we'll just work at, my talking again. So Aristides is still on mute. God knows that guy's asleep, almost certainly. Maybe Michelle is awake. It says she's active. I'd find it hard to believe if she is. Let me see if I can find other people to add to the call as well. And of course, as always, worried about so many of you out there. Let me see, Mark H is probably asleep. I guess Amy Como says she's away. All right, I'll just go back to talking. So, I want to thank everybody for joining us. And with that, let's talk about the next shoe to drop in Russia. Now, during that weekend, when Prigozhin held his mutiny and then didn't follow through, it's something that I waited forever, in a sense, before conducting analysis, because the analysis just gets, it takes us in so many different directions. It was on the 23rd of June this year, and you've got this government-funded mercenary on June 23rd who decides he's going to take over Russia. And for hours on that date, the 23rd of June was pretty much a Friday, going into Saturday, going into Sunday. It was basically a weekend event that was something the world was watching. Friday morphed into Saturday and then into Sunday. The world seemed to be holding its collective breath, bracing for the next shoe to drop back then. And then nothing happened. Suddenly it was all over. Or was it? And of course, well, it's not really. Not at all. The stunning announcement that was made was that Yevgeny Prigozhin, head of the Wagner paramilitary group, was halting what seemed to be an inevitable confrontation with the forces of the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. Some called it a coup d'etat, others a civil war. He did indeed remove the prospects of a bloody battle at the gates of the Kremlin itself by stopping when he stopped. He turned his troops around from advancing to Moscow and heading, or so the Kremlin and the Belarus dictator Alexander Lukashenko avowed, into what appeared to be exile in Belarus. Yet we all know he returned to St. Petersburg for the Africa summit because, well, his forces are fucking indispensable in Black Africa, where they effectively are running a new Russian colonial system. Well, halted was the immediate crisis at the time that he halted, but not the underlying foundations that Prigozhin and Putin had laid long before. Above all, there was the long unspoken belief by many Russians who feared to make their voices heard that fundamentally the war in Ukraine is not worth fighting or dying for. Far from it. Now that dirty little secret has had a full, if not yet complete, airing, and the consequences of that alone could be monumental. The most immediate and perhaps epiphanous moment began on Friday, as dated the 23rd of June, when Prigozhin released a stunning 30-minute video describing the invasion of Ukraine as a racket carried out by a corrupt elite, though he carefully avoided any direct mention of Vladimir Putin himself. Prigozhin said, "The oligarchic clan that rules Russia needed the war. The mentally ill scumbags decided, it's okay, we'll throw in a few thousand more Russian men as cannon fodder. They'll die under artillery fire, but we'll get what we want." Now, of course, it wasn't the first time Prigozhin has spoken so directly about the corruption he believes is eating away at the Russian state and military. Of course, he is exemplary thereof, exemplary of that corruption himself, which is why they need mercenaries, and he's willing to raise a mercenary army for them is because they're all corrupt. Now, it was the month before then, in May, during the victory parade, that he gave an incendiary interview to the pro-Kremlin blogger, the blogger Konstantin Dolgov, charging, "While the children of the elite smear themselves with cream on the internet, ordinary people have children in battle, torn to pieces, and a mother cries over her son," as if he really cared. Now, noting that the war had accomplished none of its objectives of disarming Ukraine, Prigozhin added, "If the Ukrainians had 500 tanks before, now they have 5,000. If 20,000 fighters were skillful then, now it's 400,000. So, has the relocation to Belarus quieted Prigozhin? Well, in a sense, it's hard to see. because now, in theory, though he is beyond the long arm of Putin's justice system, he could still be brandishing a powerful cell phone and laptop. But perhaps even more monumental was the equally unspoken but hardly invisible suggestion, now all but a reality, that the emperor really has no clothes. Not anymore. And sure, Putin managed to avoid a violent confrontation that could have unseated him. Still, he was forced to renege on his pledge made in a nationwide broadcast, while Prigozhin's forces were on the move, that those on a path of treason would be punished. Those who organized and prepared the military mutiny, who turned weapons against their comrades in arms, have betrayed Russia and will be held accountable for that. Not really. This was, without question, the greatest, most direct challenge to his presidency, and there have been no apparent consequences for quite some time now. And you might argue that, well, maybe they may not become apparent for a while. Well, it's been a while. First, the Russian dictator has not only Prigozhin to deal with, but also thousands of soldiers who are more than ever maybe wondering just why they are fighting Putin's war. Prigozhin's Friday video was issued on his Telegram channel. Friday, of course, in the 23rd of June is what I'm speaking of. And certainly widely watched, especially among troops in the field and by millions across Russia. Many of his earlier interviews, especially with Dolgov, are equally followed. How then does Putin or his generals persuade the forces deployed in Ukraine that theirs is a war worth dying for? At least 10,000 appeals from Russian military forces to surrender voluntarily were received on Ukraine's I Want to Live hotline since, well, between September and June 23rd. God knows that must have only increased since then. Moreover, there seems little evidence that Putin will ditch any of his top generals in the immediate future, despite Prigozhin's warnings that they are incompetent and losing in a war they had long ago pledged to win quickly and painlessly. That would appear to hand Prigozhin too easy a victory. Indeed, Prigozhin's Wagner group seems to be the only force that was winning at all methodically in Ukraine until at least that point in time of the mutiny. As he pointed out, it was his men who finally seized the strategic town of Bakhmut after weeks of fruitless fighting, even though, as Zelensky said, there was nothing left to seize. But beyond the battlefield, other uncertainties may loom for Putin. He now appears to be faced with circumstances of his own making and apparently outside his control. That it was necessary for him to turn to Lukashenko, who has long served effectively as a lapdog, to defuse a potentially mortally dangerous situation cannot go unnoticed in the circles that Putin has long relied on for support. And the fact that Putin's trusted spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, was unable to tell reporters where Prigozhin was even located at the time seemed even more troubling. Above all, the facts on the ground effectively rebutted virtually everything Putin had said. Russia is not winning this war that was supposed to be over in a matter of days or weeks, more than a year ago. Ukraine is only getting stronger and better armed, as Prigozhin has pointed out most directly. And the fear is spreading that Putin may no longer be the unchallenged strongman he has portrayed himself for 2 decades. Indeed, if it was a question of who was the most powerful, it may be argued that Putin was the one who blinked. So, by Sunday, on the 25th of June, the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, told Dana Bash on CNN's State of the Union, 16 months ago, Russian forces were on the doorstep of Kiev, Ukraine, thinking they were going to take the city in a matter of days, erase the country from the map. Now they have to be focused on defending Moscow, Russia's capital, against mercenaries of Putin's own making. So this raises lots of profound questions that will be answered, I think, in the days and weeks ahead. Well, those days and weeks have passed. Ultimately, the focus shifted to Ukraine and how President Volodymyr Zelensky and his generals could best capitalize on this gift that Prigozhin had suddenly bestowed upon them. So could a powerful strike from Ukraine's forces have been the answer to the tough questions Prigozhin had surfaced during that extraordinary weekend? If so, it might simply have been a matter of sitting back to observe how Kremlin power struggles play out. But what did that weekend's events mean for the Ukraine? Prigozhin's loss is Ukraine's gain. Though Prigozhin was able to negotiate a safe exit from Russia, at least till he was welcomed back in Russia for the Africa summit, an early casualty of that coup d'etat seemed to be the Wagner Group itself. Vladimir Putin seemed unlikely to keep it intact, but of course, as Brooke Gibson herself had, intuited, basically concluded, what happened was that they realized they needed each other far too much. I don't know if Brooke Gibson concluded that this was like a conspiracy between the twain of them as a kind of, shall we say, way to fool the West and somehow misguide it or mislead it, some kind of strategy. I don't know if she was suggesting that, but came close. Some people have suggested that. And I think it gives both Prigozhin and Putin far too much credit, so I'm not running with that. But as I said, basically Ukraine won big here. Although Prigozhin was able to negotiate a safe exit from Russia, at least until he was needed back again for the Africa summit, because his mercenaries operate Russia's colonial empire in postmodern Africa. It looked like, Wagner Group won in the sense that it was allowed to remain in operation. Of course, if Putin undid the Wagner Group at that time, that would mean that over the course of a single weekend, Prigozhin and Putin jointly did what the Ukrainian military and its NATO allies failed to achieve in 18 months of war, removing Russia's single most effective fighting force from the battlefield. Now, in a sense, that may have happened in Ukraine, but not in Africa, where it remains in full operation and indeed is even mobilizing, overthrowing governments, mobilizing for even more aggressive action and more invasions in Africa, succeeding in Africa where they failed in Europe. That is where we're entering World War. So bear that in mind, and why I'm always warning you about World War, because, well, we're there. The Russians already know it, but you don't. The question we should all be asking now is how to capitalize on Prigozhin's quote-unquote success by having removed so much of his clout in Ukraine and relocating it to Russia. Then how can Europe consolidate? But this brings us to Ukraine's future and Putin's fate along the treacherous path to a better Russia. And, of course, we could just as easily talk about Putin's entire new order of chaos. That is chaos. Well, that's his victory. His victory is a world of disorder. A new world disorder, if you would. And that is something that I've done my best to try and explain to all of you as the ultimate danger of such an individual. The danger that he presents to all of us is the sheer scale of his corruption of our world and how that is going to, well, result in our world disintegrating. It's something that we're going to have to counter. It's something I'm trying to get myself into the space where I can express it most effectively. let me try and think on this in terms of, rather than reflecting back on what happened or what went wrong with Prigozhin right now, taking a look at the state of things as they're left right now. All the dangers of Russian disorder in Putin's age of chaos. See, after the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin launched an invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, the Russian elites acted as if the war had not really changed anything on the home front. Even as the campaign foundered and the West tightened sanctions on the Russian economy, those with power in Moscow seemed to carry on as usual. Since last autumn, however, things have been getting a little more complicated. A surprisingly successful Ukrainian counterattack in the region of Kharkiv in September of yesteryear, 2022, exposed the vulnerability of Russian military positions. And irked, the Kremlin launched a military mobilization that caused tremendous social anxiety, although only for a short period. Then, in October, a Ukrainian strike on the Kerch Strait Bridge that I described as what the Ukrainians will ultimately destroy left the key link between Crimea and mainland Russia engulfed in smoke and flames. It also revealed how flexible the Kremlin's supposed red lines actually were. An event that seemed intolerable just months prior ultimately produced no tangible response from the state and left elites with the growing sense that Russia's war could rebound onto its own territory, which of course it ultimately will. In fact, I advocate that quite enthusiastically, and anyone who's listened to me over all these years knows why. Now, the following months have only ratcheted up the pressure. The Ukrainian front has provided little good news for the Kremlin, with the exception of the seizure of the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut in May, which, as Zelensky said, is not really a city anymore. And in the meantime, a new front has opened up at home. Unknown assailants, most likely connected to Ukrainian security services, have attacked Moscow with drones. As I've described, this is the August curse that the Russians have always dreaded coming back in force. Paramilitaries have raided across the border into the Russian region of Belgorod, White City. And most shocking, the forces of Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner private military company, carried out an open rebellion in June, seizing much of the city of Rostov-on-Don, sending a column of troops racing toward Moscow, and even shooting down a number of Russian aircraft, killing over a dozen Russian pilots in the process. That's something that a lot of you probably never knew. So, Prigozhin's uprising captured the world's attention and deeply disturbed Moscow's elite. Despite its swift resolution, in a deal brokered in part by the Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko, many in Moscow struggle to understand Putin's handling of the crisis, or not handling it at all. On the one hand, the Russian dictator had publicly and ruthlessly condemned Prigozhin as a traitor, but on the other hand, he has since allowed the mercenary leader to move freely within the country and even hosted him in the Kremlin for negotiations at the end of June. Now, these events were unprecedented in contemporary Russia, and yet they do not seem to have ruffled the status quo. People continue their lives as if nothing has happened. To be sure, generals are now daring to complain more openly about the top brass, but the overall situation in the army remains stable. And to date, the Russian government and military have not reshuffled or arrested any army personnel, which is what Prigozhin was originally demanding. But don't be fooled. This ostensible resilience to bad news and the seeming indifference to ongoing events are deceptive. It is becoming increasingly difficult for the Kremlin to sweep unwelcome developments under the carpet. The war has begun to change Russia, and profound internal shifts are likely underway. In Putin's regime, in the elite's perception of Putin, and in the public's attitude towards the war. Indeed, the militarization of Russian life is empowering ultra-nationalist hardliners in the elite, eclipsing an old guard of ideologues that the Russian public has begun to view as increasingly out of touch with the realities of the war, the world war as it's developing into. The perception of Putin's weakening has further revealed the regime's deep flaws, the habitual inclination of the authorities to underestimate domestic political risks, ignore long-term developments in favor of addressing immediate challenges, and refuse responsibility for the growing number of incidents on Russian territory linked to the war. Prigozhin's mutiny has pushed the situation to an extreme and may pave the way for the emergence of a more radicalized, hawkish, and ruthless state. Threats to the Kremlin, such as the Wagner Rebellion and the revelations of the government's weakness, will not necessarily lead the public to turn against Putin and bring down the regime. Instead, these developments are transforming Russia into a far less cohesive identity. Well, cohesive entity, really. One that's rife with internal contradictions and conflicts, more volatile and lacking predictability. With so much pressure turning inward, the space for debate about the ongoing war in Ukraine may open somewhat, even if not for outright dissent. But at home, the order that Putin built will become more disorderly, and the world will have to contend with a more dangerous and unpredictable Russia. So we've got this fragile state. In the months leading up to Prigozhin's rebellion, Russia found itself in the unexpected position of watching the war come home. In early May, just days before the annual Victory Day parade, in Red Square, unknown attackers used drones to hit targets in Moscow, including the Kremlin itself. Then, at the end of May and into June, paramilitary groups aligned with Ukraine crossed into the Russian region of Belgorod. They caused mayhem and briefly seized various settlements. Other regions neighboring Ukraine have also been enduring continual shelling. The Kremlin's response to these events has been startlingly passive. It has simply sought to hit the mute button. Television news and talk shows have focused instead on the supposed efficacy of Moscow's aero defenses and advanced a narrative about the supposed ruthlessness of Ukrainians and their Western masters. With rare exceptions, Putin has barely commented on these attacks on Russian soil, preferring to delegate that responsibility to the defense ministry. The Kremlin's propensity to downplay seemingly shocking events is in line with how Putin saw the war. He maintained a deep-seated belief that ordinary Russians brim with patriotism, that the elites remain controllable and loyal to the state, that a path to victory in Ukraine is still open, and that Russia's economy is resilient enough to endure until he achieves his goals. Consequently, senior officials in the presidential administration, taking cues from Putin's cool demeanor and aversion to panic, often convinced themselves that everything was fine and that their anxiety would be more harmful than prudent. Kremlin insiders, speaking privately about the war's impact on political stability, bragged about the authorities' capacity to maintain political control, with one insider offering the cautious caveat that all would be well if the military does not let us down. They cited consistently high public support for the special military operation in Ukraine and strong approval ratings for both Putin and the government. Prigozhin's growing discontent preceding the mutiny failed to alarm these insiders, even as late as June 23rd, when Prigozhin had already initiated his rebellion. Many sources close to the Kremlin continued to believe that nothing of major concern was happening, and that Prigozhin was still useful for achieving certain political objectives, such as channeling the frustration of ultranationalists. In addition, many officials were convinced that despite, that people close to Putin in the Kremlin were supervising Prigozhin and that Wagner would not try to challenge the Russian state. Then, reports made clear that Wagner forces had seized the military command center for Russian operations in Ukraine in the city of Rostov-on-Don, that a column of Wagner soldiers was advancing on Moscow, and that Wagner forces had even shot down Russian helicopters. These events served as a sobering revelation. Putin had misjudged Prigozhin and his outrage, underestimating the danger posed by the voluble and volatile caterer turned mercenary commander. The rebellion was, in large part, the product of Putin's inaction, his detached and aloof stance, and his reluctance to intervene in the escalating conflict between Prigozhin and the two most senior Russian military officials, Sergei Shoigu, the defense minister, and Valery Gerasimov, the chief of the general staff, helped spark the revolt. The rebellion exposed not only Putin's management failures, the negligence that embittered and inflamed Prigozhin, but also how the state had shot itself in the foot. After all, Wagner has grown into a fighting force with tens of thousands of soldiers, only thanks to billions of dollars in state funding, access to the state's resources, and its links to high-profile officials who have endorsed the mercenary outfit's activities. In the wake of the rebellion, it has become much harder for the Kremlin to project an aura of unflappable control and political competence. Just a week after the mutiny, Putin made an unscheduled public appearance in Dagestan. His staff was unprepared for this event, and his behavior, including hugging members of the crowd, surprised many in the Kremlin and was seen as evidence that he was acting emotionally and spontaneously, seeking affirmation. In front of the cameras, he held babies, shook hands, and posed for selfies with an adoring public. The scene was striking, given that Putin has rarely allowed himself such interactions in the years since the COVID-19 pandemic began. Although Putin may have wanted to demonstrate his closeness with ordinary Russians in the wake of Prigozhin's mutiny, many observers interpreted the spectacle as a sign of the president's acute need to experience the adulation of Russian citizens, a measure perhaps of his own sense of vulnerability. The Kremlin's mishandling of the war, compounded by Prigozhin's ensuing mutiny, has made the government appear responsible for the state being weak. Even the drone attacks inspired bewilderment as to why Russian defense systems could not thwart them, and stoked a perception among ordinary Russians, as well as those hawks who support the war in Ukraine, of the state's frailty, its inability to ensure the safety of the capital city, never mind the country at large, and the failure of authorities to stop enemies from infiltrating Russian territory. A cursory look at public discussions on social media reveals speculation among Russians about the potential presence of Ukrainian sympathizers among us, ready to stab us in the back. I mean, imagine that. So, it's all about the rottenness. The structure is so rotten that it's collapsing into sawdust. Not just beneath people's feet, but atop their heads. Many observers are used to viewing Putin's regime as the product of a social contract in which the state guarantees stability in return for the people granting the Kremlin significant freedom to manage political life. Since Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014, however, the value of domestic stability has been gradually eclipsed by a deeper need for geopolitical security. That is, protection from the hostile West, that has accompanied an upsurge in nationalist sentiment. Now, after the 2022 invasion of Ukraine, Russians hunger for geopolitical security. The people have delegated to Putin the right to deal with the West, which many Russians believe threatens their country's very existence, even if that causes domestic political turmoil owing to stringent sanctions and crackdowns on liberals. Polls prove that since the war began, the percentage of Russians who overtly admire Putin has grown from 8 to 19%, and 68% of Russians now say they want him to be reelected, a significant jump from 48% of Russians before the war. The war has also increased support for all official institutions, the cabinet, regional governors, parliament, and even the ruling party, United Russia. But Putin's passivity in the face of internal military threats and his aloof stance may become a major problem for the regime in the near future. There are signs that Russians, despite their increased support for state institutions, are becoming much more ambivalent about the country's authorities. They are beginning to doubt the ability of the political class to fulfill its responsibilities. At the end of May, a drone attack targeted Rublevka, a famous upscale Moscow suburb where many wealthy and influential Russians live. Some social media users were not altogether sorry for the attack and suggested that the rich and powerful were getting their just desserts. Rublevka has long been a symbol of the affluent, parasitic elite associated with both the Yeltsin era and the current regime. Many pro-Kremlin bloggers and ordinary Russians hoped that the attack would serve as a wake-up call to this elite, compelling them to become more involved in helping salvage the war with Ukraine and responding more resolutely to attacks on Russian territory. Anti-elite sentiment also propelled the rise of Yevgeny Prigozhin. He had been gaining visibility and popularity in recent months as his forces operated in Ukraine. According to the Levada Center, an independent Russian polling firm, Russians saw the capture of Bakhmut by Wagner fighters in May as the most important event of that month. A study by another polling group, Romir, found that Wagner's triumph in Bakhmut had elevated Prigozhin for the first time into the ranks of the top 5 most trusted politicians in Russia, after Putin, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, Shoigu, and the Prime Minister Mikhail Mishustin. His climb was stratospheric. At the beginning of the year, Prigozhin had ranked 158th among trusted Russian political figures. Ordinary Russians were struck by Prigozhin's brazen confrontation with the defense ministry and his complaints that his troops were desperately short of ammunition. The public perceived him as a crusader against corruption and someone who dared to challenge the spoiled elites. A local eyewitness to Wagner's seizure of Rostov-on-Don described Prigozhin in a Facebook post as a simple, ordinary man, going to have it out with the fat cats of every stripe and color. A sentiment that explains the warm welcome Rostov residents gave Wagner mercenaries. That disgruntlement with the powers that be, the fat cats, to some extent explains the ease with which Prigozhin took control of that city. The same eyewitness reported with incredulity that the state was entirely missing in action. The buildings of the provincial and city administration and the provincial government were completely deserted. In the blink of an eye, the military, with whom the frontline city had been filled, disappeared. The FSB, the Federal Security Services, that is, of course, the heir to the KGB, barricaded itself inside its own building. Many Western observers have suggested that these military troubles will push the elites and broader society to crave peace. Unfortunately, the reality is much bleaker. Challenging situations tend to make Russia only more determined and brutal in waging its war and in quashing dissent at home. Prigozhin's mutiny was not a rejection of the war, but can be understood instead as the result of dissatisfaction with the inefficient prosecution of the war. Reactions to the drone attacks and incursions by paramilitaries into the Belgorod region in the spring are instructive here. According to Levada polling, these events only fueled support for the war among Russians, with people becoming more hostile toward ordinary Ukrainians and anxious about the fate of the special military operation. The attacks did not in any way increase public desire for peace talks or a Russian withdrawal from Ukraine, a country that is perceived now more than ever as a threat to Russia's very existence. According to polling by Levada, Russians have started to conclude in recent months that the war will be long and drawn out. In May, 45% of respondents said they believed the war would last more than another year, the highest percentage since the conflict began. In May of yesteryear, it was 21%. They are adapting to the reality and steeling themselves for tough times ahead. They are not seeking to halt the war, and anti-war sentiment remains at best subdued, at worst entirely suppressed. If anything, the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire is becoming more committed to the fight, not in pursuit of imperial ambitions, but out of a more desperate concern for its very survival. The faction advocating for a resolute response to the enemy is gaining new supporters, according to an op-ed, an opinion editorial in Russian Forbes by Denis Volkov, Levada's director, interpreting the results of recent polls. In the wake of Prigozhin's uprising, many Russians want to see the state be bolder, more decisive, consistent, and firm. This is backed up by the latest Levada polls conducted at the end of June, which revealed a shift in people's attitudes. The mutiny had led to a slight decline in confidence in Shoigu and a significant decline in confidence in Prigozhin. In other words, the mercenary commander's revolt has not inspired Russians against a struggling state, but rather frightened them with the prospect of destabilization and disorder. The mutiny and the events that preceded it suggest that the regime may be much less resilient than it appears. A frazzled Kremlin, a detached Putin who is failing to deal with internal conflicts, a frustrated society that is perplexed by the state's lethargic reaction to previously unimaginable events, trembling elites ready to fly away the second the regime crumbles. The Kremlin is now Moscow during Prigozhin's, well, how do I say this? The Kremlin is now trying to investigate who among officials and the top managers of state corporations dared leave Moscow during Prigozhin's mutiny and why. And then there's the shell-shocked military and security services that, following the mutiny, will certainly try to patch up their vulnerabilities and quash growing internal dissent in their ranks. Now Putin, lulled into complacency by his conviction that people love him and the elites are loyal to him, he may do little to arrest this decay. At the same time, the security services may seek more control and clamp down on society. Together, these dynamics may lead to incoherence in government behavior, further complicating the situation. Instead of dislodging the regime, Prigozhin's jolt to the Kremlin will make the government not only more repressive and more brutal, but also more chaotic and unpredictable. This is what brings us to an ever-hardening line. You see, this situation plays squarely into the Russians of, the hands of Russia's hardliners, a camp that consists of the security service, hawkish conservatives, pro-war military correspondents, and radically anti-Western TV pundits. They advocate for tightening the screws, hunting for traitors, and placing the country on a war footing to accumulate all the resources necessary to win. The current political and social conditions leave virtually no alternative for the regime other than to become less tolerant than ever, less tolerant of even minor suspicious activities, such as any suggestion of the need to reconcile with the Ukrainians, never mind overt opposition to the war. A significant portion of Russian society may end up supporting and even aiding a new crackdown. The public mood has become less indulgent of those privileged Russians who try to maintain a distance from the war, continue leading luxurious lifestyles, and conduct business as usual. It is becoming harder in Russia to maintain a passive or distant position on the war. Everywhere, Russians feel pressured to perform their patriotism conspicuously. Since the invasion, the Russian state has marginalized anti-war forces and left no room for liberal-minded figures by cracking down on protests, which were never massive to begin with, and enacting a raft of bills de facto outlawing anti-war and anti-regime activities. That repression and that stiffening of patriotic feeling has opened a larger space for far more active, hardcore, and daring hawks to gain ground in politics and the national conversation. A younger and bolder cohort of hawks may supplant a more traditional, older generation of conservative ideologues, including the likes of Alexander Bastrykhin, the head of the investigative committee, Sergei Narishkin, the chief of the Foreign Intelligence Service, and Nikolai Petrushev, the secretary of Russia's Security Council, as well as figures such as Dmitry Medvedev, the former Russian president, or at least puppet president of Putin, and now deputy head of the Security Council, along, Vyacheslav Volodin, the chair of the State Duma, now that I think of it. These ideologues helped foster and promote Putinism, the president's brand of nationalist, anti-Western, anti-liberal ideas, with an emphasis on traditional values such as the importance of family, children, spiritual bonds, and the primacy of state interests over private rights. These men also contributed to the climate that precipitated Putin's invasion of Ukraine, but the ongoing war has stripped them of their political uniqueness, turning the entire political mainstream conservative and hardline. Worse, the old guard now has little to say about wartime realities, with great uncertainty about the cause of the war, enormous Western military aid to Kiev, the absolute lack of any decent exit strategy, and a dismal future looming over for the entire country. Leaders such as Medvedev and Patrushev, who have long promoted the confrontational anti-Western policy and rhetoric of Putin's regime, now appear to many jingoistic hawks to be removed from reality itself, both physically and intellectually far from the nitty-gritty of the war, even as they remain high-profile figures close to the president. As their star wanes, a new generation of hawks is rising. Some of these new hawks are yesterday's young technocrats, such as Putin's chief domestic policy advisor, ‑CHUÐENKGYUÁNJIÉ, who is now in charge of the 4 Ukrainian regions that Moscow announced it was annexing last fall, or Marat Kuznullin, the deputy prime minister, tasked with overseeing the reconstruction of destroyed Ukrainian territories, now under Russian control. These officials spend a lot of time in the occupied areas, regardless of the personal risks, thereby demonstrating their courage and diligence in action to Putin and the elites in general. The new hawks also include practitioners involved in military affairs, who are closely observing the course of the war and have become, for many Russians, key sources of information about its developments. By contrast, officials such as Patrushev drone on endlessly about an Anglo-Saxon conspiracy to seize Russian territory and spout far-fetched theories, including the bizarre notion that American officials want to settle Americans in Russia and Ukraine in the event of the catastrophic eruption of a volcano at Yellowstone National Park. Which the Russians themselves had threatened to trigger an eruption of by the detonation of a nuclear weapon within the volcano, targeted to fall through the volcano's orifice and blow it up into eruption from the inside out. And then, of course, they'd wonder why we would immigrate to their great nation in response, with North America having been rendered uninhabitable by themselves. Kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy there, but go figure. They're fucking Russians, right? Nothing really makes any sense. Now, in terms of the time we have remaining, am I trying to make sense of what I can read in Russian for you? We got a little over an hour, and then we'll make the last pitch for financial support for the day, and we'll take it from there into the rest of the week. Now, some senior members of the establishment have benefited from this hawkish turn. Now, despite the fact that it's counterintuitive they would do so, notably Shoigu, the defense minister, and Viktor Zolotov, the head of the Rosgvardia domestic military force, Putin's private army, or rather his state army that is loyal only to him, that serves Putin instead of Russia. That's not Wagner mercenary forces. They're private in the sense that they're contract, but the Rosgvardia, well, that's Putin's Praetorian Guard. They may become the main beneficiaries of Prigozhin's suppressed insurgency. Zolotov can now more easily beef up the ranks of Rosgvardia to deal with events like Prigozhin's mutiny, and Shoigu can use the rebellion as an occasion to settle scores with internal opponents in the army. Unlike the desk jockey ideologues, these leaders can directly access administrative resources and forces to alter facts on the ground and show true power. To put it simply, Medvedev can write another rant on the social media app Telegram, and Patrushev can give his 100th interview raging about the evil Americans. But Shoigu and Zolotov can deploy real physical force to deal with challenges and demonstrate to Putin their indispensability, even if Shoigu, as defense minister, remains responsible for so many of the last year's military setbacks. So this clash of hawks, old and new, will shape Russia's response to its struggles in Ukraine and at home. The more challenges the regime faces, the more quickly it will evolve into something darker. The Russian public is growing more desperate, more anti-Western, and more anti-Ukrainian, and Russian elites are becoming increasingly anxious and fractious. Most senior officials, businessmen, and politicians had hoped to simply wait out the war, but now they find themselves hostage to Putin's ambitions. More overtly hawkish and powerful groups such as the military command and the so-called Chechists in the national security establishment will try to secure order, especially after Prigozhin's mutiny, to boost the regime's capacity to endure the war, avoid defeat, and avert even the most tentative attempt to organize another mutiny in the future. All these maneuvers will occur against the backdrop of Putin's weakening dictatorship, a factor that will contribute to the regime becoming more chaotic, indiscriminate, and internally rancorous and competitive. In truth, Putin and those old ideologues close to him, such as Patrushev, are becoming in some senses obsolete. Their ideas out of step with elite sentiment regarding Ukraine and the West. Regardless of how conservative and hawkish the elites become, they remain more pragmatic than Putin himself. They are less obsessed with the notion of saving Ukrainians. And unlike Putin, they do not presume that Kiev will inevitably fall or fail in any way, shape, or form. They also have a more accurate understanding of Russia's capacity to wage war. And many find Putin's tendency to ignore alarm bells incomprehensible. That is why many pro-war activists are calling for radical reforms to establish what would effectively be a military dictatorship. That is why even Prigozhin managed to win significant visibility and attention. He advocated alternative war strategies and argued for the necessity of using all conceivable financial, economic, and social resources to bolster military power. No one is seriously considering or even discussing a diplomatic end to this war. A notion that looks to many high-profile Russians like a personal threat, given all the war crimes that their country has committed and the responsibility that the entire elite now bears for the carnage in Ukraine. So this requires going off script. The system has started to learn to operate independently of Vladimir Putin. This development does not yet reflect the solidifying of any anti-Putin sentiment or emerging political opposition. It reflects a realization of the inadequacies of the dictator's detached managerial style that allowed genuine threats to the regime to go neglected. Oh, Noticer joined us again. Hey, honey. Oh my God. Let me give you some hearts here is what I mean to give you. And Oh my God, she says, I woke up to my phone being dead, forgot to turn off my signal, laugh out loud. Oh my God. Well, honey, just glad you're back with us, darling. And again, let's send her some special sentiments here, as always. Here we go. And there we are. Okay. So, good morning to our lovely noticer, trademark no less. And all right, so as I said about the situation in Russia, how do I reflect this, or what does what I'm speaking of reflect? It all reflects, as I said, a realization of the inadequacies of the deranged dictator's detached managerial style that allow genuine threats to the regime to go neglected when I'm describing the system's adaptation to operating independently of Putin himself. By completely underestimating Prigozhin's radicalization and Wagner's escalating conflict with the military, Putin has come across as an aging leader who is beginning to falter in ways he would never have before. Even the miscalculations that led to the decision to move against Ukraine were not perceived as harshly as the utter loss of control that enabled Prigozhin's uprising, the largest domestic conflict between state and private armed forces. Putin appears less powerful after conspicuously dropping charges against Prigozhin, which renders him even less powerful perceptively. Not demanding justice for the killings of the pilots during the mutiny, and allowing enormous budget expenditures to go to a private military company that eventually dares to attack the state itself. Other factions are already moving into the space opened by Putin's weakness. Putin could become a tool in the hands of a new, more dynamic and pragmatic hawks, who are quickly learning how to use the dictator's emotions and well-known beliefs to their advantage. The presidential administration has become adept at not simply pandering to Putin, but actively limiting what he even knows by feeding him flattering reports on the patriotism of the populace, innumerable documents on the decline of the West, and tales of Ukrainians longing for liberation. They depict a world eagerly waiting for Russia to upend the existing international order. A few years ago, Putin's staff mainly sought to avoid incurring the president's irritation, typically when he received unwelcome news. Now, they are honing their skills in shaping Putin's moods, either by directing his anger toward their opponents or by encouraging his optimism when it benefits them. Maintaining extreme anti-Western and anti-Ukrainian views may help the new hawks achieve their political goals, and the concurrent radicalization of the regime could lead authorities to become much harsher toward their domestic foes. But a government that lacks firm political leadership, strategic vision, and coherence will be less capable of strategic thinking and agreeing on long-term priorities. Factions in government will focus primarily on outmaneuvering one another and advancing their narrow interests. So, contrary to what analysts might have anticipated would follow Prigozhin's uprising, attempts by the Kremlin to consolidate its power, dismantle private militias, and integrate Russia's panoply of armed groups into something more coordinated and coherent, the exact opposite may occur. Dmitry Mironov, Putin's influential aide and former bodyguard, proposed in June formalizing units of soldiers from the martial subculture known as the Cossacks, a maneuver that may irritate Shoigu and a defense ministry already wary of the proliferation of autonomous militarized groups. The Kremlin has also discussed separating the border forces from the FSB. The Rogvardia seeks to acquire heavy weaponry and additional forces from the Interior Ministry, and purges in the army coupled with possible military setbacks on the Ukrainian front may ignite localized protests against the army's command. It was widely expected that Wagner would be dismantled after its uprising. Instead, it seems Putin will allow the mercenary outfit to carry on under Prigozhin's successor, Andrei Trojev. In other words, rather than concentration, the security forces may see further fragmentation, with rival factions vying for new prerogatives and powers. At the same time, however, the political class is shifting its attention inward to address the country's own flaws and failures that Prigozhin's revolt exposed, rather than focusing on Putin's historic mission of liberating Ukrainians. The more the war becomes a quagmire, the more deputies, pundits, senators, and popular bloggers seek to highlight and address domestic problems that they blame for making Russia less effective in conducting the war. This inward turn could lead to a more pragmatic approach to the war against Ukraine, even as it could make the state far more ruthless toward its own citizens. Now, the war has left Russia grasping for certainties in an exceedingly uncertain world. Ordinary Russians still seem to support the war and back Putin, but they are also becoming frustrated, gradually showing impatience with the elites, and feeling increasingly vulnerable because of the clumsy actions and inaction of the authorities. Putin may enjoy high approval ratings, but they will mask growing uncertainty, social anxiety, and, as yet, unchanneled discontent about the course of the events. True sources of political risk for the regime may appear in the form of figures who back Putin and are generally loyal to the authorities, as Prigozhin was, but who, over time, could come to pose significant problems. So, for the foreseeable future, the Kremlin will be wrestling simultaneously with diverging internal forces, a deepening crisis of Putin's dictatorship, a growing lack of political accountability, increasingly ineffective responses by the authorities to new challenges, an intensifying fragmentation among elites, and a society that is growing more anti-establishment. If previously domestic affairs were secondary to the dominant military agenda, the reverse may come true. The war could become a backdrop to more urgent domestic challenges. At home, Russia's future appears bleak, marked by ever greater fractiousness among elites, Putin's shrinking influence, and a more ideological and stricter regime in which security services play a more prominent role. These changes will make Russia's geopolitical actions less predictable, and even contradictory, as the Kremlin reacts to shifting circumstances instead of following its own strategic direction and priorities. Putin saw the invasion of Ukraine as an act of destiny, the fulfillment of a historical script. As I've said, instead, the war has left the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire grasping for certainties in an exceedingly uncertain world. This is, of course, just a preliminary analysis, and you'll hear me go more in depth as time progresses. In the interim, let's take a look if anybody's come online on Skype so I could give them a call, bring them on board with us to save myself in the last hour from doing too much work. But I feel I've more than earned my pay for tonight. Let's make certain everybody rallies and contributes to paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich as listed on the thumbnail in, embedded in our live stream. And just learn to, use that, because that's the easiest way to contribute to me without PayPal taking out its pound of flesh. So aside from that, let's return to Emo Albano for a bit. He's still awake with us, and
what do you think of the image I posted of Trump on his knees about to suck Putin off?
It's just, it's fitting, of course. I mean, it's like literally, this is like, it's disgusting. Honestly, Trump is, this is who Trump only cares about. Yeah, I mean, that and Putin, himself and Putin, more than anybody else on earth. He is disgusting. I mean, I can't even, I've gone into him in depth over the years. Of course, you were listening for a long time, so you've heard all that. I remember one woman was on Peter Moon's page, and Peter Moon was saying, I'll be on with Douglas Dietrich tonight, and some blonde chick was saying, all he does is whine about Trump, and it's,
just conveying facts about him, not whining.
Thank you. Oh my God. I mean, look at the danger that individual represents even now. And all this done with Russian backing, it's disgusting.
Oh yeah.
So
last time I was on Viv's stream, I'm not attacking them, but Viv and Ian West just could not stop fucking promoting Trump and sucking it. They were just taking turns at deep throating his cock.
Wow. Oh my God.
Yeah, and Elon Musk. I just worship them. I'm like,
oh my
God. Yous are never going to wake up.
Yes. Oh my God. I'm appalled. It's like, I didn't know Vivian was that bad about Donald Trump. So she really admires him then?
Oh yeah, Putin, Trump, and Elon Musk.
Oh God. Does she really Putin too?
Yeah. She was just couldn't stop praising Putin. She thinks he's a good leader and good man, just all that shit.
Oh
I just couldn't
God.
stand it. I had to leave that stream because it was just cringe.
Oh my God. I never knew it was that bad. She really keeps herself under control when she's here on with myself. She really does. Yeah.
Just on her stream, she opens up about all that.
Oh my God, I never knew. It's like it's just so disappointing. It's like, what does she say is good about Vladimir Putin? I mean, okay, what does she say is good about him? This is what I can't understand. What on earth would appear to her to be in any way, shape, or form positive about this guy? What's he doing that's constructive to her?
I guess she thinks he's fighting against evil and corruption in her mind, and he's going to try and make Russia a better country and all that stuff. But it's just, he's a selfish, corrupt scumbag. And I've tried explaining to Ian that Putin, he's working for the Hasidic protected bloodlines, because you can see him surrounded by the ultra-Orthodox protected people most of the time before he does his speeches. And there's a lot of evidence and videos of these ultra-Orthodox protected bloodlines explaining how they want millions of Ukrainians to be killed because they sided with the Axis powers and contributed in attacking them years ago. So they're using Putin, the protected people, as an individual to attack the enemies of the protected bloodline. But Ian doesn't get that.
Good God, how could he not see that? Instead, he regurgitates that anti-Ukrainian propaganda saying they've got biolabs! Biolabs!
What country doesn't have biolabs?
Like I said, after all they gave up to the Russians, their nuclear forces, their bomber fleet, their nuclear fleet, which was one of the largest in the world, on the guarantee that the Russians wouldn't attack. When the Russians attacked, at that point, I would hope they would develop biolabs. They'd be insane not to find a way to strike back at the Russians after that. So that's, it's obviously this... I can't believe it. So this is what happens. You see, this is what happens when they troll the internet. They troll the internet and they just pick up, they suck the Hoover. They vacuum this shit up in their minds. And it just like, you know, it's let me give people the best analogy. It's like, you know, this is the horror of what the situation is. When I used to work security, and one of the security contracts that I held had to do with raves. And in the days when they had raves, you know, I haven't seen raves in generations. I mean, we haven't had raves in years. But for those of you who don't know what raves are, they were block parties in which you had a party taking up an entire fucking block. Now, San Francisco is a good place for raves. We've got enormous fucking warehouses. And we've got these warehouses that are like, used to be hangars for super planes. Really big ass fucking planes, or even dirigibles. So we've got them south of Market Street, south of our main street. And these, you could open up only half of it and it's still room enough for a rave. Big as a city block. And when the kids decided they were gonna go into these areas, start raving, start these all-night block parties that would last for days, there was nothing the authorities could do to stop them. So what the authorities did was they simply cordoned them off and contained them. And they just would draw the do not cross lines across several blocks, line up the patrol cars, line up some fire engines, and just block off traffic so that nobody would run over any of these doped out kids, and then really pack in a bunch of paramedics units. So you'd have these ambulances waiting with stomach pumps that they would use by the dozens because these kids would poison themselves on drugs and they'd have to pump their stomachs out on site or they'd die. So we're talking about these kids going all the way with partying for days. And I remember as security, there were levels of security. I, for instance, was uniform security on contract through the local security agency that would patrol that area, normally, armed contract. And so I could see how more exclusive security behaved at that time. At that time, it was more exclusive than I was. And these were like bodyguards to the men organizing the raves. Now, there was one young girl who was just crying like she was gonna die if she didn't get in the rave. And I brought her to the attention of one of these more exclusive, non-uniformed, like private bodyguards to the guy organizing the rave. He wasn't gonna let her in at all. But then the guy who was running the rave saw her and came over and took pity on her and just said, just let her in, just let her in. And so the guard let her in. But it's like, what I have to contend with then is the fact that these girls were getting doped up, and a lot of it was ecstasy. The ecstasy drug was on the loose at that time, and it was everywhere. And this was the biggest problem I had to contend with, was these kids. I don't know if you're familiar with ecstasy or what that
Yes,
drug...
I know.
Well, what do you know about it?
Well, it's just made up of a bunch of chemicals compressed into a pill. Like I've seen some of my friends take it.
Okay.
Then they're like $30 to $50 each a pop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've never taken it. I was off it, but I didn't because it's just poison. I'm not doing anything stronger than weed.
Well, it's not... Let's put it this way. Probably there's so much out there that is just polluted by other shit, by street dealers, that you got to be careful. But normal ecstasy, real ecstasy, also known as Molly or Mandy, like our dear lady Mandy, who herself provides this kind of euphoriac in her own way. It's a potent empathogen and tactogen with stimulant and minor psychedelic properties, primarily, well, used for recreational purposes because it makes you touchy-feely.
All right.
You touch everything on this drug. Everything becomes tactile. You're back to infancy in that sense. Now, if anyone's ever seen the original King Kong, they never showed nothing like this in the later King Kong movies at all. But if you ever saw the original King Kong, there's a scene where he's picking up sailors and stuffing them in his mouth. Just like, like they was cotton candy and shit. And this is probably the scene in the film that truly, really scared people to death, especially kids. Kids watching that on TV would be frightened as hell because this is how kids acquaint themselves with the world around them. One of the things kids do is they crawl all over the place and put everything in their mouth. That's how they acquaint themselves with the world.
Yep.
So that's like King Kong's just like a big kid putting all these people in his mouth. And because the special effects are primitive, it's not like they could show him chewing and swallowing these people. So it's just like he's doing what a kid's doing. Just put them in his mouth and kind of like tasting them, chewing on them, and they're falling out. This is like what kids do. And kids will do it with a pile of dog shit if you're not monitoring them. They'll be doing this with anything on the floor. So the full name for ecstasy is MDMA, which is, of course, an acronym. And it's a doozy. It is methylene dioxymethamphetamine. And methylene dioxymethamphetamine, it is even prescribed as therapeutic for certain psychotic or psychiatric conditions. It is like both a stimulant and a psychedelic, producing an energizing effect, distortions in time and perception. I mean, you got it all. Why shop anywhere else? So when it comes to people in super clinical depression, they give them ecstasy. It is like, it'll bring them back to a sense of happiness because it releases this super high level of serotonin, which plays a role in regulating mood and energy level. And of course, even though its immediate addiction liability is low to moderate, you pay a price because your body's never going to produce that amount of serotonin again. So you're like killing your body's future ability to produce serotonin as you get older. So theoretically, you take a bunch of ecstasy now and often, by the time you're in your 60s, you'll probably crash and have to be placed on prescription antidepressants just to maintain a normal mood.
Right.
But when you're on that shit, you'd probably think it's worth it. But here's what happens. Because you're touchy-feely, just going around copping everybody, rubbing up against them, just doing like a child does. Everything is tactile, where you're tactilely rediscovering your world, and everything is just dancing and jumping around you. They had like a whole franchise of illustrations produced just for people on ecstasy art, that would show little figures just kind of like in kind of dancing kind of succession, where people would actually see them dancing if they were to look at these paintings, and they would put them up in places where people would do ecstasy. Now, the wildest thing that I saw at these raves was that the kids would take eyedroppers, and they would get these eyedroppers, fill it up with liquid ecstasy, and drop it into their eyeballs. That way it went directly through the optic nerves into their fucking brain. I mean, you talk about just overloading the circuits.
Yep.
So when the kids were doing this, your world turns into a psychedelic dance trip where you're literally seeing everything sparkle. The world begins to just evanescently sparkle at that point. Everything's glitter. So you'd get these girls in particular on it. The world's glitter to them. Everything's happy. They're feeling up on everybody. And guys would break into the rave. We're talking about professional slavers. Would break into these raves with handcuffs, and all they needed to do was walk up to these chicks and handcuff them, and these girls would just follow them right out the fucking door. No resistance, no awareness as to what was going on. That's what I had to watch out for as the biggest problem in these raves. So, my point with relating this experience in security, the nightmare it represented, probably culminated when basically I wound up with a rave that was dying out, and a blonde chick built like a brick shit house, big butt, big tits, just a human blow-up Barbie doll, was just collapsed like behind one of these podiums that was near the front, and I took it upon myself to shield her. Bunch of fucking cats hanging out outside just waiting for her to leave, or my letting her go, and they just would have taken her and rode off with her. Probably gang raped her to death and buried the body. At any rate, I took it upon myself to wait for my shift to be over, and I made certain she got home. But, you know, the whole story starts after that. I'm not bothering to get into. But the thing that I'm pointing out here is mostly what led to her being in that state. She had no memory of even going to the rave. When I, asked her, do you remember your name? Do you know who you are? Okay, there was some of that there, but how did you get here? Do you remember what drugs you did? None of that. No memory of what went down at the party. No memory of how she got stripped down to her underwear. When I use the term bikini, she was basically her panties and her bra. No memory of how she got stripped down to that. And no memory of who brought her there. Etc. So I just made sure she got home. She remembered where that was. But when it came to that kind of situation, I got the impression of one thing that I found. I said, there's something in your panties that is protruding there. May I remove that? And she said yes. And I took out from basically the perineum. You know what the perineum is? It's that bodily space between the vagina and the anus is the perineum. That's the absolute bottom of a woman's body that points towards the ground at all times when she's standing up. And right there, nestled in her perineum, was an eyedropper. So someone had probably eyedropped into her a shitload of ecstasy, stuffed that in her perineum almost like an afterthought, and after they had her way with her, took off. Probably just a blowjob, because her panties and her bra were still on, but everything else was removed. And she's lucky that that was all she was subjected to. Though I suspect she probably blew off a dozen guys, maybe a score, maybe 20 or 24, before she was left there to basically drown in all that cum, which she probably swallowed. She was dry and dehydrated as hell. There was a lot of caked something around her lips that I figured out was that. The milk mustache, basically.
Right.
All this was part of the nightmare of what can happen to you on these drugs. So get this. Just understand this much. Think about what I said about the ecstasy, the eyedroppers going straight from the optic nerve into your brain. Every time you go on the computer, that's what's going on with you. Anybody gets on the computer, you open that computer up, and you just go swimming in the sewer that's the internet. You're swimming through a sewer of shit. It's all going in through your optic nerve straight to your brain. Just like those kids eye-dropping that ecstasy into their brain. It's going straight through your optic nerve, straight through your brain. It is blowing your fucking mind. You are blowing your brains out every time you go on the fucking computer without any education in critical thought.
Right.
And at that point, the Russians have got your brain. The Russians have jacked your fucking soul. You are left with Putin taking a shit in your brain and not even flushing. By the way, Noticer says, not me, laugh out loud, ecstasy makes me want to run away from cuddle puddle piles. Yes, I just enjoyed the stimulants. Thank you, honey. Appreciate that profoundly. And appreciate your input there. And that's probably for the best. Thank you, darling. You're a lucky lady to respond that way. That way you're not left vulnerable by that. By the way, Mr. Gozaimas says original ecstasy was trafficked and made by the orange people of the 80s. 4 main ingredients: saffron, sassafras, parsley, and paprika. Well, that sounds pretty mild to me, but at any rate, thank you, Noticer, for responding the way you did. Thank you, Mr. Gozaimas, for joining us out there. But just want you to be aware, without training in critical thought, you are entering the internet and you're taking a giant eyedropper and you are dropping pure raw sewage into your brain. This is why you see, when Viviana Sanchez and Ian West are agreeing on multiple points, they are indoctrinated. This comes through indoctrination.
Yep.
And they're basically going into the computer and they're self-indoctrinating every time they open it up. Just remember this. The Russians run your fucking internet. And they fill it with all this shit. And more Americans look at that, and that's their major source of information because they don't trust their own news. So they become slaves to a foreign system, a foreign propaganda machine that cops their brains. By the way, Mr. Gozaimas says, how these 4 ingredients were put together is another thing indeed. I bet. Yeah. It sounds pretty harmless. So such being said, then he says there was an article in Simply Living magazine in the late 80s that spilled the beans on the original ingredients. Okay, cool. Well, they're nowhere near the ingredients they got in them now. I'll tell you that. Sounds to me a lot like the hippies who were smoking banana chips to get high. It's like, after a while you just grab anything because you're just desperate to get high, right? So you start trying anything because you can't afford any of the good shit. So you go to the local spice store and saying, "Oh, this is herb. this is herb, yeah. And, you know, before you know it,
I remember trying to smoke. I was smoking tea leaves at one point because I didn't have any weed when I was like 16, trying to get a high off that.
Thank you. Thank you. Before you know it, you're smoking oregano. My dad remembers when he was young, they used to smoke corn silk. That was, anyhow, Mr. Gozaimas says, I'm pretty sure the original formula didn't have meth or smack in it. Well, yeah, I mean, I believe you on that. Yeah, from what you've said, it sounds like something... Dude, it sounds like saffron, sassafras, parsley, and paprika. I mean, that's something that, you know, a kid would put in their cocoa or something. At any rate. So my voice is going to die soon. But just, you know, when what our man Nemo's just related to me about Viviana Sanchez and Ian West going on about Trump and Elon Musk and Putin, and what did they think Musk is going to do? Relocate us all to Mars and save the world and shit?
I think a part of it's because I think he's heavily against all types of form of censorship, and he's allowing people to speak their minds or whatever on Twitter.
That's
and
crazy.
Shit.
The guy's censoring. Yeah. He's censoring people more than ever. I went in depth about this in the past. Oh my God, these people are really eating the shit. This is okay. Let's put it this way: you can take a barrel of the finest aged wine out of someone's wine basement, and it's been aged to perfection. And you take just a eyedropper worth of raw sewage from the local processing plant, and you drop it in that barrel of fine wine. You've just converted a barrel of fine wine into sewage. You can take a drop of that fine wine, untainted, and drop it into a sewer of shit. And it's still a sewer of shit. So remember that.
That's like with disinformation agents. They can try and bring out a certain amount of truth, but the disinformation's like taking a shit in a punch bowl of truth, just destroying it.
Thank you. Honestly, you've got to bear that in mind, please. Everybody, this is why I said nobody should be allowed on the internet without adult supervision until the age of 18. This is like driving. Getting on the information superhighway has got to be treated like getting onto the physical highway with automobiles. You wouldn't let a child without adult supervision, unless they have proven themselves completely adept at driving a car. You know, they would allow exceptions for people from the age 16 on up if they had parental permission to drive automobiles. Certain exceptions to the rule. It's got to be like that. But aside from certain exceptions where the kids have proved themselves trained in critical thought, they should not be allowed on the information superhighway without adult supervision till the age of 18. That's what we got to start immediately. The people need to be educated in critical thought. They need to be educated in discernment. And that would be one thing. Another thing we've got to do is really start sundering the internet into multiple internets for each major civilization. The Russians can have their own fucking internet that they can run as a sewer of shit. And the Americans need their own internet that's not connected with anyone else's. The communist Chinese already have that. And it's so heavily censored, they call it the web, because you grow cobwebs while waiting for it to kick up on your screen. But, you know, because it has to go through multiple censors before it ever gets to you. Cultures need to preserve their cultural concept of what is relevant. And if the Russians want to believe there's no such thing as anything real, they can live in their own surrealistic world, their own surrealistic sewer of shit. But we don't have to live there. And by God, when you take a look at relatively naive people like Viviana Sanchez and Ian West spending too much time on the internet and look what comes out. People, I mean, Trump and Musk and Putin, that's like the unholy trinity of,
Yeah.
you know,
Unholy alliance.
yeah, holy fucking shit. I mean, that's as bad as it gets. I'm left speechless. And
I wasn't saying this to attack or snitch on them. They're still stuck in that mindset. You know?
I understand and I appreciate it. I'm glad you told me, not because I'm going to run them down with it or anything. It's like, I suspected such. I always suspected such, but she held herself so well in control when she was, with myself.
Yeah.
And
she should be a better person than that. Like, not believing all that misinformation.
Oh, yeah.
Disinformation.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I like, was telling Brooke Gibson that once, and I think she got over it, and I think she recovered to a better place. But there was one time where it was like, she had read some conspiracy stuff that talked about, what did they call them? It was, the Rothschild giraffes. That was it, the Rothschild giraffes. And
she was saying they're cannibals or flesh eating or some shit.
Yeah, you remember that? That? And I was saying, come on, Brooke, you're better than this. Please, come on. And so, just so everyone knows, because the Rothschilds are rich enough, they run a game preserve to try and preserve, and so they wound up with a certain special breed of giraffe named after them. You're rich, you can do this. So they're known as the Rothschilds giraffes. But, Brooke was under the impression the Rothschild giraffes were like, cannibal, meat-eating, genetically bred monstrosities. And the truth is, honey, they're in Africa. Like all animals, they are opportunity eaters. And they'll take some protein every once in a while from meat, just like, cats will sometimes nibble at catnip. That doesn't make them vegetarians. They're true carnivores. But they found deer in the forest who were gnawing on human bones. I mean, that's a fact. Every once in a while, animals will take some protein or some nutrient from wherever they can get it because they're opportunity eaters. They have to be. And so it's just there you go with that. But when it comes to the situation I was describing with protecting your mind from the horrors of the internet, honestly, people need to be educated. They need to be in critical thought, just in critical thinking processing, to process what they see. Beyond that, we need to close off our fucking national internet to these foreign influences, which are simply insidious and perfidious and tearing America apart and dumbing down America, filling their brains with shit. I mean, Putin is, you go on the internet and Putin is just shitting into your brain, not even flushing, and leaving you guys with a turd between your ears. And it's you gotta wake up, people. Like I said, it goes directly through the optic nerve. It's the most powerful thing in the world. I mean, if people had to give up anything, their sight would be the last thing anyone would give up in general. Most anybody would lose their sight last if they had to give up, taste or hearing. The last thing they'd give up mostly would be sight. I mean, that's the way I am because I cruise for porn. And you might say, oh, but Douglas, you're swimming through a sewer of shit. Look at all that porn. And I'm like, fuck, I know. I've got immunity, okay? I've built up immunity like I've been swimming through that sewer forever. So I've got immunity. It's not like I come back from that porn saying, Putin's great. He'll save us all. and Donald Trump for president. And I love Elon Musk. I don't come from my cruising for porn saying this shit. Comparatively speaking, my porn is enriching, enlightening compared to the shit you guys are looking at. So there you go. I mean, it's mind blowing. But anyhow, so thank you, Nemo. And so in the few minutes we have remaining, I want to remind everyone, I have to purchase water. Gonna need your help doing it. So either send water And of course, at the apex of the water chart is Gerald Steiner mineral water from Trader Joe's, but that's like $50 a case of 15 bottles. Viviana Sanchez was open to sending me a crate of that once. If you talk to her again, tell her Doug needs it. So by all means, with that, I could, even let her on to ramble about some of these jerks for a while before I try to put it in some context. I wouldn't, beat her up over it. But when...
just educate her.
Or try, all you can do is try, right? But in the end, you and I both know, at this point, it's like a religion to her. You know that. I mean, you heard her, right? Isn't that the impression you got?
Oh, yeah. She thinks Putin's working for God or some shit.
She really
she's
does?
heavily indoctrinated in that that bullshit westernized Christianity, too. So I tried explaining certain things to her regarding, theology and how a lot of it's corrupted, but she doesn't want to listen to it. So I let her believe what she wants to believe, and there's no hope really because they're already like middle-aged and they've just been succumbed to so much indoctrination that it's hard to deprogram them.
Right. By the way, Mr. Gozaimas says water distillers are real cheap on eBay, bro. I understand that and I appreciate that, but it's, dude, you wouldn't use water distillers on my situation. My home, if you haven't heard my explanation before, I'm on top of a cemetery, dude. My home's built on top of a cemetery. I've got cadaver water coming through the pipes. And Noticer says, yeah, I invested in a gravity water filter. Honey, you wouldn't be drinking this through any water filter. He says, like yourself, I live below the poverty line here. Dude, you're not living on top of a fucking cemetery. Okay, just so people understand, for those of you who don't get the situation, we have little tourist cabs, little tourist carts that go by my home. And the tourist carts have little audio cassettes in them that tell people where to turn and keep them safe, telling them where there's choke points, like here's where you have malfunctioning lights, be careful, there are no lights, and you may face oncoming traffic, etc. And also tells them all the guided tour stuff along the way, little trivia. So they will tell people, here's the house on Green Street, all the homes in this area are built on top of the old cemetery that housed the population of the dead for Russian Hill from the old Barbary Coast days. And so, yeah, I'm on top of a bunch of dead bodies that have seriously begun to contaminate the water supply. There's no water filter in the world that's going to take that taste of the cadavers away. The rotting corpses that are coming through my pipes. I don't even bathe in that water. I would be a fool to bathe in that water. I would be absorbing contaminants into my bloodstream that would ultimately derange me if I were to do that. Sicken me, derange me, etc. Just, yeah, so it's bottled water for me.
Same.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, Peter Moon has joined us just in time to, say hello, assure us of your... safety, and we're glad you're back. Welcome aboard.
Hey, Peter.
Well, thank you, and hello to Nemo and Aristides, and to Douglas. I arrived back last night. I was just too tired to go on.
Understood.
And I really want to, I talked, a fair amount about the trip when I was on last, but I'll talk about it anew this coming Sunday.
Yeah.
And I'll let everybody know I'm back and talking. Today, I'm safe. The trip was pretty good, considering, I had an hour to get in Paris to get from my plane to the new plane, and they got my luggage on and everything. You don't find that out till you get your luggage in New York.
Wow.
But it was, and of course, I didn't have a lot of sleep because we kind of had, people came over and wanted to say goodbye to me in my hotel, or some, who was left. Mm-hmm. And so was trying to read the book by Chambers, Slayer of the Souls.
Yeah.
I'm through most of it.
Wow.
And that's what I want to talk about right now, if that's all right with you.
Yeah. By the way, I bring your attention in our text box here in Skype. If you scroll up a little bit further, I've got side-by-side portraiture of Cho and Joe, which is just scroll up and you'll find them towards the beginning of the Skype text. And it's stunning how similar they truly look. Joe really has some Cho.
Well, I'm looking here with Von Braun.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Well, to be fair, that guy on the left, I'm not sure he was a bona fide Joe. Because I sent that to you, and I think Joe Ty looks a lot better than a real Joe.
But do go on. Yes, please, by all means.
And who are those Nazis that Nemo sent? Those Asian Nazis?
Oh, in Indonesia.
Indonesian.
Yeah.
That's in an Indonesian cafe.
Yeah.
But what's the...
That's the theme. That's the Indonesian cafe's theme. It's a Nazi cafe. People go there for the ambience.
But is it considered subversive? Is it considered just cute? Is it considered...
Well, understand in Indonesia, Adolf Hitler's a hero just like he is in much of the rest of the world. So it's just it's considered...
They were part of the Axis powers, weren't they?
Yeah, well, they definitely got their training from the Japanese, and that was how they installed the original Indonesian leaders that the Americans were trying to assassinate. That's why the Americans and John F. Kennedy was, at that time, was Sukarno. John F. Kennedy was saying, I want to tear the CIA apart and cast it to the wind, because they were involving him in an assassination attempt against Sukarno because he was installed by the Japanese. So they considered him a Japanese puppet state. And we're talking about the night, when Kennedy was president. So
I had no idea about that, but it's interesting.
Yeah. So go on, Peter. Yeah.
So anyway, the Slayer of Souls book, it has some very redeemable features to it as a piece of literature.
Okay.
It's got some really good content. The main problem with it is that so much has to be disambiguated.
Yeah.
Because it's like they have a potpourri of Mongols and Chinese and assassins, and it's like this big soup.
Yeah.
And it's like everybody's part of it. There's no disambiguation. The Tibetans too. Everybody is kind of subservient to the Yazidi, sort of. And it represents all the evil in the world, and they are the 10, I think it's the 10 or 12 watchtowers or 8 watchtowers, whatever it is, in China. And it's not that simple.
No,
it's not that simple. And this is the most unfortunate aspect of the group, because everybody's bad, everybody's messed up, and this one girl, I think her name's Tessa. It's an unusual name, and she's like the redeeming feature of it. She's an interesting character for sure, a troubled character. She's probably, the best character in the book. She's also the most adept. I haven't finished the book. What is less troubling or less problematic than this soup of putting the Yazidi in with everybody, and because it doesn't also explain the Yazidi, it's like the main problem is that ̔CHUÐH would be completely aligned with the Yazidi.
If that were the case.
No, that's the way it's portrayed.
Okay, yeah.
But then again, there's not enough disambiguation of the different people to even just make any distinctions, as if they're all a bunch of fucking Asians or something.
Right. Yeah. My point being that what Peter is saying is, in context of this book, the conceit is that, but the reality is that the Yazidi and CHUÐCHU are very different people at very different odds. Yes, so go on.
It would be interesting to disambiguate it and tell a story. Like that story, one could take that story as a template and then tell a similar story. And oddly enough, this heroic female character would actually be a good way to, theatrically portray the art-elect, except the art-elect is not a human as with a physical body.
Right.
But we're getting more into that Lucy territory that you talked about with that movie, which I should review in context of, what I've learned from you.
Thank you.
The other, and this is, although it's a problem, it's not as big of a problem as what I just said. It's the smug, what's the word? Do-gooding of the U.S. Secret Service.
Yeah.
And these four noble gentlemen, particularly the man who, marries this woman out of complete altruism. He marries her so that her reputation will be protected. She won't be seen as a, because reputations were more important in those days.
Yes.
To if a woman was, living with a man out of wedlock, to say nothing of having a baby, just living with him.
Yeah.
So he lives with her to protect her, more like she's protecting him, and as it plans out. Yeah. But he's paying her, and he's, they have this very noble, altruistic connection with each other, and it gets a bit nauseating because in this day and age, it wouldn't be such a big deal for them to be sleeping with each other, even if they didn't love each other. Yeah. But they do develop a great admiration. So it hasn't gotten to the point where their phony marriage has crossed the line into a true, heartfelt, bona fide relationship. But beyond that, that's a little bit too much Sir Galahadism. But the problem with the Sir Galahad part is that these are Secret Service agents.
Yeah.
Before there was even a Secret Service per se. Yeah. There was, but that was the Treasury. But
that's right.
They're just like, and these guys are under the Justice Department, so they're actually under. I don't know when this book was written exactly, but they're right under the Hoover stigma at that time.
Yeah.
So it makes you wonder if Hoover knew about these books being written at that time. He probably did, because it was all propaganda.
Yeah.
And it's like, they believe in Christ, and then there's discussions of psyops. They don't call it psyops, but they call it, psychic, occult. They're using these words. It's like, this is the occult bureau of the Justice Department.
Yeah.
And it's like, God, these guys are, holier than the apostles. The apostles had their doubts.
Yes.
These guys don't. So it's like,
oh my God.
They've got everybody but Joe Friday from Dragnet.
Oh my God, that's incredible. By the way, Peter, we have only a few minutes left. It's not that we're too pressed for time, but we definitely maybe got about 6 minutes left at the most. Do let everyone know you're going to be with us on Sunday. We'll be making up for a lot of lost time, and that you're back in action.
Yeah, I've got a lot. I'm looking forward to getting back into this.
Yeah.
I think I have to get my head straight with Peacock Angel. But I think I also need to review the last chapters, because I wanted to get them to you before I left. Yeah. But I didn't have to clean up the last few chapters and go with that. And really, I've got a lot of other stuff to do. Things are in pretty good shape, but I've got, backlog distributor business to take care of. I don't know how extensive it is. 3 weeks I was gone.
Yeah.
And I have, to contact people that I was, interfacing with in Romania. Some of them are still there, touring, doing stuff. They haven't, and then, some of my friends will be going a couple more places.
Yeah.
So, it was a really, as I said, when I got between 2 hour and 1 hour to go on the plane, and when I'd read the Yazidi book and I'd kind of fall asleep and read it, get up and stretch or whatever. But in the last couple hours, particularly about an hour and a half, I began to dream. Romania just kind of faded away to me like it was all a dream.
Yeah.
It was really, she was just like, oh God, that was a fucking dream. And I come back and